right on the ocean.
That's where the beach is.
Got a real fucking attitude tonight, buddy.
Hard. It's a fun show.
Swing of the juice, just shoot shots at everybody, every which direction, just attacking.
It's kind of happy.
To your left, to your right, everyone around you. When did the Jews start firing off missiles like this? Every fucking... I feel like we should help you with some of these. We should, perhaps as true Americans, we should give you some weapons for you to fire off, and then you can just say what we give you.
You're funding it, dude.
You're right.
You guys are making this happen.
You are right. So you're at the beach. Is your girlfriend Jewish too?
No, she's Christian.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow. Do you ever talk about how your ancestors killed Jesus?
Oh, we sometimes we role play. Yeah, she's Jesus and I'm everybody else.
Wow. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Well, fun times, Jack. You got the show started. Congratulations. Welcome. Golden second winner, Jack Shaw. And it has begun. And now we go to the bucket. This is where things get interesting. This is it. We're going to meet at this first bucket bowl all together. Make some noise for Jesse Saldana. Jesse Saldana, perhaps.
Yo, I recently realized I'm ready to be a dad because I got this girl pregnant. But this was 2 years ago, right after Roe v. Wade got overturned. And she was like, I'm pregnant. And I was like, well, we only got one choice, I guess. And I'll say it's the first time I realized I was ready to be a dad because most of my ex-girlfriends have been Mexican girls, so I've had this conversation before, you know. But this was the first time I was like, you know what, I got a good job, I got benefits. I didn't really know what those benefits were, but this old dude at work is telling me, hey, the benefits are good here. I'm like, man, you might be right, you've been here for 20 years, and this job sucks. So I told her all that, and she's like, I'm not having your fucking kid. And I was like, oh, white girls are cool. And I live in Austin now. I've been telling people I moved to Austin for comedy, but the truth is, I just wanted to find a white girl who likes the same drugs I like.
Okay. Jesse Saldana. Just stopping. Welcome, Jesse. How long have you been doing stand-up?
8 years.
8 years. Wow.
Yeah.
Where at? San Antonio? Houston. That was my next guess.
Yeah. Same shit.
Absolutely. So what is it that you do for work?
I'm in sales. I sell showers.
You sell showers?
I go to old people's houses and tell them they need a new shower. Just a different version of a pyramid scheme.
Okay. All right. Is there something special about your showers?
They're cheap to make, expensive to sell.
Okay.
Pyramid scheme.
Okay. I don't think you know what a pyramid scheme is.
Oh, I forgot. I'm supposed to tell my friends to sell showers with me. And then I get commission off of their sales.
Okay, there you go. Now it makes sense. So let's talk about it. Jesse, what are the drugs that you like to do?
Weed and mushrooms.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mushrooms. You do that every day?
not mushrooms.
Right. You smoke weed every day?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You do this while selling showers?
After, you know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
As you told me, yeah, I know exactly what that means.
This is
Smoking
such a
weed
tough
after work,
day.
yeah, I got that.
Like a normal person.
Yeah. You could conceivably do both. You could get high and then sell showers. You think it would mess you up a little bit?
Yeah, it's hard to talk to old people when you're high.
Speak for yourself. So, this whole thing, and you have a girlfriend now, Mexican girls, white girls, you talked about.
No, yeah, I'm with a white woman now.
With a white woman now, how long have you been with her?
2 years.
Where'd you meet her?
Here in Austin.
But where in Austin, exactly?
I don't know, some coffee shop that sold weed.
A coffee shop that sells weed?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you approach her? She went up to you?
Well, here's the thing about that weed. I like a juice, like I don't even know. Damn.
Did you get high before this? Did you get high right before this?
I didn't think my name was gonna get pulled.
That's a classic thing we hear here from a lot of people. No one knows that their name's gonna get pulled. A little fun fact about the show would be a whole different show if they did. That whole bucket would be pointless.
I would have been ready to do 1 minute.
Yeah. And instead you did 56 seconds and stopped talking completely. So 8 years in the business, was that like your best material, you think, or is that like some new stuff you're working on?
That's just the shortest. I tell a lot of stories. Yeah,
A lot of stories, huh?
A lot of stories.
Long setups.
Yeah.
It takes a while to get to them.
Cut all of that. And I was like, well, I can talk about this time I got this random girl pregnant.
Did you really? So that's a true story.
I wish it wasn't.
Right. And did she got an abortion?
Yeah, you know, there's still other ways to do that.
Explain to us exactly what you mean.
So, you can order these pills from Mexico that take care of.
Ooh, wow, how exciting. Tide Pods, right? Or whatever those are.
See, the white boys were on 2 Tide Pods early.
So you ordered basically Mexican Plan B?
Yeah, it works way later than Plan B does.
Works way later.
I mean, doesn't it take like a month to find out you're pregnant? I don't know how this works. Wow.
Great.
You take it so late, you actually give it to the baby. That's a Mexican plan.
Plan C.
Yeah. Plan C means you're keeping this man dull.
Oh my God. So it works a lot later than American Plan B.
Yeah, you know, I believe it's different down there.
Okay. All right. And you ordered it and it came in the mail.
Not exactly. I mean, there was still some smuggling involved.
Okay. So you actually had a friend. And there's someone go get it.
I didn't know that guy, but met in a parking lot, and I was like, man, this feels like old drug deals. It feel good.
Probably was. Do you know exactly what it's called? It's like fentanyl.
I don't know what it was. Like, she's white, she found it. You know,
Okay.
white girls are good at finding pills.
And this current girlfriend of yours, she's white.
Oh yeah, but she's not like that.
When you say she's not like that, what do you mean exactly?
She's not white trash.
So if you got her pregnant, what would happen?
No, we're safe.
When you say you're safe, what do you mean?
You know, pulling out.
You pull out.
What do you think I meant? Like, you know what I meant? Alright.
You're checking in with them?
What are you like?
Do you think I'm out of touch? You think I don't know what I'm doing over here?
I don't know. I heard some stories about you.
I bet you did. I bet you did. Okay. So, I mean, where do we even go from here? My dear friend, Jesse Saldana. That's how you spell your name, Jesse, on the I?
Yeah. I asked my mom why she spelled my name like that, and she said the nurse spelled it wrong, and they just didn't fix it.
Holy shit.
Hey, man, I was born in Dallas in 1987. My mom did not want to correct the white nurse. You know?
Okay.
She don't speak English. That's how it was.
Jesse. What else? Do you have any hobbies or anything?
Damn, they gave me the cop sign. I used to be a juvenile probation officer.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you do that anymore?
My criminal record.
What exactly is your criminal record?
This tree popped up out of nowhere on my way home.
The what popped up?
A tree.
A tree. And you've been drinking and driving?
I mean, that's what they said.
Damn. You totaled your car?
Yeah.
Do you remember what happened at all?
I mean, I woke up and there was a bunch of trees, and then there wasn't.
Yeah. You congratulations. You got pulled out of the bucket. You did it. On to the next one. Jesse Saldana. You know what that sound means. It is indeed the lovely Heidi, everybody.
Boy, that Jesse, it was like a shower. It started hot, got kind of cold, and then went right down the drain.
Yes, it did. Real fast. People are hyper aware tonight. They seem sensitive. Both Jesse and Jack Shaw on the defense, ready to go. Did you guys understand what I was doing? Does he not know what I mean? Everybody's like, no. That's gotta suck. All right, your next comedian out of the bucket goes by the name of Alex Hurtline. Or Hurtline. Alex.
Hell yeah, dude. Alright, so real quick, I just want to address this shit going on. Because whenever I do stand-up, most people are wondering why I look like my mom after she burnt dinner. Yeah, it's just a birthmark. My mom's fine. My dad would never hit my mom in the face. Okay, only in the stomach when she was pregnant with me. That's how it happened. Yeah, but when people find out it's a birthmark, they usually hit me with something like, "Part me, Zuko." What was it like growing up part soccer ball? And, obviously I got bullied and shit quite a bit. But, dude, my childhood was actually way harder for my dad, bro. Got falsely accused of child abuse a lot. Yeah, every day. "Sir, why'd you give your 4-year-old the smoke?" Like, dude, I remember this one lady was yelling at him so badly that, like, my little kid brain didn't know how to process it. So I would just shake in fear like Norman Ramsey's wife when he's about to go down on her. Well, thank you.
First question, Alex. Why would Gordon Ramsay's wife be scared before? Oh shit, I see the thing now. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. A Phantom of Keltonians arrived. Holy shit. So that's just your normal face?
Unfortunately.
Well, no, I think it's got a little style to it. You know what I mean? I think it's great. It's awesome. From the video, you should have just stayed facing the audience the whole time, and this would have gone a lot better for you. No, it's great. It's great, Alex. Nobody even notices. First question, why would Gordon Ramsay's wife be scared if he's going down on her?
I mean, he fucking gets pissed when it tastes bad, like any food.
Oh, okay. You should say that part. Oh, it gets a laugh and applause and stuff. You should say that. It's probably going to help instead of people just confused, like, what's wrong with Wolfgang or Gordon Ramsay's, whatever. So, Alex, how long have you been on stand-up?
Like 2.5 years.
2.5 years. Where at here?
Mostly Denver.
Denver.
Oh, yeah.
That's where you're from.
Yep.
All right. And what do you do for work?
For work right now, I'm a porter at a dealership, so I like take the cars that they're working on, take them to the bays, shit like that.
They keep you away from the customers. Like the Hunchback of Notre Dame, you're just kind of like the behind-the-scenes guy. They keep the monster away from the... Can't sell cars with the freak out here. Anyway, do girls like it, Alex? What's your love life like?
Girls like it if their relationship with their dad is bad, but other than that, not really. Yeah, I kind of get a lot of O's when they turn around after I say hi. Yeah, kind of like this, yeah. Just silence, waiting for further explanation.
I think the bucket hat's more aggressive than the birthmark, to be honest with you. What do you got under there? What are you dealing with? You like... Yeah, look at that. You're like, this is like when the nerdy girl takes off her glasses at the end of a rom-com or something like that. Yeah, you're not a bad-looking guy. You're like if Gordon Ryan never tried sports or anything like that. Nobody knows that reference to jiu-jitsu guy. Okay, so, Alex, what do you do for fun?
For fun, I played hockey growing up, so normally I would do like beer league in Denver, but then I moved here and realized that there was like no ice rinks. So there's that. I also used to like be super into entrepreneurship.
What happened with that?
I just, I don't know. I felt like my ideas were a little too retarded. Like I would go door to door selling no soliciting signs.
That's great.
Yeah.
And it didn't work for you?
I made like $500, but it was like really bad quality signs. It looked like a fucking like dive bar Restream sign, but it was just the no soliciting little stick figure guy with that fucking no through him.
You made $500. How many hours or days did you do this?
I did it for like probably consistently like a month, probably like 6 hours a day, selling each for $20 after I bought them for $1. It could have been good, but I kind of just gave up because it was not worth.
Sounds like a real pyramid scheme to me.
Yeah.
It's actually a real good joke, though. Like selling no soliciting signs.
Yeah.
Door to door. That's fucking funny.
Thank you. Yeah.
Red band.
I was struggling with the writing part of it. Like I attempted, but it never goes well. Like dead silence whenever I like try something, but we're not.
So that's kind of got like hair all over it?
Yeah, dude, it's.
You have to shave it regularly?
I've been shaving since I was 3 months old, dude.
Wow.
Yeah.
How often do you have to shave it?
To like not scare people, probably a week.
You gotta go like all the way to under your eye and then down, kinda?
Yeah, kind of.
See it?
Like it's
Face that way for
really
a
weird.
second.
This way.
Oh shit. Fuck yeah.
Yeah,
It's a whole thing.
so yeah, it's like for some reason like it has kind of a built-in fade. It's like way shorter up here to get super long down here.
Do barbers charge you extra for that?
Oh, no, they like try to do it as like charity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was going to see my testicles the same way. But have you considered this? Just a thought, just spitballing. You're a hockey player. Have you ever just told a woman, I got a black eye, and then hope that after a few weeks she likes you enough that you go, by the way, it's permanent?
I tried once in high school, and she got weirded out that it just stayed there forever.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, I don't know. They usually like get more freaked out by the hair. It's almost like they don't even notice like the genuine, obvious dark spot.
Have you thought about growing it out and braiding it?
Dyeing it red, attaching an eyeball. It doesn't like no bullshit. It takes so long, like towards my eye, to like actually get length. It takes like 2 months. I've tried.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And what's underneath there? Is it firm? Is it soft?
Oh, I thought it was cancer. It used to always be like pregnant.
When did that start?
Like when I was 20, roughly.
How old are you now?
23.
Wow. Okay. So there's still time.
There is.
Interesting. I wonder what our friend Dr. Pimple Popper would say about that.
Can you get laser hair removal from that? Like,
Yeah, I actually spent like the first 5 years of my life going to like a laser removal doctor because this shit used to be all the way down to my mouth. And if I didn't get it like fixed, I wouldn't have been able to eat without biting my face.
This is absolutely unbelievable. A lot of people say that this show just has a bunch of handicapped, creepy people on it. Then here comes fucking half a monkey boy walking out. Incredible. Did you get bullied for it a lot as a kid?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
What's the meanest thing anybody ever said to you, or how did they negatively affect your life? Let's relive it real quick in front of millions of people.
So I'm trying to think of like the best one. Chocolate chip cookie got to me.
Oh, yeah, that's a rough one. That's the monkey noise from 45 seconds ago, everybody. Chocolate chip cookies, a rough one, yeah.
It is brutal.
Yeah.
And then another, it was like, oh, he's such a pussy and avoids fights because if he got hit in his other eye, he would look like a raccoon. That was a banger.
Yeah, that's a banger. It really is. I'll tell you what. Here's a medium-sized joke book.
Hell yeah.
There you go. Alex Herbline. Hell yeah. There he goes. One more time for Alex, everybody. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. You know, it can be challenging to find and meet a therapist that's the right fit. From personalized treatment to meeting online, from anywhere to the ability to text your therapist at any time, Talkspace, the leading virtual therapy provider, makes getting the help you meet easy, accessible, and affordable. And so I tune to our senior mental health correspondent.
Tony, I think Talkspace is providing some of the best mental health treatment out there. Talkspace therapy and psychiatry are covered by many insurance plans and employers, including TRICARE for active duty veterans and their dependents. Most insured members have a zero copay.
Copay, what do you say? You can easily sign up online and get paired with a licensed therapist that is the right fit for your needs, typically within 48 hours. So you can also switch providers at no extra cost. Interesting. Talkspace makes getting the help convenient because you can take your appointments from the comfort and privacy of your own home. And as a listener of this podcast, you get $80 off your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80 to match with a licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. It's a real freak show so far. Here we go. Let's keep it going. Make some noises a minute uninterrupted for AJ Iglesias. AJ Iglesias.
What's going on, guys? My name is AJ Iglesias. I know that confuses some of you because my face says Trump supporter, but the name says ICE Detention Center. What an awkward ICE raid that's gotta be. They knock on my door, they open it up, and I'm like, hey, what's going on, man? But sir, he's white. And I still get arrested, not because I'm Mexican, because they found the mushrooms on my coffee table, you know what I mean? Honestly, like, the only way a guy like me gets any work nowadays is if I like stand outside of the Home Depot and pray to God somebody needs a half pipe bill, you know? I don't just do half pipes, I do stairs too, man. Confuses all my jobs, man. It's fucking awesome. Like, I work a lot of labor jobs. They think they're getting some hard work in Mexican, and my big dumb white ass shows up like, hey, what's going on? Can I vape in here? Is that cool with you guys? Or nothing? Just, all right, cool. Yeah, most definitely. You guys are fun, man. I like you guys. This is really cool. Fuck, that's my set. My name's AJ Iglesias. Thank y'all so much.
AJ Iglesias. Am I saying that right? Iglesias?
Oh, the H is silent.
The H is silent. The first letter of your last name is silent. So you go by Iglesias?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Different than Iglesias.
Right? Yeah, no, it's not Iglesias, it's Iglesias, but like I try not to say it with an accent because English.
Are you 100% Latino?
No, I'm half. My dad's Mexican, my mom is very white.
Yeah, very white. That's incredible. So are they still together?
No. Why do you think I'm up here?
Oh yeah, that makes sense. How old were you when they separated?
I was 7 years old.
Okay.
Yeah, you are. Dude, man, this is laughing at me like, fuck you, that little divorce.
Yeah. He's just happy that he couldn't see the last guy's face.
Oh, shit.
So, AJ, let's talk about it. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
I've been doing stand-up comedy like off and on for the last 9 years since I was about 19.
Wow.
Yeah.
9 years. What do you do for work?
I am a software tester for self-driving cars here in Austin.
Wow.
Not Waymo, Zoox, shout out, I guess.
Okay. What's the difference between Zoom and Waymo?
They're Amazon owned, and I guess they're like building like a fully autonomous car with like 4 people in it and no like steering wheel. It's like a fully like, yeah, it's kind of, yeah.
I mean, you should know. You're the guy, right?
Yeah, but like the cars we have are different. We're like in Toyota Highlanders, and like the robot's coming like the next year or so. So we're just making sure it doesn't crash. You know,
The robot's coming.
the robot is gonna be coming, and it's gonna be coming hard.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. For some reason, I'm hard as a rock right now. AJ, what's your love life like?
Kind of bad. Yeah. I just got recently broken up with.
Why did she break up with you?
I don't think she liked Texas. I moved here from California, where I'm originally from, obviously. And yeah, she spent 2 months here and was like, I want to leave. And I was like, oh damn. I like made my apartment all nice for her, you know, I like made it like lady friendly. And then she left.
So let's talk about it real quick. What do you mean by lady friendly? You lowered the toilet seat, or
like I put like shelves in like the shower and shit. Like I bought her like a vanity to put in the bathroom. Like she gamed, so like I got her like a gaming desk and stuff. And now I just have like a nicer apartment. So it's pretty sick.
Very interesting. How long ago was this breakup?
It was at the beginning of the year. I think like it was like January-ish.
She went back to California and doesn't talk to you at all anymore.
She still does talk to me, actually.
So you guys have like a kind of a long distance thing going on?
Not really at all. Like I think she doesn't even like that, and so those are all like the ego.
That's the type of woman that would move back to California. Lesbian.
Yeah.
It takes a real lesbo to leave Texas for California. She's right now at a Starbucks in Silver Lake, surely. Sitting next to Jack's angry Jew dad. So the lesbian antics. So, you thought that a woman would like shelves in a shower. It's funny how this episode's kind of like all repeating itself.
Nice.
Okay. So shelves in a shower, a gaming desk.
Well, it's just like a regular desk to set up her games and stuff.
When she left, what made you think that she's a lesbian? Can you explain?
Oh, she told me.
Wow.
Yeah, like, I went to go buy her a bong because she likes to smoke weed. And I got, like, bought her a bong and, like, some candy that she likes. And then she's like, I like women. And I'm like, sick.
Yeah, it's never good if you buy your girlfriend a bong and she just sits on it. It's never a good sign.
It isn't. It never is.
So, did she ever try to, did you always have long hair like that?
Yeah. No one for the last, 2 years or so.
Did she ever try to, put your legs over your head and eat where your pussy would be? Did you ever get hints that she was into lesbian type of stuff in the bedroom?
She liked being on top a lot, so, maybe that could have been a sign. Yeah. Yeah, that's about it. She did try to eat my butt pussy, which I was a little offended that she didn't want to, but then again,
Makes sense.
it would make sense, yeah.
Yeah.
It's had a good time down there.
Did you try to have another girl come into the bedroom?
No, she kind of just dropped the news. She's like, I fly out in 2 weeks, and that was the most awkward 2 weeks of my fucking life. Because I live in a studio, so we're on top of each other, literally.
Yeah. Yeah, she's on top of you. Greg Fitzsimmons.
Well, there's a lot to unpack. I'm still getting over it. There was a guy up here with a hairy baseball on the side of his face.
So now I feel a little distracted.
Yeah. But
we're punching people in the face if they do bad today. Oh, it's a whole new episode. A whole new level of guilt.
would you consider going under the knife to get this woman back and becoming a woman? Cutting off your dick and adding the rest of the tits that you have on your chest.
I feel like this is enough, I thought. Yeah. I like having a dick. You're really awesome.
Yeah.
So I got rid of that now.
And what about the hair that you have all over your t-shirt at the back? Is that you're covered in your own hair?
I know, it's crazy.
Do you think the grooming might have something to do with it?
Probably. Yeah, I'm like a cat, so she was just finding hair all over her, you know what I mean? So,
You have a cat?
I don't. It's just me.
He does.
Yeah. What's a fun fact about your life that you think makes you different than other people?
God, the only fun fact is people don't believe I'm Mexican. That's part of my
Did
stuff.
you ever communicate with your dad?
I do.
You guys are, talk on the phone?
Oh, yeah.
He's still in California?
No, he just recently retired earlier. He sold his house in California and bought an RV. He's touring the country right now, just
Avoiding. Nice. That's called, everybody. Just touring the country right now. Retired and touring. Just on the run. Yeah. Okay. Alright, AJ. Well, fun times. Here's a medium-sized joke book, buddy. There you go, AJ Iglesias, ladies and gentlemen. Good news. We have a special treat for you, everybody. Got through a few wild buckles, and now it is time for one of the greatest golden ticket winners in the history of the show. She is from Nashville, Tennessee, and she is an absolute savage. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the great and powerful Fiona Coley.
Hello. I just got back from France.
Americans.
You're a little brother.
Yeah, they love
You're a
me
little
over there.
brother.
No, it was pretty funny. I got there and had to Uber from the airport to the hotel, and my fiance was with me, and our Uber driver was like this really hot French man. Okay, and I thought he was hitting on me, and I was really excited to turn down this French guy in front of my fiance. I kind of eased out emotionally. And then he goes, I just really love your voice. Which, as you all can imagine, isn't really a compliment. I get off and, yeah, no. And then he goes, yeah, I'm learning English, so. You talk so slow. It's so helpful. And, like, y'all, I am already humbled. You know what I mean? Like, God took care of it. I don't need this man. My point is, Duolingo can suck my dick. Duolingo can suck my wee-wee or what.
Fiona Collie. There you go. That's how it's done.
You're such a little brother.
Fantastic. You've done it again. How's life going?
Really good. I went on my bachelorette party.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
What's that like?
It was kind of stressful deciding what to do because life is full of walking activities.
Yes. What did you settle on?
I figured it out. We went to a Dollywood, like this theme park, because sitting, number one, we all love it. I'm the best. And it's the only place that I get like to cut lines and perks for being disabled. So that was good.
What kind of perks do you get for being disabled?
The Fast Pass. Yeah.
Hell yeah. And these are like rides and stuff?
Yeah.
Great Fitzsimmons.
Just the cruel irony that they call it the fast pass. It's gotta hurt.
So what kind of rides are there?
Just like really fast up and down. It's like a theme park, amusement park.
You ever been to Dollywood? No, have you been to Dollywood? Oh, yeah, it's great.
It's really fun. It was my first.
You've been to Dollywood in Tennessee? You made that trip?
Yeah, we're from Ohio. That was like our Disney World was Dollywood.
We also had Cedar Point.
I know.
The world's greatest amusement park. Kings Island, Geauga Lake. It was 12. We were spoiled.
What's
We were
that,
even all the way
man?
to Dolly.
What's that, Loki?
And they also have like really
Yeah,
good food there.
yes.
So I guess
Would you have like a powdered sugar covered thing?
hot dog, yeah.
A hot dog?
Yeah.
Perfect. That's all good. Man likes his hot dogs. That's fun. So a bunch of chicks showed up and you guys went to Dolly World.
Yeah, Dollywood.
Dollywood.
Yeah.
Okay. And corrected me to Dolly World and now we're back. We're back. I don't know why I listen to him. I rarely do. Took a chance on him and that's where it got me. Now I'm a fucking idiot. For the millions of people, it's the bean all over again. It's the fucking bean all over again. Dollywood, Dolly World. God damn.
I did shrooms.
Ooh, everybody's talking about mushrooms this episode. It's a mushroom-heavy episode. So let's talk about it. How did the mushrooms hit you?
Oh my god, I don't deal with drugs well. Okay, but I did shrooms at Dollywood, which, yeah, something is wrong with me, okay? Really scary. I forgot that, like, I'm on the show sometimes, and so I'm, like, fully peeking, and this guy comes up to me and he's like, oh my god, can I get a photo? And I was like, why? Yeah,
That's so fun.
my friends had ratted me out. So what was the highlight? Just fun, rides, it was a good bachelorette party?
Yeah, I did throw up. That was fun. That was good. I did a lot of shrooms multiple days. I don't do shrooms.
Now you do?
Yeah, that was, I had a coke phase.
Oh, okay. Wow, we're just having a little confessional here tonight. Tell us about this coke phase. What was that like?
It was in college of my, like, blocker era, I guess.
The old speed walking.
I did coke for the first time, and I'm not fucking kidding. I started doing cartwheels.
Oh,
And
wow.
I could like run by myself, and I was so convinced that this was like the most modern medicine. I told my neurologist, I was like, you gotta try this shit, okay? It's unbelievable.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and he was like, no, that's like really cool, but you have a heart problem, so.
Imagine if that was a cure. And Jerry Lewis shows up with a pound of coke and all the kids, they just all get up and start fucking dancing.
Wow, perfect music for that situation. Really painted the picture there, Red Band. Gave us a nice texture. For those of you just listening and not watching the podcast. Wow, so fun. So the highlights of the bachelorette party were mushrooms and fast pass.
Yes, yeah, and to get like the best pass as a disabled person, they bring you in this little office and they question you. I'm not giving like to like prove you're disabled to them, and I was like, what are we doing? And one of the questions was, do you have the upper body strength to like hold yourself in place? And I was like, that's fucking cunt. Like, of course. Like, what a dumb fucking question. I did not. Okay? I almost died on every ride.
Yeah. A lot of slippage.
I had to go back and apologize to her. I don't remember because I had a concussion, but like.
You're so funny, Fiona. We love you. Another new minute from Fiona Colby, ladies and gentlemen. She's done it again. A superstar. How about a hand for Heidi, everybody? Isn't it something? A perfect human specimen. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Tecovas. I've always said anywhere worth going is worth going in good boots. That's why you need to find your perfect pair with Tecovas. Ever wonder if you can pull off boots with your personal style? You owe it to your feet to pull on a pair of Tecovas, because being confident isn't about being different. It's about being yourself. You can find comfort in the traditions of the West and confidence from making it your own. Tecovas even offers professional grade work boots that will bring comfort and timeless style to the job site.
I totally love my Tecovas. They're the most comfortable boots I've ever worn, period. Beyond Boots, Tecova also offers a wide selection of men's and women's apparel, bags, and fine leather goods. They even have slip-ons and sandals.
Plus, with Tecovas Best in the West guarantee, you get free returns and exchanges for 30 days. Right now, get 10% off at tecovas.com/Kiltony when you sign up for email and text. That's 10% off at tecovas.com/Kiltony. Tecovas.com/Kiltony. See site for details. Tecovas. Point your toes west. Alright, back to the bucket we go. I gotta say, this looks like one of the most fun names I've pulled in a long time. I know a good name when I see one. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Sir Winston Nichols, everybody. Nichols, oh yes, let's go.
Oh, baby.
Well, I'm 60 years of age and my My high school belt still fits around my neck. I try to stay in shape, just like the teenage girl next door. She's one of those teenage girls who likes to go jogging at 5 a.m. in the morning. Well, 5:22 this morning. Whenever she goes jogging, I like to drive slowly behind her with my headlights off. Just to make sure she's safe. Well, you have to. There's some fucking weirdos out there in the morning. I've been reading this diary book and I find it difficult to comprehend. It's been over 30 years, or almost 30 years, since the world tragically lost what I believe anyway to be the most beautiful Mercedes-Benz ever made. Thank you, my name's Sir Winston Pickles. You've been wonderful.
Sir Winston Pickles, let the fun begin. Holy shit. I love everything about you, Sir Winston Pickles. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the show. I genuinely laughed throughout your entire set. That was amazing. How long have you been performing on stage?
10 years as a clown, 6 years as stand-up.
Okay. So the last 6 you've been doing stand-up as a clown, but 10 as a clown. What were you doing the first 4? You don't seem like you'd be very good at children's parties or anything.
There's still a few of those missing there.
I love it. So, where are you from?
England originally, but I just moved from Florida.
You moved to Austin, Texas?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
Welcome. Look at that. Amazing. We'll see how you like this Texas heat. I see that makeup's going to be running any day now. Welcome. How long were you in Florida for?
10 years.
10 years.
Bad enough.
Right, exactly. And so what do you do most of the time? What is a guy like Sir Winston Pickles up to? He's not...
A little bit of that.
Huh?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Okay, let's talk about it. A little bit of what?
I moved my car at $20 an hour, also known as DoorDash.
Oh, you do DoorDash?
Yes.
You don't do it in character?
No.
Oh my god. Have you thought about doing it in character? That seems like it would be a hit. I mean, it gives people some real fucking nightmares on their Ring doorbell camera. Just freak people the hell out. Seems like a blast. Sir Winston Pickles, how much time do you think you have? How much material do you think you have of that part that you just did for that minute?
I do 20 minutes. I'm going to feature in Florida.
Amazing. Grateful Simmons.
It's hard to make fun of a guy who, you're just kind of in awe of.
Yeah.
I think you're hilarious. Like, I like to shit on people because they suck, and I just think it's very good for speech.
What was that?
Well, thank you.
I agree. I agree, Sir Winston Pickles. I like your style a lot. In fact, I think, why don't you just do a little more time? Why don't you do another minute or 2? I want to hear more of Sir Winston Pickles. You guys want to hear some more material from Sir Winston Pickles? I mean, I'm just going to let you take over, Sir Winston. Feel free to shoot a fucking 20-minute special right now. 1 second. Can I get can we do the solo mic on Sir Winston Pickles? Yeah, let's do that.
I've been having a lot of issues with my neighbours. The neighbour next door, his carbon monoxide alarm kept me awake all last night. All night. Of course, I confronted him about it the next day. I knocked on his door, said, "Trevor, are you coming up? What's going on last night?" No answer. No. That's a dick move, that is. I used to back on the set because on a cruise ship, met some great people. Met my first wife, the bearded lady. She wasn't part of the circus, no, she was from Maine. Thank you. Met a great guy, the human cannonball. Great guy, do anything for anyone. Always went the extra mile. Actually, that's how we lost him at sea. There's no finding him either because he was a midget. I'm sorry, we can't use that word, no, can we? It was a midget. Let's go on the stage, found some more taller than me. Any cruise ship lovers in here while we're talking about cruises? What is wrong with you? They say that at any given time of the year, 17 people a year disappear overboard, never to be found again. That's not enough. On a weekend cruise, I have listed at least 50 women and children I want to throw overboard. Now, there are men too, but with the children first.
So, Winston Pickles, I have some more questions now. Amazing. It's fun to sit back and watch someone do comedy for a little bit. I like your style. You're so different than everybody else. Did you work on cruise ships for a bit out of Florida?
No, that was a big lie.
Oh, okay. Let me ask you this. Have you met any other people out there, like women that have clown fetishes? Is that a thing? Have you noticed that?
A few. I try to stay away from them. They're fucking weird.
So do you have like a wife or a girlfriend or something?
Yeah, she's at home in the basement.
Right. And she likes you clown. Do you ever hang out with her in the clown makeup?
Yes.
And does the carpet match the drapes? Is there like a red nose on it?
Shiny and red, yes.
It's what?
Shiny and red.
Shiny and red. When's the last time you were in England, Sir Winston Pickles?
Decade ago.
Good. We were just there. Holy shit.
I have to apologize for that.
Yeah. It's a real mess. These people. It's a mess.
Did you do the Lady Di joke in England?
No.
No.
Fantastic material, Sir Winston Pickles. Welcome to the Kiltony universe. This is a big Kiltony jump book made by the Green Bonsai. Great band.
I just want to say, the last 4 arena shows, I've seen you in the audience and I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? And it's so great to finally see you. I would love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday.
There you go. Sir Winston Pickles has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. A dark and dirty clown. That's what we've always wanted here. There he goes. Sir Winston Pickles, he's our favorite clown. We always like it when he comes to town. Alright, your next fucking poll, lady. This is another wild name. And it's a one-word name. Make some noise for an offender. Holy shit, this should be interesting.
Hell yeah, dude. It's a new year. It's a new me. That's what I've been telling myself. This year I've been working on my New Year's resolution, which is to quit smoking cigarettes. This year I came up with a new technique. It's where I like to picture the cigarette, something I would never put in my mouth. So if you were to guess a big black cock, you'd be correct. I don't know why.
I get down on my knees. I say, hey, man, you got a lighter? But boy, do they get pissed when I take off my hat and say, hey, will you hold my hair? There was some good news in this whole situation. I mean, I'm not homophobic or racist. Right.
Wow, offender. My goodness.
That was the worst tragedy in Texas in the last 5 decades.
Offender. My God.
Somebody.
What the hell was that, dude? It's tough to follow Sir Winston Pickles, isn't it?
I had some of you listen. You know, I felt great about it. This is awesome.
Have you won some?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm here right now.
All right.
This is a win.
Okay. All right. Offender. There you go. There's people in the back like opportunity. Doesn't matter what you do with it, but you did get pulled out of the bucket. Tell us about you. What the fuck was that? Let's start there. You've been working on that? You've been running that at open mics? Gets laughs?
Yeah, it kills.
Really?
It does. I don't want to sell it now. I mean, if it sucked, it sucked. I'll work it. I'll get better.
Offender, what's going on in your actual life? Let's talk about it. Tell us about you.
So I live on my short bus. I travel around Austin. I do nothing but comedy. I've been hosting now. I've been here for 6 months. This makes 312 mics that I've done since moving here.
Wow.
I've done it in Nashville. I went to New York just to test the grounds before you guys go to MSG and understand how the subways work. What is this like?
Wow. You're ready to bomb on every level.
No, sure.
Absolutely incredible. Wow.
It's all right.
I love it. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
You're paying your dues. 312 open mics. What's the worst it's ever gone? Describe to us what the
Apparently right now. But that's news to me. I'm disappointed with that, but I feel like I just got off the ball when I saw it too. So maybe I need to work harder and better.
Okay, this is going nowhere.
No, dude, ask me anything else. What do you want?
I just asked you what's the worst in open mic for you. This isn't an open mic. You're in front of millions of people right now.
You are correct.
Uh-huh.
I had a mic that I was hosting. This is true story. Just happened last week, and some people came in, interrupted the bar show. And so as the host, I tried to bring them back. And I told these people that this was not a movie theater. They didn't like that. That was
When you say you told these people, what do you mean by these people? Can you describe them?
they were nice people.
Yeah.
They like rap music.
Okay.
Yeah. Fried chicken.
Okie dokie, that's enough. We got it. We got it. Alright, Offender. So, you've been on the show before, right?
One time,
But your name was different then.
no, it was Offender.
It was Offender. That's right.
With
It's all coming back.
Kill Tony bingo board tattooed on his thigh.
You do have a Kill Tony bingo board and tattooed to your thigh.
I do.
This is our fan base, everybody. If you're wondering if you're sane or not from loving this show, this is the guy that has the.
Have you ever seen The Rock that goes with the Cam Patterson shirt?
No.
You've never seen it here.
It's okay.
I'll just hand it to you.
It's fentanyl. Okay. All right, Offender. You already have a little joke book?
I have a big joke book.
I gave you a big joke book.
Yes, sir.
What the fuck did you talk about possibly in that interview last time in which you got a big joke book?
I had been to prison.
Okay.
I had been to prison. I know prison had an effect on me though, especially when it comes to women.
Okay.
So now instead of buying them flowers, I just give them money.
Okie dokie, Offender. Here's a little joke book to go with the big one. Here you go. offender, everybody. I am offended. I am offended. All right. Wow. Sometimes it just gets a little fucking sad in here, you know what I mean? Make some noise for your next fucking hole, Sonny Castillo, everyone. Sonny Castillo.
So I recently bought a used dog from the animal shelter. And she was a bit harder to take care of than I thought she would be, so I needed help. So I went and got a used girlfriend from the women's shelter. I could never turn down a rescue. And earlier this morning, we were getting ready to go to work, and she kept complaining that she had a muffin top. And I was like, nah, you look fine, cupcake. So, my friend Maricela just opened up the world's first gay ice cream parlor. She calls it Monty Cones. Thank you.
Sonny Castillo. Welcome, Sonny. Is this your first time on the show?
Yes, it is.
Nice. How long have you been doing stand-up?
About 14 years.
14 years. Where at? San Antonio?
No. Yes, Austin. I haven't really left Texas. Mostly around here. Austin, Houston.
Okay. Austin, Houston. What do you do for work, Sonny Castillo?
I work at a courthouse.
Okay. What do you do at the courthouse?
We call people that have warrants, and we try to help them to avoid being arrested by police. We're like good guys.
So you try to call them in?
Yeah, it's easy because a lot of them are my family members.
Very good, son. I like that. Yeah, we know a lot of the Castillos. Big family you got.
Yes. I actually have over 80 first cousins on my dad's side.
Wow.
So we might be related.
Look at that. 80 cousins. You might be related to these two as well. Okay. Sonny, what do you do for fun? What are some hobbies of Sonny Castillo?
So I used to do photography, and during the pandemic, I started doing action figure photography, and so I started doing action figure reviews on YouTube.
Wow, Red Band is hard as a rock right now. That's absolutely incredible. Action figure reviews on YouTube. Is that taking off, kind of? Is it getting popular?
I'm monetized, so I get a couple $100 a year from it.
A couple $100 a year. Wow.
It's like it's something that I was already doing, so I might as well make a little bit of money from it.
Okay. Very interesting. It's childlike behaviors. I'm gonna check in with Greg Fitzsimmons here.
Look, I don't want to be harsh on the guy who's got a necklace with a revolver on it. Is that something you wear in the courthouse?
Yeah, it's a 1911. It's not a revolver, it's a automatic.
It's a G.I. Joe. Have you ever shot somebody?
I haven't, but I've been really close.
When you say you've been really close, what are we talking about?
So I was at Lakeland Mall one day, and I was in the parking lot, and I saw a dude beating on an old woman. So I hopped out, I stuck a 40 cal in his face. Yeah, told him to stop.
Amazing.
Yeah, he listened.
You're an American hero. Those rings, where did you steal those from?
Actually, it's funny, most of these are street values, so okay, what they post on the street. So.
What does that mean? Explain to us non-criminals exactly what you mean by that.
I'm not saying they're stolen, I'm not saying they're not stolen. The person who bought them from seemed like a legit guy. So. One wedding ring, that came from Kate Jewelers.
It doesn't look like great metal. It looks like the kind of metal where if you pulled the ring off, you would still have a ring on your skin.
What's that? Yeah, dude, because the sun.
Yeah.
So you're married?
I am married.
How long have you been married for?
We've been married going on 6 years.
6 years. What does she do?
She works for the state.
Okay.
Not quite sure. I know she's in front of a computer.
living.
Yeah, that's something.
Okay. Where'd you guys meet?
Actually, through a mutual friend on Facebook. So before the Facebook dating thing, we met.
Okay. First date, what'd you do?
I asked her where she want to go. I was like, we're gonna Taco Bell, Golden Chicken, Little Caesars. She chose Taco Bell.
Wow, okay. She's Latino as well?
Yes.
Amazing.
I was straight up with her. I was like, look, I'm on the East side. I'm not really fancy.
When you say O2 East Side, what exactly do you mean by that?
Born and raised here in Texas, O2 East Austin.
O2 East Austin. Can you translate that for me? What exactly does that mean? O2 East Austin.
Pre-gentrification.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know what that means. Like, kind of like the...
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, most people.
And what do you think about your lovely city nowadays? Are you one of the locals that thinks this is Sherbet? Like the guy with the monkey shirt and the hat over there?
I'm kind of torn between gentrification thing because it's like, yeah, they ruined our neighborhood, so it's kind of between the two. Yeah. And now East Austin has sidewalks. We never had those before. So that's nice. And the police come out now. We call them. Never had that before either.
Yep. That's a thing. Sidewalks and police officers. It's amazing what's going on here. I liked your material, Sonny. Very fun times. You are getting a big joke, but congratulations, Sonny Castillo. How fun. We're getting through it. We have another very special treat for you, ladies and gentlemen. This is a truly an action-packed episode. This is a Hall of Famer going up right in the middle of the goddamn show. One of the most famous regulars in the history of the show. Famous for his roasting and stand-up ability, ladies and gentlemen. A rare mothership appearance by the great and powerful David Lucas, everyone.
A plane in India just recently crashed heading to England, and 176 Indians died. And since that plane crash, scam calls have been down 50%.
That's a good one.
Apple has no more tech support. That's crazy. You gonna call Apple and talk to a nigga that sound like me? You know what I'm saying? Can you help me with my phone? Have you turned that motherfucker off yet, bitch? Turn it off and turn it back on. I can only imagine what that plane smelled like. God damn, bro. If I would have been driving that plane, I probably would have crashed it too, nigga. Oh no! When it crashed, it probably smelled like somebody was barbecuing a goat. They're like, who was barbecuing a goat? It's so weird how women with purple and blue hair want us to give a fuck about the Middle East. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody really gives a fuck about the Middle East because if you did, you'd take your ass over there. If they want me to give a fuck about the Middle East, you're going to have to give the Middle East an NFL team. That's the only way.
That's a fucking thing.
I'd love to watch the Palestine Packers, you know what I'm saying? All right, that's what I tell you. It's like,
David Lights Out Lucas.
fucking know me.
Man.
Yes, niggas.
Oh, wait, what? You're just gonna start like that, you fat motherfucker? We're just going with the
Hey, if Tony was a gamer, he'd play Call of Duty.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Your ass zipped up, nigga.
I love this look. I love it. You have your own fucking equator around you. Look like you're ready to take a yacht trip to a McDonald's.
Why you so zipped up, nigga? The HIV medicine kicking your ass, huh?
Hey, KFC medicine's kicking yours. You're bigger than ever.
You gayer than ever, nigga. I gay your face up like a baboon's ass. That motherfucker, you look like you just got slapped in the face with a cherry pie, nigga.
Right? reserve that and hold that back because I like working.
Is that a vest? What is that, bro? It's just
It's a vest. What the fuck is that?
what sweatshirt?
Just because you
You dress like a gay sniper, nigga. Put the scope in my ass.
I love this new look, though. You look like you're going to get on a unsinkable ship of some kind. It is incredible. Are you wearing that because you need a yacht?
Get out of here, big man.
D-Man is making a big deal.
T-Mo Stevie Wonder, look at that. Superstition.
Oh my god.
Don't. That blind ass nigga out here laughing at that shit. He ain't never seen me or you, nigga. He don't even know what gay look like, nigga laugh. He don't know what fat look like. He can only imagine it. I probably look like a fucking rainbow cloud in that nigga head.
I cannot believe you called him T-Boo Stevie Wonder. That is a 4-year elephant in the room that we've been avoiding. I don't think he's ever going to be the same after that. This might be the first time that he doesn't come back from me. Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
Back to you, Stevie Wonder Bread over here. Have you been, it seems like you're losing weight. Is that
Yes, and I've been working out. I got a personal trainer now.
you do?
Yeah.
What type of workouts does he have you doing exactly?
A lot of ass stretches.
Eating. What are you doing?
You do penny shoots out the ass. You get 45 penny shoots.
What the fuck is that? What type of workouts are you doing to lose the weight?
A bunch of bullshit, man. I fucking hate it, bro. Every time he be like, we got 2 more seconds. I'll be like, nigga, I'm about to eat. I hate working out, dog. I don't want to take the glutide shit.
Yeah,
But I'm working out. Yeah.
that's good.
This is English. That's so much good.
This is so good. Greg, it's been a while since you've seen David Lucas.
You look great, man. Yeah.
You don't. You look like you just got bit by a vampire.
Thank you.
He got 2 holes on the side of his neck. Holes on the side of your neck. You need a blood transfusion.
Another AIDS joke. A lot of AIDS jokes around today.
You look symptomatic, nigga.
Yeah.
Anything I say, you got it.
Yeah.
Heartburn, chest pain.
Whatever it is, I take a little and drop some weight. Take it, just a hint of AIDS, a couple drops of AIDS.
We've got AIDS. David has cool AIDS.
I don't even got one for total. I don't know.
What's that thing? What happens if you pull that heat out? Do you fill with more air?
If I put it, I'm going to air, nigga. It's all white. It's a belt. Your boyfriend.
Oh my goodness.
They get my joke out the red man want to play Looney Tune ass sounds.
Wait, no, pull it again. I heard something. Oh my god. David, what else is going on? You want to plug something?
Man, I'm on tour like a motherfucker. I'm everywhere, bro. Tickets at DaveLewis.com, bro. Next year I'm doing
Red Lobsters all around the country.
yeah. Nigga, you performing at HIV clinics. Get your all the rainbow houses across the world. You know what's crazy? In the city. So when me and my family moved to Macon, Georgia, bro, there was this thing for gay niggas called the Rainbow House. And they would house gay niggas with HIV, bro. And then you know one time somebody, a crackhead, broke into that place, do something, you know the word I want to demonetize. Rhymes with break.
Oh, okay. So a crackhead called the Rainbow House. It closed out after that.
Wow. Did the guy get AIDS?
I don't know, but he sued the city. Nigga, that's crazy.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, it's so weird for criminals, bro. You can sue for anything, bro. You can probably sue because you turned out gay, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You can sue the city.
The little smoke alarm kind of changed the batteries over there. That's his feet pen making that noise, everybody. The battery in your vape pen.
Want me to tell you something about smoke alarms, bro? So,
Are you looking at your... No. Are you looking at your blood pressure right now? What's going on, man?
So no, bro, I got a new place in Austin, bro, and brand new out. And I was in there 1 week. I was in there 1 week, and I went to buy smoke detectors at the Home Depot. And the next day, my smoke detectors were beeping. I think they sell niggas beeping smoke detectors. It was brand new and it was already beeping. I didn't even change no batteries. It's crazy. It's racist. I don't know a nigga without a beeping smoke detector. It's crazy.
Are you sure you didn't just have something that you left in the microwave without opening the door? It wasn't trying to alert you? You are guilty of a great many. All right, David, you're the man. Catch him on tour. David Lucas, ladies and gentlemen. Onward and upward we go. Yes, the man. One more time for David Lucas, everybody, the legend. All right, this is it. Bucket pool number 7. This looks like a fun name, too. Make some noise for Deepak Candy. Deepak Candy. Come on, make some noise for Deepak, everybody. Okay, let's do this. Is it just me, or you guys also feel like Hollywood makes slavery movies once every year? Just to a rich black dude for 15 minutes? No, just me? Okay. I mean, I know it's acting, but come on, 15 minutes? Like, please stop that. We all get it. Whips to the back are painful. And I found out whips to the back are painful in my 5th grade, actually. Relax, nothing happened to me. Wouldn't it be funny if I just came up here and went, my dad took the shit out of me and I can't watch celebrity movies anymore? Nope. I watched Passion of the Christ. And we've all seen some kind of reenactment or a play where Jesus is getting beat up. I don't know why though. Apparently it's not enough to say that Jesus suffered and died for our sins. You have to actually see the, precious. Alright, Deepak Panny. Let me start off with this question. What? Yes, boos from the crowd, very good. As though you actually had to make that noise for us to know that it wasn't good. Your lack of laughter told the entire story. Deepak, how long have you been attempting stand-up comedy? 2 months. 2 months. And where are you from, Deepak? India. India. Oh my goodness gracious, so you're really born and raised in India. Great Fitzsimmons checking.
Well, I think this is a direct result of you guys getting rid of the drivers in your Ubers. We're going to see a lot more of this.
That is true. They're going to need stuff to do. They're going to start chasing their dreams instead of picking us up. Deepak, how long have you been in America? By the sound of your accent, I'm guessing 25 minutes? 1.5 years, actually. What? 1.5 years. 1.5 years. Adorable. And you came straight here to Austin, Texas? No. I studied master's in Cleveland. What? I studied master's in Cleveland. Your master's degree in Cleveland? No, I'm still doing it. You're still studying. What are you trying to major in? Hopefully English. You can guess it, actually. Computer science. Computer science. Wow, Deepak, don't you guys just automatically come with a master's degree in that? Are you teaching? Let's see. Okay, so what do you plan to do once you get a science degree from Cleveland State? Put a hand for D-Man is coming in. He's back! What do you plan to do with your computer science? No idea.
great student. Very rare for an Indian boy like you to not be a great student.
So I was kind of good till my high school. Fell off.
You think you have like a learning disability? Perhaps you have
I was about to say.
When you call like Verizon wireless tech support, how long does it take until you both break into Indian?
I actually talked to a scammer once. He was a Pakistani, my neighbor. So we just chatted about how did you get into this. So it was nice. He could speak Hindi.
So how long have you been in America?
1.5 years.
1.5 years. And what are some things that you find shocking? Like what is super different here than India?
Toilet paper.
Toilet paper, yes. That's a big one. That's a big one. Explain to us when you're sitting on a toilet and you've got number 2. What exactly do you do with the toilet paper? How many pieces do you think you use?
I just bought a handheld bidet from Amazon and just.
I think you lost a piece when you sit on a toilet. Not hover over like a drone.
So you have a handheld bidet.
My ass got chapped in like a month or so.
Your ex got chapped?
My ass got chapped with the toilet paper.
Right, it got chapped.
Can't do it.
Don't do it. So you have a handheld bidet that is hooked up to your toilet directly?
Yeah, it just takes some plumbing.
Takes some plumbing. Yeah, no doubt about it. And so you do you go from the back side with that, or do you go in between and up missionary position, or do you go doggy style, or do you... It's hard to ask questions. It's hard to find new questions in 12 years of the show, but somehow, goddamn it, we managed to do it. Explain to us the exact hand position of this.
I think everyone goes front. Can't do it like this.
Do you look at the toilet afterwards? See some shrapnel, a little disaster area, perhaps? Butter chicken.
I just do. Butter chicken is not that popular in India. It's kind of sweet for some, but I just do one flush, so everything's there when I see it.
Okay. Deepak, what's your love life like? You have a girlfriend?
Nope.
No? Have you been on any dates since you've been to America?
Nope.
Not a single date? Nope. Have you kissed an American girl? Nope. Do you want to?
Nope.
No, you don't want to. Very interesting. Are you into specifically only Indian women?
Nope. This might kind of sound gay, but I can't do one night stands.
What about one night stands?
Can't do it.
You can't do it. You want to fall in love with somebody?
No, not that. I just want to know the person before I show them my dick.
Wow. Okay. And where do you think you get this from? Is this something your parents taught you, or religious, or something?
No, I just kind of figured it out.
Have you been with a woman before? Are you a virgin?
No, been with many.
You've been with many? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a big deal? What? Is that a big deal? Is that a big deal?
Sorry, go on.
I mean, you've been with many women. Is that expensive? Does that add up?
For them.
I love it, Deepak. What's an interesting fun fact about you that you think makes you different than anybody that's ever been on this show before?
I started doing comedy because I think comedy is dying right now.
You think it's dying right now? Okay, that's a very interesting take.
There are no more stand-ups, lyrics, cartoons, you know. They're just a bunch of people I see in the open mics trying to be cool. Retard this, retard that. You're gay, I'm autistic.
Okay.
So What's it? What? I don't really get it, Deepak. I'm gonna get you out of here, Deepak. Have you thought about taking a plane from London back to India? Here's a little checkbook. Oh, jeez. There he goes, Deepak. Handy, everybody. Just a little warning, there may be a suicide bombing outside after tonight's show. Just a little something to keep an eye out for. How about a hand for Heidi, everybody? All right. Make some noise for your next bucket full. John Bechtel. John Bechtel.
Austin, Texas, how's it going? Give it up for the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, y'all. How many of y'all are on dates here tonight? Because, war was declared for a second. That, look, I'm scared to go to war, pussy, you know. How many here? Men are dogs, am I right? Men are like dogs. White women fuck them occasionally. They took down the billboard outside my place of a kid who OD'd on fentanyl. I guess he got better. Give it up for that guy. Give it up for the sleepy type T-Bear. That motherfucker's been sleeping on the job for 40 fucking years. Has anyone checked him? It might be the dead the entire time T-Bear. Motherfucker OD'd on hibiscus. I'm really glad we didn't go to war. Because, if a nuke hit outside San Diego, I don't think Mountain Dew will, last after the Baja Blast in 2025. Those Ninja Turtles, they're always saying cowabunga. Those motherfuckers should be asking cowabunga. I work in, food service. I deliver pizzas in the street. Hell yeah.
John Bechtel, welcome to the show. Wow. My goodness gracious. I love your energy, John.
I appreciate it.
Incredible. How long have you been doing stand-up?
A year and change.
Okay.
But I used to host things growing up and whatnot.
Okay. An open mic in Chernobyl, perhaps, or something like that. Great Fitzsimmons.
Well, a year and change. I would emphasize the change part a little bit.
Yeah, I've been doing stand-up for a year or so. I used to host a drunk history thing. That was my friends. It was just kind of a group effort. Me and these crazy lesbians just watching WWE. I was a blast.
I love it. Did that show take place inside of a large microwave, perhaps?
Alleyway.
You are an interesting guy. What's your ethnicity? What are you?
Very white.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, German Irish.
Okay, German Irish. And you drink a lot.
For German Irish, I try to make it better. I've been living in Texas for 25 years now. I love it.
Where were you at before that?
East Coast.
Okay. All right. What do you do for work exactly?
Theater sucks.
Right.
Okay. I've been doing this for 16 years.
Okay. That's good. Is it you make good money doing it?
I try to.
Is it a pizza restaurant?
Tony.
A genuine
Tony, I moved on.
Okay.
I retired from the pizza.
What kind of restaurant is it?
I used to get these.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
I got fired from a couple of those.
What did you get fired for? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the firings of John Bechtel.
You can't ask your old dipshit boss. He used to sit in the office, text all the girls in the kitchen videos of him riding his fucking BMX bike. And you knock on the door, it's what the fuck do you even do at this job? Yeah, you can't show up right after doing things.
I had no idea. Somehow I understood Deepak Pai better than you do.
I saw a guy chop his hand off. It was crazy.
You saw a guy chop his hand off?
Yeah, there was these Nacogdoches twins. They're from East Texas. Just whatever goes on in those woods.
Yeah.
Who knows? So this guy, this dipshit, sells smoking PS3. The saran wrap melts. He takes this knife, and we're all just over the saran wrap. Cuts it open. It's perfect. It works. For some reason, he swings again, chops off his hand. I never got money back for that PS3. How's it going on in Texas? Get out for yourselves, y'all.
John, have you ever been arrested before?
Actually, I have.
Yeah.
Once.
Okay.
Once.
What was that?
On February, it was April 18th, the night of April 18th, 2013. Look it up, y'all.
You're not going to tell us?
It's the night the Boston Bombers got caught. So I'm watching that shit in the drunk tank. Everyone's hooting and hollering, and all these fucking cops keep on walking up to me, and you're like, you're the motherfucker who works at that goddamn sandwich restaurant. I worked in sandwiches before pizza, Tony.
John, you are something else. What are you on exactly?
For legal reasons, I'm sober for 2 years eventually.
Yeah. Well, seriously, what are we on? Adderall and whiskey? Or, like, what is the exact combination?
I smoke a lot of now legal substances.
You got a little gun there all of a sudden.
In Texas, Tony. Welcome to Texas.
All right, thank you. Been in here 5 years, but yes, thank you for the big welcome.
Well, it's nice. Hey, welcome.
What are you on? That's the question.
Oh, I smoke a Halloween.
You smoke a Halloween, but where do you get this energy from?
Okay, I can't get diagnosed for, Asperger's or autism. They just like your So,
I would get another opinion on
I
that.
rely on my friends with Adderall.
You know what? It's a very, very rare happening. Only once every few months does Matt Mueling, our electric guitarist, speak up. He has asked permission to speak, and he will speak.
Yeah,
This is Matt Mueling.
John Dees also smokes a hell of a lot of weed.
Yeah, but his weed is white. His weed is green.
John, here you go, buddy. Here's a little joke book coming at you. John Bechtel, ladies and gentlemen. There goes John Bechtel. We've had some wild bucket pulls here tonight. All right, here's another one. This is a very interesting name yet again. And the name is I Am Frank. Make some noise for I Am Frank. Okay.
Hello, Kill Tony Universe. It's great to be back. They told me that my comedy would take a huge step forward if I told jokes that my audience here in Austin found more relatable. So I no longer trust black people. Why are their pants so low? No, relax, folks. It's only jokes. It's only jokes, and that joke is funny. D-Madness, because I too am a black man. Didn't want to leave him in the dark on that one. No, okay. I don't think everyone here in Austin is racist. It's hard not to feel that way when you see the things I've seen. Someone called me the N-word in traffic. Yeah, I cut him off, but he got unusually perturbed. Started yelling slurs. So I thought, he even threw banana peels at my car. That's when I said, I will never play Mario Kart online in the city again. Yes, I have.
Okay. Did it go better last time?
It went exactly how it was supposed to go.
Okay. What does that mean exactly?
What exactly I was looking at?
Someone just pointed out that his zipper is down, and that is very sad. We've really taken a turn here. It's very, very interesting what's happening tonight. Some very rugged bucket pulls. I don't know if they're underprepared or maybe the nerves are getting to them. How do you feel, Frank, right now? How do you feel? You're looking out there into the crowd. You're staring at them.
Roger.
Did something happen?
Yes.
What happened?
It's very tragic.
What?
I donated plasma today.
Okay, you do that to make money.
From time to time, yeah, I do it.
How much money did you get from your plasma today?
Not sure.
You didn't even pay attention to the amount of money that you got paid strategically for donating plasma, which is what you did to get money today.
You know, it's not about the money for me, Tony. I'm in it for the love of the game.
All right. Frank, you got a little jump up last time? We're just going to keep it moving, Frank. How about a hand for Frank, everybody? I am Frank. I'm going to fix this. I'm going to fix the momentum in the room right now by doing something absolutely insane. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring to the stage a man who is eventually going to be a citizen of the United States of America. A man who remains at this moment the Estonian assassin. This is a brand new set from the one and only Ari Batty.
You know how they're like diversifying all the movie franchises now? They're making like a gay James Bond. He's gonna suck so much dick to get those passwords. They're doing Taken, you know Taken with Liam Neeson? They're doing one with a black dad. The phone just keeps ringing. Sorry, baby. Had to make a stop. Feminists are upset. They're trying to cancel the new Catwoman movie that's coming out because the new Catwoman is Zoe Kravitz. Bring it, bitch. And the feminists are saying, why does Catwoman always have to be some supermodel? Why couldn't Catwoman be like a plus-size model? She needs to climb. You ever see a fat cat? Bitch, you can't be That's the issue. I've literally just mumbled along my whole fucking life.
Right. Greg Fitzsimmons.
Do you, whenever you, first of all, it's always great to see you. You're fucking great. But what, is there ever going to be like a homecoming? Like, is there an arena to play in East Oak? Is there like a big venue that you want to go home someday and play?
Yeah,
No, you have.
yeah.
Oh.
It's an arena.
Not American standards, you know, it's ABC.
Okay.
One of the biggest venues we got, you know.
Nice. Very
Packed it out.
Yeah. 81.
What do you like to do when you go home?
Sauna, you know, dig down sauna. I go to the bog, you know, you ever been to a bog?
What's a bog?
Bog.
A bog.
A bog.
What's a bog?
You know what a bog is?
Nobody knows what a bog is.
It's like, yeah, see?
Oh, and a bog.
No, it's a bog. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, yes, not springs, but it's a dirty little spring.
It's a dirty spring. Okay.
But it's quiet, you know. Not a lot of ethnic people, it's serene. Nobody talks too loud.
Like Shrek.
It's like Shrek, like Swamp, like, yeah, Shrek. That was a big movie for us. It was. Shrek is about an imperialistic government taking a man's swamp. It's our Schindler's List. Well, we got that swamp back, you know what I'm saying?
The jokes were just unbelievable tonight. I mean, probably the best set of the night. I mean, absolutely incredible. All of it's so funny and movie themed. Set this shit is crazy. They are really making some movies.
You make your own shit, bitch.
Yeah, they're doing some wacky stuff. I watched Gladiator 2. Denzel Washington's just in it. He's just in it throughout, and it just is impossible to not every time just go like, what's going on? What are we doing? It's just a regular old Roman black guy.
As we know. No one's acting weird. Everyone's like, yeah, sure, tell us what to do.
He's giving orders to other Romans and stuff. It's like just so, it's pretty wild. Like we always suspend belief in movies, right? Really stands out when they try to do these serious things.
Yeah.
They're really doing a black Taken.
I hope so.
It's called Took.
It's a movie about somebody's wallet.
I have a very set of skills to stay the fuck away from my phone.
Very fun. Well, Ari, I mean, you absolutely fucking just destroyed. You did it again, Ari. We're on in overtime here. Let's get one more bucket full up here. Make some noise for Kelly Lusk, everyone. Kelly Lusk. Our 10th bucket full.
Hello, everyone. So, I have this gay friend, and he's gotten into some pretty wild butt stuff lately. So now whenever he farts, it just goes. Tony has the same thing. You know what I'm talking about, right, Tony? Yeah, he's probably over there being right now. My friend's name is David, but I call him Anal Cave Dave. I think that's appropriate. And then he recently told me that he started getting into feet. He likes sucking on toes. I was like, oh man, if somebody was like sucking on my toe, the only thing I can think about is when I go get a pedicure, the fucking cheese grater they bring out to grate the Parmesan off of my feet. It's like an Olive Garden, people. Just tell me when. Okay, I'm done.
Fucking disgusting.
I know.
Kelly Lusk. Right back to that bucket. We have a demented bucket here tonight. I don't know if anybody's paying attention to it. We've been saved by a lot of golden ticket winners and regulars. Sir Winston Pickles was the highlight of the bucket.
How was that?
last time you were on, he brought an adorable picture of you and your sister.
That's right.
Her sister looked like a cute, normal little girl, and Kelly looked like
That's the Golden Boy.
like her.
Is your sister Rosie O'Donnell?
So many comments about the Rosie O'Donnell. A lot of comments about that, yeah.
Kelly, tell us something we didn't learn about you last time you were on.
Let's see. Something really weird about me is I have this thing called misophonia, where like weird like noises make me go into a rage. It's normally like mouth noises, you know, like smacking. Exactly that. It makes you go from like 0 to like I will murder you if you don't stop. Like that.
And have you, what's the angriest that you've gotten in public or something like
Okay, so I was working with this girl one time and she was like popping her gum and she just over and over and over again. And like she didn't know I had this issue or whatever. And she just kept doing it and I just turned around and I was like, if you don't fucking stop popping your gum, I'm gonna smash you in the face. I just totally went off on her. Yeah.
Absolutely incredible. This is a master of mouth noises.
Oh.
Do you got anything for us? What do you got? Any fun mouth noises? There you go. Alright, Kelly, we're gonna keep it moving. There goes Kelly Lusk, your final bucket full of the night, ladies and gentlemen. There she goes. Thank you, Kelly. And now, I mean, what an episode. What kind of episode has Jack Shaw, Fiona Cawley, David Lucas, Ari Maddie, Sir Winston Pickles? Who could forget some of the lowlights tonight? Offender, Sonny Castillo, John Bechtel. I am Frank. It was very sad. There's a way to end an episode like this, ladies and gentlemen. And it's with the all-time record holder appearances, interviews, sets, everything. The man has done it all. God's favorite comedian. A man that they call the Memphis Strangler, the Vanilla Gorilla. Brought to you by Nicked and Open Phone, the Nicked Nuisance, the Open Phone Opus. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery.
If an alien spaceship crashed right in front of me, I'd probably assume I was about to encounter a female alien. I found out recently Michael Jackson had my favorite amusement ride, the Zipper, at his Neverland Ranch. You know how awesome it would have been to go there as a kid? Ever been in a situation where you wanted to smoke weed, but it wasn't 420, it's like 10:45 a.m.? Well, here's a quick stoner hack. Go to your oven set to 420 degrees. Doesn't matter if you don't have anything to cook. And then when you're done smoking, you're like, I want to keep smoking. No problem. Keep your oven at 420. Saddest thing was standing in line at Dollar General and out of nowhere turned gay. Okay, I turned gay, Tony, at the Dollar General.
Well, why? Why did you do that?
I was at the Dollar General, isn't that what happens? People just turn gay. I thought people just turn gay.
But why? Why would
Born that way?
Why would they?
People are just turn gay.
Why would they turn gay at Dollar General?
Because I'm at the Dollar General, standing in line, I'm thinking, I don't know, but that's just where I turn gay. So my story in my head, that was what it was. I just turned gay.
What were you getting at the Dollar General? What do you like to shop for at Dollar General?
Hawaiian Punch.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What else? What else do you like to get at Dollar General?
Oh, marshmallows. Ooh. Yeah, I love marshmallows, Hawaiian Punch.
Okay, what else do you get at Dollar General?
Cream spinach is always good there, the cans.
Ooh, all right.
Milk, 2% milk.
Okay.
Maybe a toy or something? I don't know, Tony, but yeah.
What kind of toys? What kind of toys did you buy at Dollar General?
Oh, man. You get the little Legos. This guy doesn't want to hear about any of it, Tony. Wow. The shit.
It is Such an odd time to use the restroom.
Is that your husband, sir? Oh, you wish.
Wow. Doing a little crowd work over here. This guy's on fire tonight.
I'm sorry, I'm on one tonight. I have to get my clogged carotid arteries, so I'm trying to live life to the fullest. I have 10 years.
The doctors gave him 10 years to live.
So, just trying to live life to the fullest and having a good time. And it was raining. It was so weird. I actually was at one of those camps.
Oh, no. No, there's 100.
I was helping look for people.
There's 100 people dead, William.
I was helping looking for people. Did you see the article today about the Navy diver up in the helicopter? I was with that guy.
What were you doing exactly with him?
I was lowering the rope down. It was on this pulley system, and I had to lower the rope down really fast. And
Is there video of
up,
this?
and I do it back up.
Oh my God, you're in charge of that?
Yes.
How many
They knew I was doing all the rowing, and they're like, okay, this guy's going to be strong enough. And yeah, I helped save 100 people this weekend.
Wow, amazing. I'm surprised nobody clapped for that.
Yeah, a little fucked up. A little fucked up.
So, what types of people did you save? What did they look like?
Oh my gosh, this was a bunch of whites. I was thinking maybe Hispanic people or something, but it's mainly white people at these camps.
Very interesting. Why do you think that is? Why do you think there's so many white people in camps?
I don't know. Honkies be crazy, man. I mean, honkies, I don't know. I was always scared of getting homesick, so I only went to day camps growing up.
Day camp? What would you do? What did you like to do at day camp?
I used to love making pottery at day camp. I used to love going in the lake, all kinds of stuff. It was really fun. I'm trying to think of more stuff.
Yeah, take it nice and slow. Think of some stuff that you love to do at camp. Name them.
Red band out.
No, red band can't help you this game. It can't be part of the thing. You gotta just think of things on your own. What would you do at the camp? Why do you name some more things you get at Dollar General? Some
I'm sorry, I'm freezing out. I'm freezing out.
Maybe a motherfucking sticky.
Yeah.
Maybe. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun to do, yo. Maybe a motherfucking candy ball. Oh, I like this. Okay. Maybe
basketball.
Oh, they got basketballs for $1.
Yes, at Dollar General.
And they like tiny basketballs. Okay.
What else?
Maybe a motherfucking.
I mentioned Snow White doll.
No, not that, dumbass. God, you gotta really fucking butcher a fun thing Tony and I are doing together, dumbass. Fucking idiot.
Maybe a motherfucking marble. A single marble. Bananas.
Yeah, maybe an
Apple. These people are not entertaining.
I'm sweating and
You are. Your carotid arteries acting up.
I know my neck has got some hurt from now. It feels like my neck. It feels like I can feel the plaque in my neck. So. It's fun to be here, Tony.
What else do you get at Dollar General?
Shit, Tony. I mean, I've been getting a bunch of puzzles.
Loves puzzles.
I know. I'm still stuck on one, Tony. It's been a month.
What's the puzzle that you're stuck on right now?
It has all these women's hands with different colored fingernail polish. Whoa, they're like grabbing stuff on the table, and it's like a couple lobsters, there's different seafood items, but the hands are hard as fuck. And the table's a white table, so it's just a really hard puzzle, so I'm about to call it quits. And I bought two more, so I have two more ready in the chamber, but I'm about to call it quits on this one.
You got puzzles in the chamber.
I got two up in the chamber, Tony.
Wow, you got puzzles in the chamber. Oh my goodness, what are the other puzzles that you have in the chamber?
Well, I'm really looking forward to the one. It's like somebody just opened a refrigerator, so it's a bunch of different foods.
Nuggets are in the refrigerator.
Fuck, we're talking I don't know, sandwiches, all different kinds of stuff.
William Montgomery has done it again, ladies and gentlemen. The red goat is thriving. Business is booming. The drawing for Ryan J. Belt is in. Make some goddamn noise for the great Fitzsimmons. He's going to La Jolla, Pottstown, PA, Point Pleasant, New Jersey. Fitstock.com, FITCDOG.com. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew up tonight live in Aspen. Larry Hattie, look at that. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land, huh? Thank you to Nicotine Pouches and Open Phone. This was so much. Did you guys have fun tonight? So did we, right, man?
Check out the Sunset Strip, sunsetstripatx.com. Love you guys.
We love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Beck Bad's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get it for Tony. It's
Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, huh? And that is indeed keep it going for the best damn band in the land. Carlos Sosa, Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Nachos Belgrande, Cheesy Chalupa, Michael Gonzalez on the drums. That's Big Mike, everybody. Gets a little bit bigger every week. How about Matt Muling on the electric guitar? This is John Bees on the keys. And that is indeed D-Madness live in the flesh. You are here. Kill Tony brought to you by Mint and Open Phone tonight. We have a lot of other amazing sponsors. Here's a little bit more from them. We start the greatest show on earth. You guys ready to start tonight's show? Every single week, I book one or two of the funniest people in the world. This is a one guest episode because he's literally one of the best in the history of the show. For those of you that have been watching for the last 12 years, you will probably know that this guy is one of the record holders for all-time appearances as a guest on the show. I grew up on this guy, listening to him on How Howard Stern. When I started at the Comedy Store 18 years ago, I realized, wow, without a doubt, one of the best stand-up comedians on planet Earth. 12 years ago when we started the show, he began as a guest. He's back tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see how loud this place can get with a great, powerful, great Fitzsimmons, everybody. One of the best. Best to ever do it. Great and powerful. Fitzstomach.com for a ticket. La Jolla, Pottstown, PA, Point Pleasant, New Jersey. He is on tour. One of the best ever. Great Fitzsimmons. Hi, Greg.
God, thank you, Tony. Glad to be here, Red Band. Nice to see you, the band. Let's fucking launch some dreams.
Let's go.
Light up the suicide hotline. Do it.
That's what we love. We love that energy. Anything can happen. Sometimes we crush dreams. Sometimes we amplify them. Absolutely anything can happen. 201 human beings signed up for tonight's show. A little bit of a light sign up, which I find interesting. People may have gone home for the 4th of July or whatever. Now they're settling back in. But if I pull their name out of the bucket, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know their time is up. You hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear, which rudely interrupts them. And then I conduct an interview, and I'm here with truly one of my favorite people to sit on the show with, Greg Fitzsimmons, and also Red Band is here. And that is it. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? We're gonna start with a golden ticket winner to get us started, everybody, and then we will get to the great bucket of destiny. But this guy won a golden ticket a couple years ago. Very, very Judy. You know him. You love him. High energy. This is Jack Shaw, everybody. Listen in from Jack Shaw.
My dad's been really struggling with trans pronouns, but he finally got it right, dude. He said, I hate them. I was like, fuck yeah, dude, good job. I like trans people, dude. I get it. I want a new dick too, man. I hate my dick, dude. I went to a drag show for the first time. Oh my God, it was amazing, dude. I saw a lady put her foot in her butthole. I didn't even know that was an option. You can do that. That's real. I came up with a great name for a Jewish drag queen. Would you like to hear it? Auschwitz. Thank you guys so much.
Jack Shaw. Very fun, Jack. Always fun to hear a new minute from you. Is that true? You talk with your dad about trans people?
Oh, he can't stand them.
Let's talk about it. I find it also interesting. He's still in Los Angeles, correct? That's right. So he's surrounded by them
Everywhere.
And how does this come up? Does he see them and brings it up to you?
He goes to Starbucks in Silver Lake, and he calls me and he says, I hate it here. Yeah. It makes him so upset. I don't know, it makes him really angry.
Yeah, that makes sense. Great Fitzsimmons.
Do they order the half calf when they're in
Why do you think your dad goes to the Starbucks in Silver Lake? He likes just regular old Starbucks of all the coffee shops around there.
He stands by Starbucks. Yeah, he loves it.
Interesting.
So interesting.
What does he get from it? Is it normal bird ass, regular fucking nasty coffee?
I shake an espresso because my dad's a little girl.
That's a pretty good drink, actually.
It's so good. Well, it's okay. You're a gay guy.
Oh, my God, Jack. How dare you? God damn it, you're about to start a whole new Holocaust. You keep that out. Now, do you really hate your dick? You said you hate your dick at one point during this sentence.
I don't really hate my dick. It's fun to find it.
Is it a find it? Now, describe what you mean by find exactly. Describe your dick for the millions of people watching.
Right. So have you guys seen a dick before? It's sort of like that. I feel like if you had a nice dick, it would be the only really good part of your body. You just sort of mushy. I don't mean that in a mean way. You don't mean that in a mean way?
It's like I'm going after us tonight. You have AIDS. Oh my gosh. Shock.
So, let's just say I hang out at a Starbucks and
Respect your elders, Jack Shaw.
Oh, he's so old, though.
Oh my
how
goodness.
old am I?
So old.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it.
How old are you?
59.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like 72.
Oh my god. Jack, take it easy,
I
okay?
know. I'm sorry. It's tough coming from a kid who dresses like he's in 8th grade. Oh my
So Jack, what
I
else?
like the part of my pants that can hold a hammer.
Right. Yeah, that's the awesome thing. Dress like you have a job. So it's like work boots and a fucking trucker hat.
Right.
Jack, how's life going? Connect with us over here. What's going on in life?
What's going on in life? My girlfriend and I did mushrooms together.
Whoa, you seem like you'd be a fucking real fun guy to do mushrooms with.
I had a bad time.
Let's talk about it. Tell us all about it.
I thought I had a pussy, dude. Sorry.
We're finding out why you hate your dick real quick.
I got so scared, and I swear to God, I thought it was a clitoris.
Did you just do it at home? Did you go somewhere?
We were at the beach
Which beach?
in Ventura.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. So right on the ocean.
Right, that's where the beach is.
You got a real fucking attitude tonight, guys.
All right, it's a fun
Since when did the Jews just shoot shots at everybody, every which direction, just attacking? It's kind of happening. Your left, to your right, everyone around you. When did the Jews start firing off missiles like this? Every fucking. I feel like we should help you with some of these. We should perhaps, as true Americans, we should give you some weapons for you to fire off, and then you can just say what we give you.
You're funding it, dude.
Yeah, damn right.
You guys are making this happen.
You are right. So you're at the beach. Is your girlfriend Jewish too?
No, she's Christian.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow. Do you ever talk about how your ancestors killed Jesus?
Oh, is that we sometimes we role play? Yeah, she's Jesus and I'm everybody else.
Wow. Absolutely incredible. Well, fun times, Jack. You got the show started. Congratulations. Welcome. You did it again. Golden second winner, Jack Shaw. And it has begun. Now we go to the bucket. This is where things get interesting. This is it. We're going to meet him. This first bucket pool all together. Make some noise for Jesse Saldana. Jesse Saldana, perhaps.
Yo, I recently realized I'm ready to be a dad because I got this girl pregnant. But this was 2 years ago. Right after Roe v. Wade got overturned. And she was like, I'm pregnant. And I was like, well, we only got one choice, I guess. And I think it's the first time I realized I was ready to be a dad because most of my ex-girlfriends have been Mexican girls, so I've had this conversation before, you know. But this was the first time I was like, you know what, I got a good job, I got benefits. I didn't really know what those benefits were, but this old dude at work kept telling me, hey, the benefits are good here. I was like, man, you might be right. I've been here for 20 years, and this job sucks. So I told her all that, and she's like, I'm not having your fucking kid. And I was like, oh, white girls are cool. And I live in Austin now. I've been telling people I moved to Austin for comedy, but the truth is, I just wanted to find a white girl who likes the same drugs I like.
Okay. Jesse Saldana. Just kind of, just stopping. Welcome, Jesse. How long you been on stand-up?
8 years.
8 years. Wow. Where at? San Antonio? Houston. That was my next guess.
Yeah. Same shit.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So what is it that you do for work?
I'm in sales. I sell showers.
You sell showers?
I go to old people's houses and tell them they need a new shower.
Uh-huh.
Just a different version of a pyramid scheme.
Okay. All right. Is there something special about your showers?
They're cheap to make, expensive to sell.
Okay.
Pyramid scheme.
Okay. I don't think you know what a pyramid is.
Oh, I forgot. I'm supposed to tell my friends to sell showers with me, and then I get commission off of their sales.
Okay, there you go. Now it makes sense. So let's talk about it. Jesse, what are the drugs that you like to do?
Weed and mushrooms.
Okay.
Yeah,
Mushrooms. You do that every day?
not mushrooms.
Right. You smoke weed every day?
Oh yeah,
Okay. You do this while selling showers?
after.
Okay, I know what you mean.
Yeah,
As you told me. Yeah, I know exactly what that means. Smoking weed after work. Yep, I got that.
like a normal person.
Yeah. You could conceivably do both. You could get high and then sell showers. You think it would mess you up a little bit?
Yeah, it's hard to talk to old people when you're high.
Speak for yourself. So, this whole thing, and you have a girlfriend now, Mexican girls, white girls, you talked about.
Oh yeah, I'm with a white woman now.
With a white woman now. How long have you been with her?
2 years.
Where'd you meet her?
Here in Austin.
But where in Austin, exactly?
I don't know, some coffee shop that sold weed.
A coffee shop that sells weed.
Yeah.
Okay. And did you approach her? She went up to you?
Well, here's the thing about that weed. I don't really remember how we met. I just know it happened at that place like 2 years ago around.
She's so romantic. Yeah, what a great guy.
I mean,
Incredible. So, and now you guys live together?
how do you know that?
I don't. I'm asking you a question. We are on a live show right now. I did not.
It sounded like a Jesus, like I don't even know. Damn.
Did you get high
A
before
rhetorical
this?
question.
Did you get high right before this?
I didn't think my name was gonna get pulled. So
That's a classic thing we hear here from a lot of people. No one knows that their name's going to get pulled. Little fun fact about the show, it'd be a whole different show if they did. The whole bucket would be pointless.
I would have been ready to do 1 minute.
Yeah. And instead you did 56 seconds and stopped talking completely.
Yeah.
So 8 years in the business, was that like your best material, you think? Or is that like some new stuff you're working on?
That's just the shortest. I tell a lot of stories. Yeah,
The stories, huh?
a lot of stories.
Long setups.
Yeah.
So it's a while to get to them.
Cut all of that. And I was like, well, I can talk about this time I got this random girl pregnant.
Did you really? So that's a true story.
I wish it wasn't.
Right. And did she got an abortion?
Yeah, there's still other ways to do that.
Explain to us exactly what you did.
So, you can order these pills from Mexico that take care of it.
Wow, how exciting. Tide pods, right? Or whatever they're saying.
See, the white boys were on 2 Tide Pods early.
So you ordered basically Mexican Plan B?
Yep, it works way later than Plan B does.
Works way later.
I mean, doesn't it take like a month to find out you're pregnant? I don't know how this works.
Wow. Great.
You take it so late, you actually give it to the baby. That's a Mexican plan, baby.
Plan C.
Yeah.
Plan C means you're keeping this plan. No.
Oh my God. So it works a lot later than American Okay, so you actually had a friend or someone go get her.
I didn't know that guy, but met her in a parking lot. I was like, man, this feels like old drug deals. It felt good.
Probably was. Do you know exactly what it's called? Fentanyl?
I don't know what it was. Like, she's white. She found it. You know, white girls are good at finding pills.
And here she's white.
Oh yeah, but she's not like that.
When you say she's not like that, what do you mean exactly?
Like, she's not white trash.
So if you got her pregnant, what would happen?
No, we're safe.
When you say you're safe, what do you mean?
You know, pulling out.
You pull out.
What do you think I meant? Like, you know what I meant? Alright.
You're checking in with them?
What?
Do you think I'm out of touch? You think I don't know what I'm doing over here?
I don't know. I heard some stories about you.
I bet you did. I bet you did. Okay. So, I mean, where do we even go from here? My dear friend, Jesse Saldana. That's how you spell your name, Jesse with an I?
Yeah. I asked my mom why she spelled my name like that, and she said the nurse spelled it wrong and they just didn't fix it.
Holy shit.
Hey, man, I was born in Dallas in 1987. My mom did not want to correct the white nurse. You know?
Okay.
She doesn't speak English. That's how it was.
Jesse. What else? Do you have any hobbies or anything?
Damn, they gave me the cop sign. I used to be a juvenile probation officer.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you do that anymore?
My criminal record.
What exactly is your criminal record?
This tree popped up out of nowhere on my way home.
The what popped up?
A tree.
The tree? And you've been drinking and driving?
I mean, that's what they said.
Damn. You totaled your car?
Yeah.
Do you remember what happened at all?
I mean, I woke up and there was a bunch of trees, and then there wasn't.
Yeah. Your people love cutting down trees any way they possibly can. All right, Jesse, here's a little joke book. Congratulations, you got pulled out of the bucket. You did it. On to the next one, Jesse Saldana. Do you know what that song means? It is indeed a lovely idea, everybody.
Boy, Jesse, it was like a shower. It started hot, got kind of cold, and then went right down the drain.
Yes, it did. Real fast. Some people are hyper aware tonight. They seem sensitive tonight. Both Jesse and Jack Shaw on the defensive, ready to go. Did you guys understand what I was talking about? How does he not know what I mean? He was like, oh. Everybody's like, no. That's gotta suck. All right, your next comedian out of the bucket goes by the name of Alex Hurtline or Hurtline.
Hell yeah, dude. Alright, so real quick, I just wanted to address this shit going on. Because whenever I do stand-up, most people are wondering why I look like my mom after she burnt dinner. Yeah, it's just a birthmark. My mom's fine. My dad would never hit my mom in the face. Okay, only in the stomach when she was pregnant with me. That's how it happened. Yeah, but when people find out it's a birthmark, they usually hit me with something like, "Pardon me, Zuko. What was it like growing up part soccer ball?" And, obviously I got bullied and shit quite a bit. But, dude, my childhood was actually way harder for my dad, bro. He got falsely accused of child abuse a lot. Dad, every day, "Sir, why'd you give your 4-year-old the smoke?" Like, dude, I remember this one lady was yelling at him so badly that, like, my little kid brain didn't know how to process it. So I would just shake in fear like Ramsey's wife when he's about to go down on her. Well, thank you.
First question, Alex. Why would Gordon Ramsay's wife be scared before? Oh shit, I see the thing. Oh my god, Jesus Christ. The Phantom of Kiltony has arrived. Holy shit. So that's just your normal face?
Unfortunately.
Well, no, I think it's got a little style to it. Yeah, I think it's great. That's awesome. You should have just stayed facing the audience the whole time, and this would have gone a lot better for you. No, it's great. It's great, Alex. Nobody even notices. First question, why would Gordon Ramsay's wife be scared if he's looking down on her?
I mean, he fucking gets pissed when it tastes bad, like any food.
Oh, okay. You should say that part. It gets a laugh and applause and stuff. You should say that. It's probably going to help instead of people just confused, like, what's wrong with Wolfgang or Gordon Ramsay's, whatever. So, Alex, how long have you been on stand-up?
Like 2.5 years.
2.5 years. Where at here?
Mostly Denver.
Denver.
Oh, yeah.
That's where you're from?
Yep.
All right. And what do you do for work?
For work right now, I'm a porter at a dealership, so I like take the cars that they're working on, take them to the base, shit like that.
To keep you away from the customers, like the Hunchback of Notre Dame. You're just kind of like the behind-the-scenes guy and keep the monster away from them. Can't sell cars with the freak out here. Anyway, do girls like it, Alex? What's your love life like?
Girls like it if their relationship with their dad is bad, but other than that, not really. Yeah, I kind of get a lot of O's when they turn around after I say hi. Yeah, kind of like, just silence, waiting for further explanation.
I think the bucket hat's more aggressive than the birthmark, to be honest with you. What do you got under there? What are you dealing with? You're like, oh, yeah, look at that. You're like, it's like when the nerdy girl takes off her glasses at the end of a rom-com or something like that. Yeah, you're not a bad-looking guy. You're like if Gordon Ryan never tried sports or anything like that. Nobody knows the references in jiu-jitsu guy. Okay, so, Alex, what do you do for fun?
For fun, I played hockey growing up, so normally I would do like beer league in Denver, but then I moved here and realized that there was like no ice rinks. So there's that. I also used to like be super into entrepreneurship.
What happened with that?
I just, I don't know, I felt like my ideas were a little too retarded. Like I would go door to door selling no soliciting signs.
That's great.
Yeah.
And it didn't work for you?
I made like $500, but it was like really bad quality signs. It looked like a fucking like dive bar Restream sign, but it was just the no soliciting little stick figure guy with a fucking no through him.
You made $500. How many hours or days did you do this?
I did it for like pretty consistently, like a month, probably like 6 hours a day, selling each for $20 after I bought them for $1. It could have been good, but I kind of just gave up because it was not worth.
Sounds like a real pyramid scheme to me.
Yeah.
It's actually a real good joke, though. Like selling no soliciting signs.
Yeah, that's fucking fun. Thank you. Yeah.
Red band.
I was struggling with the writing part of it. Like I attempted, but it never goes well. Like dead silence whenever I like try something, but work on it.
So that's kind of got like hair all over it?
Yeah, dude, it's...
You have to shave it regularly?
I've been shaving since I was 3 months old, dude.
Wow.
Yeah.
How often do you have to shave it?
To like not scare people, probably a week.
You gotta go like all the way to under your eye and then down, kind of?
Yeah, kind of.
See,
Like it's
that way for a second.
This way.
Oh shit! Fuck yeah!
Yeah,
It's a whole thing.
So yeah, it's like for some reason like it has kind of a built-in fade. It's like way shorter up here to get super long down here.
Do barbers charge you extra for that?
No, they like try to do it as like charity.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna say my testicles the same way. But have you considered this? And just a thought, just spitballing. You're a hockey player. Have you ever just told a woman, I got a black eye, and then hope that after a few weeks she likes you enough, so you go, by the way, it's permanent.
I tried once in high school, and she got weirded out that it just stayed there forever.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, I don't know. They usually like get more freaked out by the hair. It's almost like they don't even notice like the genuine, obvious dark spot.
Have you thought about growing it out and braiding it?
Dyeing it red, attaching an eyeball, it's like no bullshit. It takes so long, like towards my eye, to like actually get white. It takes like 2 months. I've tried.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And what's underneath there? Is it firm? Is it soft?
Oh, I thought it was cancer. It didn't used to be like pregnant.
When did it start?
Like when I was 20. Roughly.
How old are you now?
23.
Wow. Okay, so there's still time.
There is.
Interesting. I wonder what our friend Dr. Pimple Popper would say about that.
Can you get laser hair removal from that? Like,
Yeah, I actually spent like the first 5 years of my life going to like a laser removal doctor because this shit used to be all the way down to my mouth, and if I didn't get it like fixed, I wouldn't have been able to eat without biting my face.
This is absolutely unbelievable. A lot of people say that this show just has a bunch of handicapped, cranky people on it. Then here comes fucking half a monkey boy walking out. Incredible. Did you get bullied for it a lot as a kid?
100%, yeah.
What's the meanest thing anybody ever said to you, or how did they negatively affect your life? Let's relive it real quick in front of millions of people.
So I'm trying to think of like the best one. Chocolate chip cookie got to me.
Oh, yeah, that's a rough one. That's the monkey noise from 45 seconds ago, everybody.
chocolate chip cookie's a rough one, yeah.
It is brutal.
Yeah.
And then another, it was like, oh, he's such a pussy and avoids fights because if he got hit in his other eye, he would look like a raccoon. That was a banger.
Yeah, that's a banger. That really is. I'll tell you what. Here's a medium-sized joke book.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Alex Hardline. Hell yeah. There he goes. One more time for Alex, everybody. This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. You know, it can be challenging to find and meet a therapist that's the right fit. From personalized treatment to meeting online, from anywhere to the ability to text your therapist at any time, Talkspace, the leading virtual therapy provider, makes getting the help you need easy, accessible, and affordable. And so I tune to our senior mental health correspondent.
Tony, I think Talkspace is providing some of the best mental health treatment out there. Talkspace therapy and psychiatry are covered by many insurance plans and employers, including TRICARE for active duty veterans and their dependents. Most insured members have a zero copay.
What do you say? You can easily sign up online and get paired with a licensed therapist that is the right fit for your needs, typically within 48 hours. So you can also switch providers at no extra cost. And just Talkspace makes getting the help convenient because you can take your appointments from the comfort and privacy of your own home. And as a listener of this podcast, you get $80 off your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80. That's SPACE80 to match with a licensed therapist today. Go to Talkspace.com/Tony and enter promo code SPACE80 now. It's a real freak show so far. Here we go. Let's keep it going. Make some noises a minute uninterrupted for AJ Iglesias. AJ Iglesias. What's going on, guys? My name is AJ Iglesias. I know that confuses some of you because my face says Trump supporter, but the name says ICE Detention Center. What an awkward ICE raid that's gotta be. They knock on my door, they open it up, I'm like, hey, what's going on, man? But sir, he's white. And like, I still get arrested, not because I'm Mexican, because they found the mushrooms on my coffee table, you know what I mean? Honestly, like, the only way a guy like me gets any work nowadays is if I like stand outside of the Home Depot and pray to God somebody needs a half-pipe filled, you know? I don't just do half-pipes, I do stairs too, man. Confuses all my jobs, man. It's fucking awesome. Like, I work a lot of labor jobs, and they're getting some hard-working Mexican, and my big tongue white ass shows up like, hey, what's going on? Can I fit in here? Is it cool with you guys? Or, no, that's just, all right, cool. Yeah, most definitely. You guys guys are fun, man. I like you guys. This is really cool. Fuck, that's my set. My name's AJ Iglesias. Thank you all so much.
AJ Iglesias. Am I saying that right? Iglesias?
The H is silent.
The H is silent? The first letter of your last name is silent? So you go by Iglesias?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Different than Iglesias.
Right, yeah. No, it's not Iglesias, it's Iglesias, but like I try not to say it with an accent because people just like to mention.
Are you 100% Latino?
No, I'm half. My dad's Mexican. My mom is very white.
Yeah, very, 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 very white. That's incredible. So are they still together?
No. Why do you think I'm looking?
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. How old were you when they separated?
I was 7 years old.
Okay. Yeah, you are.
D-Menace is laughing. I was like, fuck you, I love divorce.
Yeah. He's just happy that he couldn't see the last guy's face.
Oh, shit.
So, AJ, let's talk about it. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
I've been doing stand-up comedy like off and on for the last 9 years since I was about 19.
Wow.
Yeah.
9 years. What do you do for work?
I am a software tester for self-driving cars here in Austin.
Wow.
Not Waymo, Zoom, shout out, I guess.
Okay. What's the difference between Zoom and Waymo?
They're Amazon owned, and I guess they're like building like a fully autonomous car with like 4 people in it and no like steering wheel. It's like a fully like, yeah, it's kind of, yeah.
I mean, you should know. You're the guy, right?
Yeah, but like the cars we have are different. We're like in Toyota Highlanders, and like the robot's coming like the next year or so. So we're just making sure it doesn't crash. You know,
The robot's coming.
the robot is going to be coming, and it's going to be coming hard.
Wow. Yeah, all right. For some reason, I'm hard as a rock right now. AJ, what's your love life like?
Kind of bad. Yeah. I just recently broken up with.
Why did she break up with me?
I don't think she liked Texas. I moved here from California, where I'm originally from, obviously. And yeah, she spent 2 months here and was like, I want to leave. And I was like, oh, damn. I like made my apartment all nice for her, you know, like made it like lady friendly. And then she left. So
Let's talk about it real quick. What do you mean by lady friendly? You lowered the toilet seat? Or
I like, I put like shelves in like the shower and shit. Like I bought her like a vanity to put in the bathroom. Like she games, so like I got her like a gaming desk and stuff. And now I just have like a nicer apartment. So it's pretty sick.
Very interesting. How long ago was this breakup?
It was at the beginning of the year. I think like yeah, it was like January-ish.
And she went back to California and doesn't talk to you at all anymore.
She still does talk to me actually.
So you guys have like a kind of a long distance thing going on?
Not really at all. Like I think she doesn't even like that. So that was a real blow to the ego.
That's the type of woman that would move back to California.
Yeah.
It takes a real lesbo to leave Texas for California. She's right now at a Starbucks in Silver Lake, sitting next to Jack's angry Jew dad, while he scoffs at the lesbian antics. So, you thought that a woman would like shelves in a shower? It's funny how this episode's kind of like all repeating itself.
Nice.
Okay. So shelves in a shower, a gaming desk.
Well, it's just like a regular desk to set up her stuff.
When you left, what made you think that she's a lesbian? Can you explain?
Oh, she told me.
Wow.
Yeah, like I went to go buy her a bong because she likes to smoke weed. And I got like, you know, bought her a bong and like some candy that she likes. And then she's like, I like women. And I'm like, sick.
Yeah, it's never good if you buy your girlfriend a bong and she just sits on it. It's never a good sign.
It isn't. It never is.
So did she ever try to did you always have long hair like that?
Yeah, no, for the last 2 years or so.
Did she ever try to put your legs over your head and eat where your pussy would be? Did you ever get hints that she was into lesbian type of stuff in the bedroom?
She liked being on top a lot, so maybe that could have been a sign. Yeah, that was about it. She didn't try to eat my boy pussy, which I was a little offended that she didn't want to, but then again,
Makes sense.
it wouldn't make sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Had a good time down there.
Did you try to have another girl come into the bedroom?
No, she kind of just dropped the news, and she's like, I fly out in 2 weeks, and that was like the most awkward 2 weeks of my fucking life. Because I live in a studio, so we're all like on top of each other, literally.
Yeah, she's on top of you. Craig Fitzsimmons.
Well, there's a lot of time back. I'm still getting over it. There was a guy up here with a hairy baseball on the side of his face a minute ago.
That guy, I feel a little distracted.
Yeah. But
We're punching people in the face and thinking bad today. Oh, it's a whole new episode. A whole new level of guilt.
would you consider going under the knife to get this woman back and becoming a woman? Like cutting off your dick and adding the rest of the tits that you have on your chest.
You know, I feel like this is enough. I thought, I like having a dick. They're really awesome.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't get rid of that. No.
And what about the hair that you have all over your t-shirt in the back? Is that you're covered in your own hair? Do you think the grooming would have something to do with it?
Probably. Yeah, I guess. I'm like a cat, so she was just like finding hair all over her. So
You have a cat?
I don't. It's just me.
Yeah. What's a fun fact about your life that you think makes you different than other people?
The only fun fact is like people don't believe I'm Mexican. That's part of my
Do
set.
you ever communicate with your dad?
I do.
You guys are, like, talk on the phone?
Oh yeah.
He's still in California?
No, he just recently like retired early. He sold his house in California, bought an RV. He's like touring the country right now, just
Avoiding it. Nice. That's all everybody. Just touring the country right now. Retired and touring. Just on the run. Yeah. Okay. All right, AJ. Well, fun times. Here's a medium-sized joke book, buddy. There you go. AJ Iglesias, ladies and gentlemen. Good news. We have a special treat for you, everybody. Got through a few wild bucket pulls, and now it is time for one of the greatest golden ticket winners in the history of the show. She is from Nashville, Tennessee. She is an absolute savage, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for the great and powerful Fiona Colley, everyone.
Hello. I just got back from France. Yeah, they let me over there. No, it was pretty funny. I got there and I had to Uber from the airport to the hotel, and my fiance was with me, and our Uber driver was like this really hot French man. Okay. And I thought he was hitting on me. And I was really excited to turn down this French guy in front of my fiance. I kind of need that emotionally. And then he goes, I just really love your voice. Which, as you all can imagine, isn't really a compliment I get off of that. Yeah, no, and then he goes, yeah, I'm learning English, so. You talk so slow, it's so helpful, and like, y'all, I am already humbled, you know what I mean? Like, God took care of it, I don't need this man. My point is, Duolingo can suck my dick, and Duolingo can suck my wee-wee, or what.
Fiona Colley. There you go. That's how it's done. Fiona. Fantastic. You've done it again. How's life going?
Really good. I went on my bachelorette party.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
What's that like?
It was kind of stressful deciding what to do because life was full of walking activities.
Yes. What did you settle on?
I figured it out. We went to a Dollywood, like this theme park, because number one, we all love it up the best. And it's the only place that I get like to cut lines and perks for being disabled. So that was good.
What kind of perks do you get for being disabled?
The fast pass. Yeah.
point. The world's greatest amusement park, Kings Island, Geauga Lake. And this dog, we were just spoiled. She went all the way to Dolly World.
And they also have like really good food there, so I guess.
Did you have like a powdered sugar covered thing?
Hot dog, yeah.
A hot dog.
Yeah.
Perfect. That's how good man likes his hot dogs. That's fun. So a bunch of chicks showed up and you guys went to Dolly World.
Yeah, Dollywood.
Dollywood.
Yeah.
Okay. Corrected me to Dolly World and now we're back. I don't know why I listen to him. I rarely do. Took a chance on him and that's where it got me. Now I'm a fucking idiot in front of millions of people. It's the bean all over again. It's the fucking bean all over again. Dollywood, Dolly World. God damn.
I did shrooms.
Everybody's talking about mushrooms this episode. It's a mushroom heavy episode. So let's talk about it. How did the mushrooms hit you?
Oh my god, I don't deal with drugs well. Okay, but I did shrooms at Dollywood, which, yeah, something is wrong with me, okay? Really scary. I forgot that, like, I'm on the show sometimes, and so I'm, like, fully peeking, and this guy comes up to me and he's like, oh my god, can I get a photo? And I was like, why? Yeah,
That's so fun.
my friends had ratted me out. Yeah.
So what was the highlight? Just fun, rides, it was a good bachelorette party?
Yeah, I did drugs. That was fun. That was good. I did a lot of shrooms on multiple days. I don't do shrooms.
Yeah, you do.
And that was, I had a coke phase.
Okay, wow, we're just having a little confessional here tonight. Tell us about this coke phase. What was that like?
It was in college in my, like, walker era. Okay.
The old speed walking.
I did coke for the first time, and I'm not fucking kidding. I started doing cartwheels, and I could like run by myself, and I was so convinced that this was like the most modern medicine. I told my neurologist, I was like, you couldn't try this shit, okay? It is unbelievable.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and he was like, no, that's like really cool, but you have a heart problem, so.
Imagine that was a cure. And Jerry Lewis shows up with a pound of coke and gives it to all the kids. They just all get up and start fucking dancing.
Wow, perfect music for that situation. Really painted the picture there, Redman. Gave us a nice texture. For those of you just listening and not watching the podcast. Wow, so fun. So the highlights of the bachelorette party were mushrooms and fast pass.
Yes, yeah, and to get like the fast pass as a disabled person, they bring you in this little office and they question you. I'm not kidding. Like to like prove you're disabled enough. And I was like, man, like what are we doing? And one of the questions was, do you have the upper body strength to like hold yourself at place? And I was like, that's fucking cunt. Like, like, what a dumb fucking question. I did not, okay? I almost died on every ride.
Yeah. A lot of slippage.
I had to come back and apologize to her. I don't remember because I had a concussion, but like...
You're so funny, Fiona. We love you. Another new minute from Fiona Polly, ladies and gentlemen. She's done it again. A superstar. How about a hand for Heidi, everybody? Is
my Tacobas that was comfortable boots I've ever worn, period. Beyond Boots, Tacoba also offers a wide selection of men's and women's apparel, bags, and fine leather goods. They even have slip-ons and sandals.
Plus, with Tacoba's Best in the West guarantee, you get free returns and exchanges for 30 days. Right now, get 10% off at tacobas.com/Kiltony when you sign up for email and text. That's 10% off at TECOBAS.com/Kiltony. Tacobas.com/Kiltony. See sacred details. Tacobas. Point your toes west. Alright, back to the fucking we go. I gotta say, this looks like one of the most fun names I've pulled in a long time. I know a good name when I see one. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Sir Winston Pickles, everybody. Sir Winston Pickles. Oh yeah, let's go.
Well, I'm 60 years of age and my high school belt still fits around my neck. I try to stay in shape, just like the teenage girl next door. She's one of those teenage girls who likes to go jogging at 5 a.m. in the morning. Well, 5:22 this morning. Whenever she goes jogging, I like to drive slowly behind her with my headlights off. You know, just to make sure she's safe. Well, you have to. There's some fucking weirdos out there in the morning. I've been reading this Diana book and I find it difficult to comprehend. It's been over 30 years, almost 30 years, since the world tragically lost what I believe anyway to be the most beautiful Mercedes-Benz ever made. Thank you, my name's Sir Winston Pickles. You've been wonderful.
Sir Winston Pickles, let the fun begin. Holy shit. I love everything about you, Sir Winston Pickles. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the show. I genuinely laughed throughout your entire set. That was amazing. How long have you been performing on stage?
10 years as a clown, 6 years as stand-up.
Okay. Okay. So the last 6 you've been doing stand-up as a clown, the 10 as a clown. What were you doing the first 4? You don't seem like you'd be very good at children's parties or anything.
There's still a few of those missing there.
I love it. I love it. So, where are you from?
England originally, but I just moved from Florida.
You moved to Austin, Texas?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
Welcome, welcome. Look at that. Amazing. We'll see how you like this Texas heat. I see that makeup's going to be running any day now. Welcome, welcome. How long were you in Florida for?
10 years.
10 years.
Bad enough.
Right, exactly. And so what do you do most of the time? What is a guy like Sir Winston Pickles up to? He's not...
Bit of this, bit of that.
Huh?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Okay, let's talk about a little bit of one, a little bit of what?
I broke my car at $20 an hour, also known as DoorDash.
Oh, you do DoorDash?
Yes.
You don't do it in character?
No.
Oh my God. Have you thought about doing it in character? That seems like it would be a hit. I mean, it gives people some real fucking nightmares on their Ring doorbell camera. Just freak people the hell out. It seems like a blast. Sir Winston Pickles, how much time do you think you have? How much material do you think you have of that part that you just did for that minute?
I do 20 minutes. I do a bit of feature in Florida.
Amazing. Greg Fitzsimmons.
It's hard to make fun of a guy who, you're just kind of in awe of right now. I mean, I think you're hilarious. Like, I like to shit on people because they suck. And I just think you're very good, so I'm speechless.
Well, thank you.
I agree. I agree, Sir Winston Pickles. I like your style a lot. In fact, I think, why don't you just... form of usage at this point in time of Aramaic. Number two is the interesting thing is that it tells you a bit of an interesting relationship between the Jews and the non-Jews. This question is already leaning in the direction of assuming not good, right? To give permission to excommunicate such a Jew. This would never be a question asked in England at this point in time. Okay? Actually, in fact, at this point in time, I'm trying to remember when the Jews arrived in England. I don't think the Jews were in England, but let's say a century or two later when the Jews were allowed into England, the only way the Jews were able to survive was as moneylenders. That was the only trade that they were allowed, and because the only trade they were allowed, therefore they were all slandered as these terrible money launderers and these wealthy people who are gaining on the of society. Under Islam, it's a very completely different picture at this point in time, which is a fascinating point to ponder. So here's his answer. He says the following. He says, "Hechin chazina deribis degoy kilo hachin chazina." This is what I would suggest, said Sadia on. 1 second. Yes, okay, I'm just getting to it in the actual text in front of me. It's a little easier to see this one. Here we go. He says, Teribis Degoy, Killa, Veleka Leshamute, Derachmona Lo Aser the boy rice on the Miton Deribis Degoy. Look, the Torah didn't explicitly outlaw it, so you can't put a person in excommunication status for that. It says don't use interest against your brother. And there is an ability you can, if need be, to take usury to take interest from a non-Jewish loan. By the way, this is not seen in terms of where you put the default. Does that mean to say that we're allowed to take advantage of other people, or we're allowed, or in the Jewish system, they've got to take it out? Means then what's the default? Default loans are that loans have interest. That's how you earn money. Money and time are worth money, are worth something. So the Jews are given a dispensation out. Does not seem doesn't mean to say that you shall go fire and take advantage of non-Jews. It means to say that the normal system of the world is in place when in relationship to a non-Jewish loan. He says, and he goes on to quote a Gemara, and he says, a person who's careful about the matters should not loan to a non-Jew with interest. That's what he suggests. He goes on to say, based on the Gemara, which he quotes about Mitzvah, that the Gemara concludes by saying, "Vatanya Rishon by Yochai Omer, Kol sheyesh loy ma'os u'malvi osam b'loy beribis, shaloi beribis, olav ha'kasav Omer kaspoy lanosan b'neshech." A pasuk in Tehillim describing a very special or pious individual is a person who never uses interest, and he goes on to say, "He's not even giving usury to a guy, to a non-Jewish person." This is very fascinating because this is indicative, first of all, of the types of questions he gets: contract questions, death and inheritance questions. This is embedded among them, and the question he's answering over here is also indicative of the type of times that he's dealing with as well. Very fascinating, an aspect of Rav Sadia which is not usually actually focused on at this point in time. If we go further, let's take an interesting look over here. Happens to be that Rav Sadia is one of the earlier people who actually produces a text of the Siddur we have today. So this is one of the earlier origins of a Siddur, although we know that the prayer service, the structure has been there, but actually to have a book itself, we don't see that until really these times, the late part of the first millennium. And here's an example of what his introduction to it is. So let's just take a quick look at what he's talking about over here. You'll notice on the right-hand side, it is written in.
That's Arabic.
That's Arabic in Hebrew script, because that's what the populace are reading right now. And the translation is on the left, meaning to say the original was on the right, and the translation is on the left. That's the Hebrew. So those of us in the room who are proficient in Arabic, or feel free to try the right side and tell me if I mistranslated. But in the meantime, here is the reason why I decided that's important to write a siddur. It's a very lengthy introduction. This is a practical part. He says the following. Hashem is above all description. Since we cannot find in our actual scripts the prayer service itself and the actual words we say on a daily basis
thrice, he says, therefore, any aspects of the Torah not written in it, coming back to the notion that the Torah is tradition and written, right? This is an example of tradition. Okay? Therefore, it's necessary to have this as part of the tradition. And the tefillos in the Torah are so benched in the particular situation that we can't really extract them wholesale and use them, skipping 2 lines. We'll say again, and in both of these, Kalomar, when it comes to both and the blessings we say, there were 2 sets of traditions about the tefillah. What were they? There were 2 traditions of prayer, one during the time that we lived as a sovereign nation in the land of Israel, one in the times of Galus. He gives an example actually earlier on in his introduction where he says, for instance, with a bracha which we say Tekaba Shofar Gadol, what we call Kibbutz Galus, that everybody should back to the land of Israel, indicates that was only a tefillah we said, of course, in exile, but it was in fact the prayer which supplanted that at the times of sovereignty was they have succeeded our wars. Fascinating, right? 2 sets of tefillos he indicates. Therefore, it's important to bring these all together, to congregate them. And to write them down. Well, in fact, why is it so necessary now? Why out of all centuries do I need to do it now? 3 things are happening as I watch it, says Rasaji Gaon. Haznacha, abandoning the prayer. V'ha'osafa, additions to the prayer. V'hashmata, and leaving out sections of prayer. And I'm concerned that there's going to be abrogation of the tefillah, so I'm going to now create the canon of what it's going to look like based on the original tradition. And he goes on to talk about when he moved around and the hashmatot and the omissions which he was seeing in society at this point in time, which therefore catalyzed his need to write the siddur. And today we can thank ArtScroll and Koren and all the other printing companies who are doing such a great job with the siddur, can thank 1,200 years ago, essentially, Rav Saji Gaon for starting the process of canonizing the siddur as we have it. Another very important aspect of his work. Coming to we left out, I didn't have a chance to get to his dictionary, the 90 words. One example of one of those 90 words, just as an example, is he says the word pre-Eitz Hadar. Remember, the Torah tells us that on the Sukkot, one of the things that the commandment is to shake or to lift on Sukkot is pre-Eitz Hadar, this beautiful fruit. Now, how are we supposed to know what that is? You know, you go to the supermarket and you ask for pre-Eitz Hadar, what are they going to give you? So he notes that the word Hadar, if you in Arabic, actually means a citron. Okay, so he says, how do we understand it? Is you go to the Arabic, which is a beautiful example of the logic system, also super itself on the Torah system, as he mentions in his introduction. It's an example of how he uses the culture around him to have access to the Torah itself. One last idea, and this is in philosophy. Of course, his magnum opus is Emunat V'Dayot, his book which talks about belief and opinions, which is an exceptionally dense and hard to access book. But here's one example of something which has transformed the way we look at philosophy and is in fact still our belief system today. He asks, this is a question actually starts many centuries before him, and it's a pasuk in Yechezkel, which is in the 33rd parak. It says the following: Hatzofer. Let's say you have a small village, and you have one person who's in charge of watching the village for attackers at night. Ki yiras ha'cherev ba'ah, and he notices that there is a band of thieves approaching the city. And nobody blew, and he didn't sound the alarm. He didn't press the button. He didn't blow the horn. The people weren't aware of the approaching enemy. And there was a fatality owing to his not performing his duties. He will be killed in his sin. The person who was killed deserved to die, but I will demand recompense from that watchman who did not do his job. Now that is what we call is a dialectic which has been at the heart of many, many philosophical discussions. Here you have a person who's killed because the watchman never sounded the alarm. So did the watchman kill him? What would have happened if the watchman had sounded the alarm? Would that person have died otherwise? Was that person deserving of death? What or how do you look at God's plan and your involvement in it? What happens if he woke up, he'd had a coffee that night, and he blew the horn, and then the person had been saved? So would the person have died otherwise? That's the question which has been plaguing us for centuries. Here's the simple explanation. Rav Sadia Gaon says in Emunat Tadeus himself, in the fourth Ma'amar, in the fifth paragraph. These are the following. V'shalim, people ask me, Im hoisa mesiras ha'adam la'ariga acher am echad ima'aseh habayis. So let's say a particular individual has a spiritual X on their head. They've done something which has now crossed a red line. So in God's books, that person is walking dead. Or they deserve some sort of form of challenge from God. So what happens when you have a particularly evil individual comes along and does the job for God? Right? They perform a mahadran operation of God in this particular thing, like Jezebel, and she kills all these prophets. So, so who do we attribute it to? We say, look, at the end of the day, the person must deserve death because they died. At the end of the day, she pulled the trigger, right? So what do? Where do you lay blame? And these are the words of Rav Sadia Gaon, which essentially have become entrenched in our philosophical underpinnings, which are disputed by some commentaries like the Orach Chaim later on, but this is really mainstream Jewish tradition. That is, Anu Omrim, we say, says Sadia Gaon, Ki hamaves ma'aseh Hashem, death is God's department, va'retzach ma'aseh Resha, but murder is human's department. That's a fascinating dialectic. Death is God's department, and murder is the human department. He would have died somehow in another way if it went for this person letting him in. But you don't want to be that tool. The point is, this is a famous philosophical debate, and the way that he passes it out is, God has got a plan for everybody who needs to take. You need to make very sure that you're not going to be the vehicle of that. Because if you choose to, you're culpable for making the choice to murder, even though the death was not in your hands. Which means to say, essentially, if you take the crime scene and you split it into two, and you see the person pulling the trigger is what the person is responsible for, not the death. That's what Rav Sadia Gaon is essentially saying here. And he talks about it in more specific terms, let's say about thievery or loss. And this and the reflection of this on a responsible daily basis is that when something happens to us, I was driving down the road a few days ago and a stone hit my windshield, and a small crack which every day grows bigger. So I can get up there, I can curse and think about that terrible person who on the other side of the street was driving too fast and must have shot up that rock at me, or I can say no. What he did, in this case had nothing to do with me, was his business. What happened to me is God's business. And passing out reality, therefore, actually now separates other individuals from their harm they caused you, and rather it's your relationship with Hashem, which is a completely different way of looking at life. This is an example of what Rav Sadia Gaon does in his philosophy. So all we did is just to get a brief mapping out of what we did. We followed to Rav Sadia Gaon through some thoughts in his introduction to Parashanot, the two systems he adds to understanding Torah. We looked at it as it expresses itself in polemics as he relates to the Karaites. In the specific instance of Ayin Tachas Ayin. We talked about halakha, and we saw an interesting historical aspect of his life as he responded, his contribution of the Siddur as we have it to today, and finally his philosophy and one very specific example of how that affects our day-to-day life today and mainstream Judaism. I hope this has been something which helps us gain at least a little bit of a foothold in the life of somebody who changed our tradition. Thank you very much.
That was great, Rabbi. I really enjoyed it. I learned a lot. I forgot to mention one story just to sort of humanize this superhuman individual. You recall that fired by the president of the academy, right, the Exilar, David Ben Zakkai. It happened that many years later, after he was fired, he spent 20-odd years with unemployed. Doberman Zakkai passed away and left behind a young orphan child, and Rav Saad Yagon took the child to his own home as his adopted son. So even though he could have had tremendous bitterness against Doberman Zakkai, he nevertheless showed tremendous kindness to his son, who grew up being very devoted to Saad Yagon.
That's beautiful. That really is sort of.
Thanking our kind sponsors, Sharon and Arlen Rosenberg, on the occasion of the Shloshim of Sharon's mother, Marat Taylor Basad and Yitzchak, the Reviewer Aleh Shalom, the Shmasta Aiden. Thank you for the great support of Torah. And again, thank you very much, everyone, for coming.
Tonight, we're going back in time significantly. We started this series with Rashi because whenever you're learning Torah, of course, you have to start with Rashi. And we're trying to work around some of the major commentators over the first 6 weeks, and then as we move on, we'll explore, God willing, more esoteric commentators as well. But today we're going to look at perhaps the most significant and certainly the most antique of the commentators, and that is Onkelos. Onkelos has a fascinating biography. We only have a few snippets, but they are quite illustrative of a very unusual personality. And he is significant primarily because it's not a commentary that he's written. He wrote a translation. And as Rabbi Teitelbaum will speak about in his half of the presentation, translation is in itself a commentary. I believe it's Ibn Dawud who says, "Show me a translator and I'll show you a liar." Because translations in themselves have to choose one of many different meanings of text, and that in itself is denying the other possible translations of a given word. So Onkelos is always printed on the margin of the text in contemporary Chumashim. It's a translation into Aramaic of the Hebrew text of the Bible, and reading Onkelos is actually a religious requirement far above Rashi and many of the other commentators, as we shall see over the course of the next 45, 50 odd minutes. So let's go straight to his biography. The first thing I have to tell you, and this is, I have to say, a little bit of an anticlimactic statement. We're not sure who Onkelos is. There are two candidates for the title Onkelos. There is a figure who we know popular as Onkelos, and there's also a figure known as Aquila. The reason why these two figures are confused is because in some of our sources we have references to an individual named Onkelos, and others, also equally respectable sources, we have references to a man named Aquila doing very similar or identical things in their lives. And so there's a debate among scholars that has raged really since the 4th century as to whether these are two people or one people. You note also, of course, the phonetic similarity of Onkelos and Aquila. It's possible that as the stories travel to Babylon, the Latin term Aquila became sort of Babylonianized. That's a real word. I just made it up. They Babylonianized to Onkelos. But what do we know about them? And as we shall see, there are ways to solve this dispute as well. They're both 2nd century Roman converts to Judaism. They both come from highly influential families, the story surrounding both of these figures and such. And they're both, of course, great scholars of Judaism who produced very important texts for our purposes. The Babylonian Talmud and the Tosefta, which is an ancient collection of documents similar to the Mishnah, has all these biographical details that refers to Onkelos. And the Babylonian Talmud, as I'm sure many of you are aware, has much more primacy in the Jewish canon than the Jerusalem Talmud, and generally it's studied much more actively. And so the term Onkelos tends to have much more currency as a result. But in the Jerusalem Talmud and Midrashim that can be dated specifically to the name there is Aquila. So there's a lot of questions about exactly who are we talking about. The 4th century church father, and it's strange that we have a church father who was involved in this. His name is Epiphanius of Salamis. He was very famous for making processed meat in sort of cylindrical shapes that has. Thank you. I'm glad some people have paid attention. No, I just made that up on the spot. You can tell spontaneous humor. But Epiphanes of Salamis was a church father who was involved very much in Jewish ecclesiastical history, and he argued that it's the same person. Onkelos and Aquila are the same person. Their names were just pronounced differently, and they're confused. It's still a little bit of a question because there are key biographical details that vary, perhaps in type rather than in. Or perhaps in detail rather than in type, as we shall see shortly. But let's place them in historical context. Both of them lived, or let's just say it's Onkelos, let's say it's one person. We'll follow Epiphanes of Salamis because we all enjoy good deli. Onkelos lived sometime around the turn of the 2nd century, a period of tremendous conflict and upheaval in Israel. Just to recap some of the major events, you have, in approximately the year 70, you have a disastrous war with the Romans that ends in the destruction of the temple. You have the remnants of a zealot-inspired revolt that has its last stand on the fortress of Masada. You have in the year 135, more or less, another upheaval, another Roman-Jewish war, this time led by Bar Kokhba, that also failed and resulted in phenomenal reprisals from the Roman government under the Emperor Hadrian. It is to this period, the Hadrianic persecution, that we have the story of the Asara Huge Malchus, the 10 martyrs of the state that we read on Shana and Yom Kippur, the Ezra, Rebbe Akiva's death, so on. So a really terrible time. We also have phenomenal messianic upheaval. The most significant in the Jewish tradition is, of course, Bar Kokhba himself. Bar Kokhba was widely regarded as actually a Mashiach, the Mashiach Yisrael. Rebbe Akiva himself felt that Bar Kokhba was definitely the Mashiach. His colleague said to him, Akiva, your grass will grow from your cheekbones, for Bar Kokhba is the Messiah. A very cold statement, which in fact turned out to be the case because Bar Kokhba was defeated by the Romans. We also have another fairly significant messianic movement that did not create such a huge ripple effect in its time, but ultimately was much more powerful, and that is, of course, the messianic movement surrounding Jesus somewhat earlier in the 1st century. So this is a period of phenomenal upheaval, tremendous danger for the Jewish polity, and huge risk for the complete disappearance of the Jewish people as a whole. So, turning to Onkelos himself, according to one version of the story, he was the nephew of Titus, or Titus, shown here. Of course, he is the general who destroyed the temple itself. In this coin, you see how he, as a Roman soldier, standing over a Jewish soldier who was forced to kneel. This coin is from the year 79. He's also associated with the famous Arch of Titus that commemorates this battle against the Jews and the ultimate subjugation of Israel. And I'm sure you've all seen this very famous bas-relief that is actually sort of on the inside corner here that shows purportedly Jewish slaves taking the menorah and under Roman standards off to the Vatican, where it will be, according to some legend, hidden away forever. Hang on, I'll take questions at the end, okay? So this is, according to one version of the story, Titus was his uncle, definitely a very high-level person related to Vespasian, who would become the emperor. According to the other version of the story, his Midrash Tanchuma says that his uncle was actually Hadrian himself, the emperor that persecuted the Jews so severely in the middle of the 2nd century. As the story goes, he went to Israel and was so impressed. He was at the wall, and someone went up to him and asked him if he'd like to spend Shabbos, and he ended up getting carved into or Sameach Eshet Torah Chabad, the whole thing, and he ended up becoming a ger. There's a fascinating story that I rather enjoy that is recorded in Maseches Avodah Zarah. I was thinking of maybe reading the whole thing through to you, but basically what happens is he becomes converted, and his uncle, whether it's Titus or whether it's Hadrian, very upset with him. This is what they call in Latin ashanda, that he should, ashanda for the Yuden. So they send a battalion over there to try and bring him back. And the battalion ends up talking with him, and they're so impressed with everything that he does that, in fact, they decide to convert too, and they stay there. And so he sends another battalion, and the same thing happens. In the third battalion, he says to them, whatever you do, don't speak with Onkelos. You can't engage in any conversation, but don't speak with him. And as the story goes, it's not exactly the way it appears in the Gemara, but they walk straight into the Beis Medrash, they pick him up, they walk him out of the Beis Medrash. As he's walking out, he touches the mezuzah. One of the Roman soldiers says, "What's that?" And it was all over. And I heard that joke. But anyways, these are the kind of stories associated with him. There is also an interesting censored account in Gemara Gittin, which is quite fascinating. In the 13th century, not really for our discussion today, but in the 13th century, the church, thanks to the intervention of some Jewish converts to Christianity, the church discovered the Talmud and engaged in quite active study of Talmudic texts, and also engaged in heavy interference with the publication and dissemination of the Talmud. Within a couple of centuries, as printing became popularized, the church was also very involved in controlling the actual texts that would be published as Talmudic. So Jewish publishers tended to engage in heavy self-censorship so that these documents would pass the censors' evaluation, and they would be able to be published. And so that means there's a whole bunch of material that is missing from our traditional Talmudic texts from about the 13th, 14th century onward until the 20th century. And among those texts, by the way, are preserved in Talmuds that are studied in Muslim lands, and many scholars are able to, bring them back and put them into modern Talmuds or into collections. Anyways, one of those, the kinds of things, by the way, that would be removed tended to be anything that smacked of criticism of Christianity, the biography of Jesus, Rome in particular, anything associated with Rome. It could have been talking about pre-Christian Rome, doesn't matter. The Jewish printers would say it's safer just to take that whole section out. And one of the sections that they took out dealt with Onkelos' own thought process as he was contemplating conversion to Judaism. According to the version that was removed from Gittin, he had kind of a seance and communed with the dead spirits of Bilam and with Jesus and one other famous figure who I can't recall. And he asked them, what's going to happen if I convert to Judaism? And they all said, that's good. It'll be fine if you become Jewish. The Jews on the right track and so on. And after communicating with them, he decides to, in fact, become Jewish. Fascinating, and you can see why the Jewish printers will remove that section from the Bible. Titus, the third one. Thank you, Titus. See, this is a very high, Boaz, you're paying attention here? This is like a really high-level class. It's scary for me. The Roman Empire, we also have to place the context of the tremendous pressure that Onkelos must have felt by joining this strange people under these conditions. I just want to take a minute to give you the contextualization of anti-Semitism. I really would like to speak a lot more about this, perhaps maybe Tisha B'Av or something like that. We're going to have a longer discussion. But scholars have basically identified 4 distinct ideological periods of anti-Semitism. They're all really quite different. I'm going to give you all 4 right now, but we'll speak a little bit longer about the Roman period in particular. The period of anti-Semitism is generally known as classical xenophobia. The word xenos in Greek means stranger. Xenophobia means fear of the stranger, fear of the different. And the Jews were clearly a highly distinctive and unique people in the ancient world, and as a result, a lot of hatred was directed to them. We'll unpack that after we go through the next 3 very quickly. The second period is early Christian anti-Judaism, and this really evolves in the early 2nd century till about the turn of the millennium. This is essentially a dispute between religious movements. movements. It is born out of the unique mother-daughter relationship of Judaism and Christianity. As Christianity is struggling to identify itself as a separate body of faith, it criticizes somewhat harshly the original faith. As Rosemary Radford Ruther, a very important Protestant theologian, once said, anti-Semitism is the left hand of Christology, by which she meant that as the early Christians wanted to promote Christianity, one of the major tools they had was to demote Judaism at the same time. Just like a daughter striving to achieve her own independence has to somehow criticize her mother in order to emerge from the cocoon of that protective maternal shell. But at this point, early Christian anti-Judaism is largely nonviolent. It's largely ideological. Imagine kind of like debates between rabbis and priests. Those kinds of things go on in this period. The third period is when anti-Semitism kind of goes off the rails, and that's medieval Jew hatred. This is something that begins around the turn of the millennium. It really gets a lot of energy with the 13th century, and this is where certain beliefs that are just completely pathological, the idea that Jews drink Christian blood, that Jews engage in vicarious crucifixions of an imaginary Jesus once a year on Passover, all kinds of bizarre folk ideas sort of imported into anti-Semitism. It becomes much more violent. And as I wrote in one of my articles, it's at this point, by the way, that it tends to change genders as well. Early Christian anti-Judaism, the vocabulary is very much about the female, about women, about representations of ecclesia and synagoga. But once you get to the medieval period, then it becomes about men. And the women who are literally pictured in the center of earlier renditions are actually shunted off to the side. I'd like to talk more about this, but tonight. And the fourth period, which we enjoy still today, is a form of anti-Semitism that is born out of the late 19th century. And anti-Semitism as an ideology is quite fascinating because it's somehow like a virus is able to adapt itself to the unique climate of its host. And it's able to find those kind of like tags to affix itself as a cancerous growth. I'm sorry to use so many medical metaphors when there's so many medical doctors in the room, but the idea is the virus is able to adapt to its circumstances under very uncanny. So, for example, as religion declines with the Enlightenment, let's say 17th to 18th century, and all of these ideas of like, deicide killing of God and of, in league with the devil and all kinds of things that people no longer take seriously anymore, anti-Semitism becomes secular, and it acquires two distinct characteristics. It becomes very racist in nature, attaching itself to the body of ideas that the Jews constitute a unique race, separate from other races. And our genius, by the way, as a race is supposed to be that we are parasites, that we are able to live off other beings until we suck away their energy and move on to a new host. And at the same time with racism, there is the idea of a conspiracy theory, that all Jews are locked together in this conspiracy to enslave Christendom. So those are the four basic periods. But if we focus on our task right now, which is classical xenophobia, none of this was born at this time. The Jews were feared and hated primarily because they were so different from the Romans. And let's place this in the context of Onkelos' conversion. The Romans took off very few days during the year, especially if you were a slave, which was most of the Roman population. You would have off the emperor's birthday, vernal equinox, just a handful of days a year. The Jews were accused of being slothful, lazy, because we took off 1 day in 7. Can you believe it? 1 day in 7, we refused to work, we refused to handle money, we refused to engage in commerce. That was just seen as intolerably lazy, unproductive kind of people. We were accused of being impious at the same time because we refused to participate in the civic religion of the day. We refused to just perform the very basic obeisances of just bow down to the idol. What's the big deal, you know? Like, if you can imagine going to a baseball game and there's some guy who refuses to stand for the national anthem. Right? There's a lot of criticism directed at that person because just stand up. What's the big deal, right? So we Jews would refuse to do these kinds of things that were markers of basic citizenship in the society. We were accused of being clannish, of refusing to associate with non-Jews because we would not eat with them, we would not drink wine with them, we wouldn't eat their food. We have our own kosher food. We wouldn't drink wine with them because the laws on touching wine that's not completely ruined by boiling. That was a joke too. I thought it was funny. What was the last thing I was going to say, Boaz? Oh, we were accused of being misanthropic, of hating humanity, primarily through circumcision, which was considered such an offense to the Romans, especially because of the Greek love of the human form, the human body. You know, all right. So imagine this is the kind of environment in which Onkelos converted. It's like converting to be such a misanthropic, clannish, such a complete Yotze Dofen, off the wall kind of exceptional, moving in the reverse of everything that the Romans held dear. So placing in that context, his conversion really takes greater importance. Two details about his personal Yiddishkeit, which are kind of interesting. He was noted for his scrupulosity. This is a word I've been dying to use for at least 2 weeks now since I've been thinking about this lecture. Scrupulosity is actually used by psychologists who treat Jews, Orthodox Jews, with obsessive compulsive disorder. It's actually a diagnosis because unfortunately, our religion does include a tremendous amount of details. Wash the hands this way, put on the shoes that way, all kinds of things, and people can fall into a mental illness where they're completely obsessed with doing it exactly mamish right, which in many ways we admire and we represent in a positive light, and as a result, it can actually push people further over the edge. So, not saying that Onkelos was associated with this, but for example, two things. He tended to be frummer than the rabbis in many ways. He was noted for eating all of his food al taharas hakodesh, meaning he would eat it with the same stringencies as if he were a kohen serving in the temple, meaning he would not allow any food that had even normal defilement that could be consumed by a regular Jew. He would refuse to touch any of it. He would only eat it as if he were a kohen, even though he was not. He himself, of course, was a convert. And secondly, he had a dispute with Rabban Gamliel, of all people, who wanted to go to the mikveh in Ashkelon, which is a territory that was traditionally associated with the Philistines and not necessarily part of Israel proper. Onkelos felt that a mikveh on non-Israeli land was not good enough, because it was not, by traditional biblical definition, part of the land of Israel. Even though it was a mikveh there, it would not purify, and he preferred to go into the ocean. He says, Rabban Gamliel, you can use this mikveh, but I'm going to use the ocean. I don't know if you ever met converts like that. Tend to be more religious than the rabbis, but it is a known phenomenon. So Onkelos, as an individual, he's definitely very contrarian, definitely very principled, but he dedicated his life to the Jewish people, and as a result, he has left a phenomenal legacy in his translation of the Chumash. And at this point, I want to thank you very much for your attention. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Rabbi Teitelbaum.
Thank you, Dr. Abramson. Good evening again, everyone. We're going to begin with a question. Who wants, with God's help, to live a long life? Good. Almost at 100%. Those with whom we're not, we'll discuss it later. My office hours, So everybody would like to have a Arichas Yomim V'Shanim. And this idea of a Targum, fascinatingly enough, holds with it the promise to just that. We are introduced to the idea of reviewing the Targum. Now, it doesn't say which Targum, but we'll see in a moment. The Gemara will tell us which Targum it is. Amar Rav Huna bar Yehuda Amar Rabbi Ami Va'olam Yashlim Adam Parshiyosav Im Hatzibur. We should be complete in reading all of the Parshios. Im Hatzibur meaning week by week by week with the Tzibur, the Parsha of the week. Shnayim Mikra Ve'echad Targum. Afilu HaTarot V'Divan, which may not necessarily have a specific targum attached to them. Shakol Hamashlim Parshiyosav Im Hatzibur Ma'arichim Lo Yamav Ushnosav. It's going to grant us long life. It's seemingly a part of Talmud Torah to such an extent that it's included in the promise of L'man Yirbu Yemechem V'mei V'nechem. It's part of that promise that HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, and that we believe in, we daven, we say, Kihem Chayenu V'orech Yameinu. That's what we will fill our days with, and then they will be long days and blessed years. Now, we have to understand that the idea of doing this, Shnayim Mikra Echad Targum, needs to be understood on two levels. Why the number 3, and why the Targum specifically? Can we fulfill this with any translation or any compilation of commentary? We'll get to that, but let's just focus in on the idea of the 3. Shnayim Mikra Echad Targum, twice the text, once the Targum. The Maral of Prague says, "V'yashlama ki matzinu sha'atorah nitna b'har Sinai v'nishnais b'al moed v'nishtalsha b'arvos Moav." He says, look, the Torah was given at Sinai, and then it was taught all over again, and then in Arvos Moav, hayabeir haTorah k'dichsiv ha'ol Moshe be'eretz haTorah. So that's why we have this idea of Shnayim Mikra Echad Targum. The implication of this already is that some kind of a Targum existed even then. That the Targum has origins that go back to the generation that was the Yotzei Mitzrayim and those who came into Eretz Yisrael. How do we know what it is that we mean when we say Targum? That it is our Targum Uklas. So the Gemara in Maseches Megillah says, Omer Rabbi Yirmiyah, V'isem Rabbi Chia bar Abba, Targum Shal Torah Unklas Hager Omro, Mipi Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Yeshua. So we have the dating of the Targum, and we have the authorship of Onkelos as the authoritative Targum. Of course, we know that Rabbi Yeshua and Rabbi Eliezer and Hyrcanus were, of course, in the generation immediately after Churban Bayis Sheni. Now, the Gemara goes on to discuss, well, we have rayas, we have proofs that this was even more ancient than anything that could have been taught by Rabbi Yeshua and Rabbi Eliezer in the first century, end of the first century. And the Gemara says, you're right, this is Sinaitic in origin. But Shakchum, it was forgotten. V'chazru v'yisudum, they were forgotten. And then Onkelos Hager once again brought back somehow the ancient understanding, translation, interpretation of Torah that had been with us, that was extant in the time of Hoil Moshe Be'eres HaTorah. The question is, how do you do that? Now, some of us can't remember what we ate for breakfast, what we ourselves ate for breakfast. How does Onkelos Hager come back with what was the original Targum in Aramaic of some 1,400 plus years, 1,500 years ago? Ruach HaKodesh. And that indeed is an interesting answer. Ruach HaKodesh in the times after Churban Bayis Sheni, in the days of the Tanoim. Well, there's an interesting Zohar that gets a little bit of a pump from the idea of saying that, yes, must have been some kind of relation with the Zohar dates Onkelos to Hillel and Shammai. It's an obscure Zohar that says Yinuchan Avhan the Alma they should rest in peace. Hillel and Shammai, the Hachi Amr La'unklis, they basically refused to teach him any Torah until he had bris milah. So we know that there were these famous stories of Gerim coming to Hillel and Shammai and saying, I want to become a Jew. One of them was Onkelos. That places us, of course, much earlier, turn of the 1st century, well within that period when Ruach HaKodesh, Holy Ephlaitis, was amongst us and the spirit of Kedusha obtained amongst the Jewish people. Beis HaMikdash was still Kayim. Now, we were mentioning earlier, as Dr. Abramson said, that there's a question about what exactly is Targum meant to be. So it's Onkelos' Targum. That's what we have to read twice the text, once the Targum. What is it? Is it a translation? Is it an explanation? Is it both? And what do we do practically if we don't understand the Aramis, if we don't understand Aramaic? Halakha and Shulchan Aruch, Halacha Beis, in Lamad HaParsha B'Perish Rashi, Chashuv Kimo Targum. V'Yirei Shamayim, Yikra Targum V'Gam Perish Rashi. This is the Tours Psak, codified by the B'Tz Yosef, originating with the Tours' father, the Rush. Rabbeinu Asher, the great 13th century decisor of Jewish law, laid down a fantastic idea and said, you can't understand Targum, do the Rashi. And that means that the Rush understood Targum to be far more than translation. Obviously, if you're replacing Targum with Rashi, and Rashi is a far thing from translation, obviously Targum has in it so much more depth and has a wealth of information. It is not just translation, it's a compilation of meaning and understanding, and that therefore, if we cannot access it, Rashi might be a replacement. Now, there's an important Taz, the Turei Zahav, who says to us, quoting again from the Tur, if you use any other language, which would be the most natural thing to do. English translation. Lo Yatza. You're not able to do Shnai and Mikra V'Echad Targum by reading the Chumash, and then English. Not even Art Scroll.
That's not even English.
Sorry. I didn't say that. Yeah. I mean, you can't use any other language because obviously there's a Ruach HaKodesh aspect. You can't replace something which has, first of all of the holy explanation, like a Rashi's bringing of Medrash, bringing of the Gemara, all of the holy tradition of what the pasuk means and what's entailed in understanding the message of the pasuk. And second of all, in terms of just looking at it as simple translation, if one is Ruach HaKodesh, nothing can replace that. We've begun to discuss this challenge of the Aramaic. And it's important to note that early Rishon conceded that we have a problem with Aramis. They discuss how clearly there were communities, as we read in the Gemara, every Shabbat, the layman was a pasuk, and then a targum, a pasuk, a targum. The cholent were almost as hot, maybe a little cooler, because you would have pasuk translated by the Meturgim. There was a Meturgim for every pasuk. What happened to that? What a fantastic idea. Don't tell me that instead the rabbi gives a speech, because we would much rather hear from Onkelos than from the rabbi. The answer is, V'nira, shehem hoyu regilin farish lahamon ha'am shehoyu dabrim aramis. It was done because the people understood Aramaic. But for us, mato eles b'targum, we're not going to read it publicly. And then he says, "Ve'ein lomar nilmod mehem lefarosh la'am b'lashon sheyavinu." Do not suggest, well, then let's read the pasuk publicly out loud from the Torah, and then have someone explain it in whatever language we understand. Again, the Yeshloma Targum Shanu Shenitkan Beruach HaKodesh. So you have here the Rishon, the Tur, saying to us, look, that's what Gemara ultimately means. We understand the Gemara Megillah, which we saw earlier, Chazru v'Yasdum, that Targum Unclus is that which is based upon the original Sinaitic Be'er HaTorah of the Midbar of the Yotzei Mitzrayim. That's because he was granted Ruach HaKodesh to be able to recompose and reconstitute that ancient Targum.
But the Taz that you had us before said that if you don't understand Russian, you can read it.
So the Taz says that you can read Perushei HaTorah. And but that's indeed what the Taz says there. He says you can replace even the Rashi, but it would have to be not with a translation, but he said b'feirush or b'feirushei HaTorah. Correct. Now we'll move on to something that again indicates to us how unique Aramis really is, and why it might be worth our while to struggle through the Aramaic, even to acquire books, translations of the Aramaic. There's a fantastic Hebrew translation of Aramis written by, it just so happens to be an uncle of my father-in-law, Rav Tuvio Wine of Rehovot, composed Yain HaTov al HaTargumim. But there are, I believe, English translations of the Aramaic and commentary on Targum so that we can really reacquaint ourselves with the wealth of and the treasure of what Targum is all about. The Zohar says a fascinating thing. The Zohar in Lech Lecha says that the Malachim, the angels in heaven, as we know, shun Aramaic. It's a language that's meant to be uniquely ours, and what we express in that language is not for the ears, if you will, of the Malachim. That's a discussion for another time why that's so, but the strong language used in the Zohar is that it is ma'us, it's really shunned, it's something that's very, very negative, if you will, in the eyes of the Malachim. And he says, V'hachi itzchik, and that's how it should be, because this Aramaic Torah, which is Targum, is ours. It's uniquely ours. The less kino l'malachei Eloi b'hadai v'Yisrael yatir, and there's no more envy of the Jewish people. Remember that famous Gemara in the Medrash that says that the Malachim didn't want the Torah to be given to us at all, and the answer was lo b'shamayim. It belongs on earth. That's where it's lived. That's where it's practiced. And yet the Malachim are envious. So we have not only the practice of Torah, but the study of Torah in a language that they will not be envious of. So that it is uniquely ours in its study, let alone in its practice. And that study that is uniquely the Jewish study of Torah, that is here on earth, and that is sanctified by the Jewish people in a way that the angels in heaven cannot study, cannot sanctify Torah, is the Aramaic of Echad Targum. Let's take a look at one of the great accomplishments of the Targum. The Rambam in Mor Nevuchim makes a point over and over again, telling us how incorporeality, the fact that there is no physicality to the God of Israel, that we believe in a omniscient, all-present, all-knowing, makomo shel olam, that is the fill of the universe, that the universe takes up a small physical space within the greater non-physical truth that is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. This incorporeality is something which a ger, a proselyte, would want to teach and show again and again and again. So there's a protective measure that the Targum takes. Anytime there's something that is implying motion, movement, action of a physical kind by HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Targum says, no, let's not translate, let's explain. And you will see in two simple explanations, examples from this past week's Parsha, where revelation takes place before all of the Jewish people at Sinai. And the Pasuk says, I'm going to come to you in the thick cloud. And Targum says, I will manifest or be revealed I will be experienced prophetically. My presence will be known. But it doesn't say I'm coming, because that kind of a movement, that's a human anthropomorphism that the Onkelos would not even abide in his translation. So it's not a translation. It's a very important kind of explanation, and one pointedly aimed at precluding us from making any kind of mistake about that which he saw all of his life. He doesn't want us to make the kinds of mistakes all the people around him used to make. There are gods that you can imagine, that you can talk to. There are gods you can see. The pantheon of gods, gods you can bow to, gods you can embrace and kiss. No. That's not the truth. That's not the reality. And he's trying to show that again and again. There's another example in the very next page. Ki bayom hashlishi yered Hashem le'enei kol ha'am al har Sinai. The day of Matan Torah will be a day when God will come down, from the top of the mountain. Yiskele Hashem le'enei kol ha'am al Torah de Sinai. There is no coming down. There is going to be revelation. There's going to be the vision that we will all have, the experience of Matan Torah. But Onkelos is very protective, the Rambam says, of making sure we don't get any of that wrong, so we have an understanding of the truth of HaKadosh Baruch Hu being Hashem Echad. There are halakhic implications of what it is that's written by Onkelos. And we have here just 2 out of hundreds and hundreds of instances in Shalos and Shuvas and other Sfarim where people derive from Onkelos' commentary something very practical. The first one by the Chassam Sofer, the great scholar, really the most important, singularly important Jewish scholar of Central Europe of the first half of the 19th century, and his Talmidim and their yeshivos have impacted the Jewish world so greatly. But Chassam Sofer writes in a Shuvah where he's discussing the latter part of Mila, after the foreskin has been removed, the small, thin membrane that also has to be pulled back. He says, well, if that wasn't done, would you make a bracha? Because since the Mila hasn't been completed, so you've cut off the foreskin, but you haven't done that priya. And he's discussing this technical issue, and he brings a proof from the Targum on the pasuk Umo Hashem es levavcha ve'es levav zarecha. Ya'adi, I will remove, not cut. Ya'adi tipshus libcha. Removal, he says, is a bona fide understanding of what Mila means. So Mila, in Umo Hashem es levavcha, doesn't have to mean gzar, cutting. It means revealing that which is otherwise enclosed or hidden. And therefore, for priya, while the cut has been done, but that revealing of what is underneath yet is going to be done, you make a bracha on that. And he's bringing proof texts and support from an Onkelos. Now, it's fascinating that his Rebbe, Rav Nosson Adler, similarly once said something fascinating about the Aseres HaDibros. Everybody knows that in the Aseres HaDibros, lo tignov means kidnapping. Yet the Torah doesn't say specifically kidnapping. We have a Rashi in Parshas Mishpatim that implies that it includes all kinds of theft. And it would be nice to see in the Ten Commandments that God is saying not only kidnapping, but thievery of any kind is so forbidden and so abhorrent it even has a place in the Ten Commandments. Sure enough, Divrei Yatziv of the Klausenberger Rebbe, he quotes the Sefer Nesina Leger, fascinating name. Nesina Leger, meaning something given or gift to the ger. The ger is Onkelos. Nesina is Nosson Adler. That was his name. The great scholar Nosson Adler wrote this Targum to Targum. He wrote a commentary on Targum Onkelos, and he calls it Nesina Leger. And the Klausenberger Rebbe quotes him as saying that, look, when it comes to Lo Sirtzach, it says Lo Tiktol Nefash. When it comes to Lo Tignov, it just says Lo Tignuv. And that implies that according to Onkelos, Efshar the Behemoth Sover HaOnkelos the Gam Magnevas Mama. V'lachein Nokat B'stama without nefash, without saying a person. He doesn't say theft of a person. He just left it at theft. When it comes to Lo Tirtzach, homicide, he added nefash, the murder of a person. So we are being medayik in Onkelos, where he did add a word versus where he did not add a word, and we're saying, therefore, Onkelos seems to say to us, Lo Tignov is not just technically kidnapping, but any kind of theft is also included in the Aseres HaDibros. So we see that the tremendous amount of study
that great scholars engage in when looking at the texts of Unclus give rise to halachic implications to this very day, and have done so really through the ages. Let's conclude with looking at some of the examples of where his translation / compilation of commentary explanation have really enriched Jewish life, where his meaning to the words have such great ethical and moral implication. We'll have them in order as they appear in the Torah. This is probably the most famous of them all, where in the creation of man, the Torah says, "Vayihi ha'adam lenefesh chaya," and man was this living being, but no, that which the Unclus says is so much more important and so much more broad and gives us such insight into the greatness and potential within man. That is, that God's breath manifests the Havis. God's breath manifests in man. It's given expression through that which man speaks, through the spirit in man, as that spirit comes to expression when a human being verbalizes his thoughts, his aspirations, his hopes, his fears. And that is one of the most important of all of Unclus's translations, obviously explanations and interpretations of Torah. We'll look at another one that comes from this week's Parshas Mishpatim, where the Torah says, if you see your enemy's chamar, your enemy's donkey, it's breaking down under its tremendous burden, and you need to help the animal, this beast of burden, and the owner of the animal is an enemy of yours. You would desist from or refuse to help this fellow Jew just because you've got some kind of a disagreement with him. Azov to Azov, email, help, and help again. Make sure that the person and the person's animal can be reloaded and safely on their way. Says the Targum something fantastic. You know, in modern Hebrew, if you have some kind of a complaint, and you keep airing the complaint, and you're complaining, when somebody wants to tell you stop, what will they tell you? Azov. Leave it alone. Tafsik means stop, but to leave it alone means let it go. Azov. So here you have the source for that. You see, because Dov, according to Targum, pasuk means nishbak tishbok, leave alone mad v'libok Alohi. Let go of what you have in your heart. Let go of all of that old, contentious, and negative feeling you have in your heart. Whatever it is that you harbor against your fellow Jew, let it go. And help him. So that we have a completely novel interpretation of the pasuk, but one that addresses the fact that you really don't like this guy, and you really don't want to help him. And when the Torah repetitively says Azov to Azov, Targum says, because it doesn't just mean to help, it means Azov, let go of, release all of the negative feelings you may have, the resentment that you have, and then Tazov, go help him. And finally, something that really helps us all of us work hard, all of us trying to earn a living, all of us know we can't take credit for our successes. Because Baruch Hu tells us very pointedly, we have to remember, it's not it's not because I'm so smart, not because I got my great degree, not because I've worked so hard that I've amassed my fortune or that I'm successful. No, we have to remember, because he is the one who gives you the ability, the energy to succeed, to valiantly succeed. Now, you might not be able to read readily into this and say, well, how about somebody who's in business and applies his great mind and his business acumen and manages therefore to succeed, or practices his profession with
proficiency, and where in the pasuk does Kihu where does it say that it's about my ability to use my mind well and practice my profession or pursue my business pursuit successfully? Says the Targum. Remember, this is Sinaitic in origin. The Ruach HaKodesh in the 1st century or 2nd century says Unkelis, Arehu, Yahev Lach Eitzah Lemiknei Nichsin. The Eitzah, meaning the ideas, the thoughts that allow you to move on to acquire what you need in life. Lemiknei Nichsin means to buy what you need, to acquire what you need, to succeed in your business, in your profession. You know what that comes from? The Eitzah comes from the higher intellect that's granted the Chacham Abina Das, Sadeh Abina Bahaskel, that you daven for in Shemona Esrei, when it's provided by HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that's where and how we can succeed. So we see just from these examples how rich and how important some of the commentary of Targum is, let alone how important it is to recognize it as a basic translation of Chumash, but the accessibility combined with the broad interpretation of Torah that's presented to us through Targum gives us an understanding of how great and important Targum really is and why we try to access it and must try to access it in spite of it being in Aramaic. If the people in the Midbar could do it, we can do it too. Thank you.
It's a great honor to be here for the 5th installment, the penultimate installment of the Letters Flying Free. Oh my gosh, the Rebbitzin is here. Did I see the Rebbitzin over there? I just scanned it. Oh, now I'm in trouble. She is going to tell her father about this. I'm really nervous now. We'll start all over again. Okay. We're in the penultimate meeting of the Letters Flying. I sent out an email, if you're on my constant contact list, to get a survey of what people thought of this series and the series we did in Brooklyn to get a sense of how we can improve, because God willing, we will move forward with this. There seems to be a certain groundswell of enthusiasm for these subjects, but we want to do it wisely and in a way that meets the needs of our viewing audience, both live and on the internet. Rabbi Teitelbaum has prepared an absolutely fantastic shiur for the second half of this hour. So I'm going to speak really quickly to give him maximum time, because he's really going to take us deep into the ideas of the Ibn Ezra in text, and I think it's going to be quite fascinating. I'm actually recycling a class that I gave about 2 years ago, which was sponsored by the Hermes, and I believe they're members of this shul, so it's ironic that we get to reuse their original sponsorship when I was in Bell Harbor. Our topic for today is the incomparable Abraham Ibn Ezra, who was a phenomenal individual with tremendously complex life, a life of great sadness and tribulation, and a life of genius and exceptional achievements in Torah scholarship in particular. I think one of the most fascinating things that I take away from his life is the fact that the Ibn Ezra that we primarily know as Jews, and we are the people who study him most of all the various fields of inquiry that he inspired, from poetry to astronomy to mathematics to linguistics. He really only began his career as a Torah scholar, as a published Torah scholar, when he was about my age, when he was in his 50s and he was exiled from the Iberian Peninsula. At that point, he had to change careers quite late in life, and it was only then that he really explored his genius. As we discussed a few weeks ago, when we were looking at Sadia Gaon, he had to get fired from his job as the Gaon of Surah in order to start writing, and ultimately it was his writing that made the greatest contribution in life. I'm reminded as well of a role model in my own life, Rabbi Dr. Lander Zatzal, who only started Touro College when he was 54 years old, and it's become such a massive enterprise, and it's affected the lives of so many tens of thousands of people. There are these people like that, Ibn Ezra's, who are able to change their lives midstream when other people are started looking down towards moving down to Boca or something like that. They're thinking about what else can I achieve, and Ibn Ezra is such a person. He lived a life of tremendous penury, and he complained about it with some eloquence. So I'll share with you, for example, one poem that he wrote. These are translated from the original Judeo-Arabic. Unfortunately, I forgot the name of the translator, and the other, I'll write it when I put this on the web, the exact translator. But he writes a poem called My Stars. On the day I was born, the unalterable stars altered. If I decided to sell lamps, it wouldn't get dark till the day I died. Some stars, whatever I do, I'm a failure before I begin. If I suddenly decided to sell shrouds, people would suddenly stop dying. He definitely had a very kind of pessimistic, dark view of the universe that seems to pervade much of his writings, although not universally. We'll see how that is. Now, what was he doing for a living? What was so difficult about his life? He was what we would call in Yiddish, in many ways, a Luftmensch. A man who lived on air. And this is a term that really is better applied to 19th century Eastern Europe. And it refers to people who somehow eke out a living without any clear sense of what their revenue stream really is. In medieval Spain, in the golden period when he lived, he was a professional poet, and he would, compose works of poetry, which was hugely in demand in Spanish culture, Arabic Spanish culture. He would compose, what they would call a boast poetry, in which people would compose, these poems that celebrated their business acumen or their military strengths or various achievements in their life. He would have composed curse poetry that was used as an imprecation against people you didn't like, and this was like a business. This was kind of like graphic designers for the internet today. He was a poet for hire who do these things. But it's a difficult job to have, because once you write the poem, it's over. You get paid once, and then you've got to write another poem. You can't use the same poem again because they were in circulation. It was part of the culture to repeat poetry. We happen to live, it's sad, in America in the early 21st century. We live in a very poetry-debased society. We have very little poetry in circulation. I spent some time with Boaz, my son, who was not here, by the way. I really have to give it to him. He and I just spent some time studying The Second Coming by Yeats, and it was fascinating to actually walk a young mind through the meaning of that poem. But we are bereft of these things. I'm sorry for going on like that. Anyways, he eked out a career as a professional poet, and he was essentially going from wealthy person to wealthy person to try and flog his wares, and he would make a sale every now and then. Here's one of his poems which describes what it's like. This is called The Patron, which is referring, of course, to his supporters. When I come to the patron's house early in the morning, they say, he has already ridden away. When I come in the evening, they say, he has already gone to sleep. He either climbs into his carriage or climbs into his bed. Woe to the poor man. Woe to misfortune. Right? So you get the sense that for most of his early adulthood and his middle age, he was a person who managed to live on the definitely a huge Talmud Chacham, someone who was very conversant with Torah scholarship, but not publishing. He didn't have the personality really to be a community rabbi. He was kind of irascible and difficult and sometimes a little bit pugilistic. These are not characteristics that we admire in community rabbis in general. We want them to, find ways to make pshara and shalom. He was not that kind of a person. And so this was his life. For reasons that are not entirely clear, he ended up fleeing the Iberian Peninsula when he was about 50, perhaps exiled. He was very well connected. In fact, he was married into the family of Yehuda Halevi. But his son Isaac apparently moved out to the Middle East and converted to Islam, which was a huge shock for him. There's some debate over exactly what happened. It's possible that Ibn Ezra even sat Shiva for his son, although the dates and the documents that support this are still under dispute. At any rate, possibly the reason why he left, we don't exactly know, was the expansion of the Almohad. It's a very extreme form of Islam that chose to move away from the traditional tolerance of dhimmi, of Jews and Christians as people of the book, towards a more intolerant and demanding form of Islam that would not brook the presence of non-believers in their midst. Maimonides, of course, would also flee the Almohads and make his way across the coast of North Africa to Egypt. In the case of the Ibn Ezra, he would actually make quite a tour of the Mediterranean basin, all across the coast of North Africa, into the Italian peninsula, and into continental Europe, trying to put together a livelihood living in great straits. During this time, it became clear, this is his period of wandering and also his period of greatest creativity. He found that he could no longer make a living as a Judeo-Arabic poet in Christian Europe. You know, it's surprising, right? Because they're not speaking Arabic, and the culture of Christian Europe does not have the same respect and admiration for poetry that the Muslims did, and so he had to switch careers. He could not be a pulpit rabbi. He could not be much of a teacher. He didn't have that kind of patience in his personality, so he took to scholarship, and he would sell his writings. Quite often, he was so broke, he actually had to sell his original manuscripts. That's why we actually have multiple copies of many of his works, because he would sell it, the original. He had no more money even to buy more writing instruments, and then he would have to write it again from memory. And so the second version usually tended to be quite a bit bigger and quite a bit more expansive. But this is the kind of living on the edge that he enjoyed during the period of his greatest creativity. And this is when he really came into his own as a Hebrew scholar, as he wrote his greatest works on astronomy, on grammar, and of course in Torah scholarship, which Rabbi Teitelbaum is going to speak of in quite a bit more detail. I'm not going to go into it in much discussion, say that the Ibn Ezra commentary on the Torah is uniquely fascinating, and it provides tremendous grounds for future exploration by scholars like Spinoza and eventually the 19th century biblical critic Wellhausen, who saw in his rationalist approach to the Torah the possibility of much larger ideas that were definitely contrarian to the Orthodox point of view. In fact, the Ibn Ezra's point of view is pretty much the maximum extreme you can go and still remain b'toch hamachane, inside the camp ideologically, as we shall see in the second half of this hour. He has a big problem with Midrash. He tries very hard not to rely on Midrash as a source for biblical commentary. This puts him at tremendous odds with figures like Rashi, of course, figures like the Ramban, who we spoke about early in the series. And it's a unique approach to Torah that is really unparalleled by anyone in his generation. Halacha, nevertheless, let us not mistake the fact that he remained very much an observant Jew, very much adherent to halacha, and was often engaged in heavy polemics with anyone who would impugn the value of halacha. He had significant arguments with the Karaites, movement that started a few centuries earlier. Argued that oral Torah was a human rabbinic invention. It was not actually divine in origin. And his approach against the Karaites and his rationalist arguments proved to be extremely useful to Ramban later when he had the dispute that we discussed earlier in this class, because these rationalist arguments could communicate across cultures and could be used in a disputation with the church. So his approach to these things was exceptionally So to try and wrap up and give you a sense of his life as a whole, and also to give plenty of room for the in-depth text that we will be studying shortly, we should understand him as essentially a poet who had to make a major transition from the way of life to becoming a scholar. Without having an official position of any kind, he was forced to eke out a living as an independent scholar, composing treatises which he would later sell, often right down to the original copies. But nevertheless, he gained quite a bit of wide circulation with these things. He was canonized as a commentator. We have him on the page of the Mikraos Gedolos, but his opinions, nevertheless, are quite a bit on the extreme of the Orthodox spectrum. His extremist opinions had a tremendous impact on later thinkers. His thought actually crossed over into the Christian world as well. His poetry was translated into Latin and other languages, such that even in the 19th and 20th century, you see examples of his work. Robert Browning wrote a poem which cites a Rabbi Ezra, referring to Ibn Ezra. Of course, Ibn means son of, and so it's not quite correct to call him Rabbi Ezra because he is Abraham's son of Ezra. But Browning wrote a beautiful poem, Grow Old With Me, which is an ode of homage to the great biblical commentator. And in fact, even John Lennon in our own times wrote a song that was based on Browning's poem, which later goes back to the Ibn Ezra. His work in astrology, which I can't possibly comment on with anything intelligent, was nevertheless recognized by scholars of that field as being something quite significant. And if you look over here, there's actually a crater on the moon. Next time you look at the moon, just pay attention to this little red spot here. You can notice it. If you look very carefully, you'll see there's a red circle around it. And this is called the Ibn Ezra crater. Here's a close-up of it that is specifically named after this 12th century scholar in recognition of his tremendous achievements in the field. Okay, so I've compressed my remarks because I think it's really important that we study the text. We have a lot of great text to come, and I'm going to turn it over at this point to Rabbi Teitelbaum.
To look at Ibn Ezra's magnum opus, which is his Parish on the Torah, which is known as the Sefer HaYashar. We call it, of course, more commonly the Ibn Ezra. And you can see just from his opening remarks how proud he is of the work. On the one hand, you also begin to sense how facile he is in the language in Lashon HaKodesh. He says here, Sefer HaYashar LaAvraham Hashar, to Avraham the poet, he says that all of my writing, all of what I will be presenting will be bound by ropes of grammar. So from the onset, he is making it clear that he is going to be a literalist, if you will. Those with intelligence will see that this is really the right way to address the Torah and to comment on the Torah. They will see fit to follow in my footsteps. Those who take this, and maybe he is saying those who support this kind of work, he always was lacking in the kind of support he would have liked, they will be very, very fortunate. We are going to continue to look at his Hakdama. What he does is introduce his parish by first describing so many of the other paths that he says are incorrect, describing the paths that he will eschew, that he says these are not the ways of proper parish on the Torah. And the first that he says is quite what we should be following is the path of, let us call it, lengthy exposition. By the way, all of his Hakdama is written in poetic rhyme. Beautiful, beautiful Ivrit, or Lashon HaKodesh. He says that it is very long and long-winded, and most people can appreciate it and gain from it. He says, if truth and what we're trying to arrive at is that bullseye, that point at the very center, Batchila. Then going into expansive, long, lengthy dissertations on Torah, that's like maybe getting at that circle surrounding the bullseye, but you're never really reaching your target. And then he goes on to say, for instance, he talks about the Rabbeinu Yitzchak HaYisraeli, and some of what he wrote. He writes how in other words, he wrote treatises and barely got through much of the Torah at all. He then criticizes Rabbeinu Tzaddik Gaon. So he obviously has great respect for Rav Tzaddik Gaon, but he says Rav Tzaddik Gaon also in his parish follows this long-winded style without really explaining the pasuk, its true meaning, its basic meaning. He gives an example of Perish Yehi Ma'oros, Hichnis Deos Acheros, L'das Hamidos Hanisaros. He talks there about all kinds of issues about the celestial bodies, things that are not pertinent to the explanation of the pasuk itself. Here, from Bereshis, Perik Beis, pasuk Yud Aleph, where the Torah describes the great rivers. So Rabbeinu Tzaddik Gaon identifies this river as the Nile. And how do you know it's the Nile? Asks Ibn Ezra. He suggests, perhaps Ibn Tzaddik Gaon saw it in a dream. There are all kinds of mistakes that have been made. We will not rely on things that he dreamt up, but he does defend Rabbeinu Tzaddik Gaon and says, look, he had to say something. It's being translated, after all, by Rabbeinu Tzaddik Gaon into Arabic and with their alphabets. Therefore, he needed to say something, and he needed to give some explanation, so that otherwise people are going to say, what's he hiding? Or is this not a really true reflection of what is in the Bible? The fact is that Ibn Ezra, importantly, is the first great Spanish commentator on Torah, where there had been none in Hebrew. What had preceded his work all had been indeed in Arabic in that part of the world. Another example, however, of his beautiful writing, his scientific ability to mix astronomy, astrology, and Torah. It's long-winded, though. He was allowed, I guess, he permitted himself that. And that is that in Parshas Yisro, he actually shows how each of the Aseres HaDibros connects to a specific installation. And as you get closer and closer to the more basic and human kinds of issues of Lo Sibtzach, Lo Sinach, and finally Lo Sachmod, they are the lowest constellations. And he explains this all very beautifully. But of course, it's a philosophical approach, and it's more of the long-winded approach than the literalist approach. Then again, he wrote a Be'er HaKotzer. He had a shortened version originally, and only wrote the more expanded version of his parish. The one we have is on Shmos. Most of the rest of it has been lost. Now, the next path that he says we should not follow, the second of the four paths that he negates, the path of the Karaim. As we heard before, the Karaites deny that there is a Torah Shabbat path. It's a rabbinic contradiction. He calls it Derech Psal Tolim. Haderech HaSheniyan, the second path. B'chrua Psal Tolim, those crooked people. Imhem Yisraelim, if Jews take that path, if they think they're getting to the truth, they don't even know where to look. And then he talks about Anon, the founder of the Karaites, Binyamin ben Mashiach, Yeshua. They don't believe in the words of the great Chachamim. They don't believe in Torah Shabbat path. So therefore they end up erring to left, to the right. Everybody says whatever they like about how to understand the pasuk. Ve'hein midas totzaos lashon hakodesh reikim, and they don't even know Hebrew. So here you see him really saying how important it is to have a real good grounding in Ivris, in Lashon HaKodesh, in Hebrew grammar. Otherwise, you can't possibly come to understand the Torah. But you also see here how he completely and utterly rejects those who would say that, no, we have to just study Torah Shebachsav, and Torah Shebal Peh is not something that's divinely ordained. You here see that he was an absolutely believing Jew in every way. Torah Shebachsav, Torah Shebal Peh. Some of the examples in which he says something almost critically, really, it's more than jocular. He is actually ribbing the Karaites. The pasuk says in Bereshis Chavtes, "Ve'enei Leah Rakos." Leah's eyes were somehow watery. She was tearing up constantly because the Medrash says she was destined, she thought, to be married to Esav. So here he quotes Ben Ephraim. Ben Ephraim is a character. Ben Ephraim, Shehuchos of Aleph, Rakos is mixing an Aleph. It should be Aruchos, Tamo Aruchos. She had long, narrow eyes, and that was the problem. And Ibn Ezra says he's wrong. V'hu hayachos of Aleph. It is he, Ephraim, who's missing the Aleph. So instead of Ben Ephraim, his name is Ben Parid. Arox. Let's go to another example of that kind of, let's call it his rejection, if you will, of the Karaites. You know, the Torah says that in Mitzrayim, that the Jewish people were to eat because they had to leave B'chipazon. They should be dressed and ready to leave Eretz Mitzrayim. So he says, it seems to be a city in Algeria, in Argolan. They eat their Seder dressed that way, ready to go. They're all mistaken. And he says, when Pesach comes, let them go, let them leave. Let them go into exile. And finally, another example, where in Parshas Mishpatim, you have the famous psukim of Ki Yigov Shor Ish Es Shor Re'ehu, and it's about one ox goring another ox. The ox of one Jew gores the ox of a second Jew, and it says Ben Zuta actually interpreted or misinterpreted this to mean that the ox gores its fellow ox, when actually, correctly, it means that the ox of one Jew gored the ox of a fellow Jew. So he says, Amar Ben Zuta ki re'ehu to'al l'shor. He didn't realize Kishar Ish Samachu, it's the shor of a man, and so to Shor Re'ehu, the ox of his fellow man. Ve'elu Shor Re'ah Ben Zuta Levado. You know, oxen have no good friend except Ben Zuta. He's okay. So we have another path. A path of mysticism and a path of, let us call it obscurity, where that which we don't understand in Torah is hidden and meant to be hidden. And most of Torah, therefore, is allegory. And he says, no, that's not our job. HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us the Torah. God gave us the Torah to understand, to live by. And you can only live by it if we first understand it correctly. By and by, however, in this piece, when he talks about this derech choshech va'afela, he said it's entirely michutz l'kav hagula. It's outside that circle entirely, let alone getting to the bullseye. Outside the circle entirely, he says, Hem habodim libam l'chol advarim sodos v'munasim ki hataros v'hamishpatim chidos. They think it's all, some kind of a riddle and some kind of a parable or allegory. I'm not even going to go into much length as to rebut any of what they claim, but what he does say, importantly, is there is one thing that they are right about. Every mitzvah, every precept of the Torah, We have to apply our hearts and minds. Or, yes, that is, in our hearts, with God's wisdom implanted in us, that we are to study the Torah. It's a fascinating concept. We are able to come to the truth of Torah because we are Hashem's people, and He has planted within us the ability to understand the Torah. Therefore, since He has given us that God-given gift, let's use it. Let's study. Let's mine the treasures that are contained within the Torah. And if we come upon something that we can't understand, he says, then maybe we have to say, well, it's mystical. But otherwise, he says before that, if we can't logically understand it, then we have to reject that which is illogical or that which is implausible. And then there are some obviously famous cases in which Ibn Ezra says that we have to make sure to read the Torah literally, understand what happened, for instance, at the Akedah, and not necessarily accept every opinion midrashically offered. And we'll get into why and how we can look away from some of the midrashim according to Ibn Ezra. But before we get into that, let's just look at this example. We have Yitzchak at the Akedah. How old is Yitzchak at the Akedah? Chachamenu tell us, he quotes, Yitzchak at the Akedah was ben 37 shanim. He was 37 years old. He says, look, im divrei kabbalah mikabel. I readily accept it if that is a tradition from Sinai, generation after generation, fine. But he says, miderach svara ein ze nachon. Because if he's 37 years old, then the whole celebration of the courage and the devotion of Avraham Avinu should be actually the courage and celebration of what Yitzchak was ready to do at the Akedah. It should be all about Yitzchak and Yitzchak's courage, and not Avraham Avinu's courage. Can't be he was 5 years old, because it says in the Torah, the Torah says that it was Yitzchak who carried all the wood. He's 4 or 5 years old, how could he have carried the wood? So this is all a very logical approach, to which he says it must be that ultimately he was Karov Liyud Gemushanim. That's a heck of a way to prepare for your mitzvah, to go to the Akedah. But he was young enough and enough to therefore follow, strong enough to carry the wood, but not old enough to be given all of the credit for that kind of self-sacrifice. Another example, famously, and Rashi quotes this, Medrash, Atzei Shitim, the great wood used for the crushing of the Mishkan. Yaakov Avinu planted them in Mitzrayim, Chachamenu tell us, and told us, when you leave Mitzrayim, you'll need these for the construction of the Mishkan. Take them with you. And Ibn Ezra asks, but how could the Mitzrayim let them go, ostensibly to worship their God for 3 days? Why are they taking all this lumber with them? As an example of how rationally, Ibn Ezra says, it just doesn't really make sense. He says perhaps there was some kind of a ya'ar, some forest, some area near Har Sinai, where when they arrived, they were able to cut these trees. And that's how they had the crushing, the great wood beams that comprised the walls of the Mishkan. The fourth path that Ibn Ezra says we should reject is the path of homiletics, of drash. And he says, with a very organized pattern in it all, he says, Krovel Nakuda, it's close to the truth. Everybody runs after Medrash. We all enjoy it, we all learn it and study it. He says, from Greece and Rome, it's been a tradition that they don't use their heads, they don't think and weigh the relative value and meaning of the truth of the psukim. Number one, once you have these midrashim in Sifrei HaKadmonim, why repeat? If you have it in Medrash, leave it there. If you're going to write a commentary on the Torah, don't just repeat what the Medrash says. That's number one. V'yesh drash hefek drash. He said, secondly, you have so many contradicting midrashim. If you can use Medrash to arrive at the truth, well then what's the truth? And one Medrash says one thing, then another Medrash says another. And finally he says, V'yesh lo sod v'einonu mefurish. And so much of it is so hard to understand. It's mystical anyway. He uses an example, the famous case, the drasha, Torah Kadma, Alpayim Shana Kadma. Torah existed 2,000 years before the world. If there's no world, then there's no physical matter. If there's no physical matter, so then there's no time-space relationship. How can there be time? How can you say 2,000 years if there was no universe, if there's no physical world? He asks. That's just one example. He goes on to give a number of examples. And of course, this was something that, let's just say, it stirred up the ire of some of the commentators. Here you have a Tiferes Yisrael of the Maharal, where he quotes how Ibn Ezra criticized the famous drash about why the Torah begins with a Beis, Bereshis, because Beis is the letter of bracha. And it's an important idea, and we accept it, of course, is true. And Ibn Ezra says, no, Beis can stand for all kinds of things. And he gives lists and lists of words that are of a negative nature that begin with a Beis. Bitlu hatochanos. Koheles says, you'll come to your old age and your teeth don't work anymore. So it's with a Beis, Bitlu hatochanos. Does that mean that Beis is such a beautiful, wonderful letter? Ba'al Yida'um. Ba'al Yida'um means that nations of the world, people don't know, don't understand. They're bereft. So the Beis isn't such a wonderful letter, is it? Says the Maharal Ubavadai, Harav Ibn Ezra, Ba'al Yida'um. He says, one who didn't know was Ibn Ezra. Ba'al Yida'um Divrei Chachamim Hanemonim. He says, because Ki Divreihem Heim Emes B'Chachma. Hu Lo Haven. He did not understand Divrei Chachamim. So there's a tremendous criticism that Ibn Ezra invited by being so adamant about not following drash, not getting involved in it, not basing our religious life, and not getting so involved with it, not just in commentary, but in philosophically guiding our lives based on so much drash. Ibn Ezra, was not one to really feel that's the way we have to build and construct our culture, our religion. Pru'uravu, we take it that the Torah says that it is a mitzvah. In the meaning of mitzvahs, that's another area, by the way. He did not say that we are bound to believe that there are exactly 613 mitzvahs. He says that Pru'uravu is actually just a blessing. Milas Pirdi B'Rivya B'Adam Brachahi. Kemo V'Brias HaMayim. Rak Hi Mitzvah Ha'etikuha Kadmoneinu. Zichronim Levacha. Rather, it is written as a mitzvah by our rabbis. This is a typical Ibn Ezra in that he says, look, the literal interpretation of the pasuk is not, you have a commandment, be fruitful, multiply, have children, but it is a mitzvah. If rabbis in the Talmud say it's a mitzvah, then it's a mitzvah. But they have that by tradition. It's not because the Torah literally said so. Another example, the rehabilitation of Nimrod. What kind of a person was Nimrod? he was a very, very negative person. He used his powers to threaten mankind, not just Avram Avinu, but it was Amraphel. He is Nimrod, and he was Hechalios Gibor Ba'aretz. As Rashi says, he was doing whatever he could with his Gevura rebelliously against the will of God. Well, according to Ibn Ezra, he says, Hechel Laharos Gevuros B'nei Adam Alachayos. He was a tremendous hunter. V'tam l'fnei Hashem doesn't mean against God. It doesn't mean that he would say, I'm powerful, God is powerful, maybe I'm more powerful, as you might wish to interpret it. He says, Shahayabona mizbechos umala osam hachayos olol Hashem. Nimrod captured animals and brought them on the Mizbeach. He offered them up to God. That's the truth of what the Torah is saying to us about Nimrod. The Drash, that's a different path altogether. So that's a bit startling. Most of us are familiar with these interpretations as told to us by Rashi. There's a very important mention of Rashi in Ibn Ezra's Safrura, which is really a grammatical work, where he says, Ein mikra yotze midei pshuto v'hadrash hu tosefes tam. It is just an added flavor, an added sense of what the Torah might be telling us. V'hadoros habayim, generations are followed. Samu kol drash ikar v'shorish. They've made so much out of drash. Kireb Shlomo Zal, like Rashi. Shapiresh Tanakh al derech drash. He, Rashi, comments on all of the Torah, Yivim Ksuvim, homiletically, and he says, V'hu choshev. He thinks Kihu al derech pshat. He thinks he's writing pshat. And then he says, Ve'ein b'svarav pshat rak echad minei olef. Really, pshat in Rashi, it's all drash. 1 in 1,000. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but he's really clearly adamant about what kind of parish we should or shouldn't use as we study Torah. He says pshat in Rashi is 1 in 1,000. So what he does say is the right path, is the path of the Hebrew grammarian and literalism. Haderach HaChamishis Musad Perushi Aleha Ashus. I'm basing and founding my commentary, V'hi HaYeshara B'einai. It's what I think is proper. Nochach Pnei Hashem. Asher mimenu levado ira. I only fear God. V'lo esa panim b'Torah. V'achapes hetev dikduk kol mila b'chol ma'odi. I will look for the meaning, the true meaning of each and every word in the Torah. I will then explain it as best I can. He says, wherever you find the word for the first time in Tanakh, that's its anchor. That's its basis. You shall extrapolate from there what it means and how it's applied elsewhere in Tanakh. So here we see in these first few lines how much he wants to tell us to emphasize studying literalism, studying the language, appreciating Hebrew diktuk. He says, as far as other interpretations, he talks about, where you have a word that's malay, a word that's chaser, it's with a vav, it's without a vav. He says, rak l'tinokos ta'amehem tovimhem. For young children, that's the kind of Torah that you may want to teach. But as adults, really, we have to know the truth of Torah. We have to study it very carefully and with a great deal of emphasis on what he would say is literal understanding. Let's see where his literalism sometimes, however, led him. Goat's meat and milk.
It says it 3 times in the Torah. Rashi explains how Gedi means a young animal, be it a goat or otherwise. It says Ibn Ezra, no adults, period. Rabbi Shlomo Amar ki Gedi hu hakatan harach. But Ibn Ezra says no. Gedi gadol migdiizim. That's why sometimes it's called Gedi, sometimes it's called Gediizim. Not that there's another kind of Gedi. A Gedi always means a goat. He explains, therefore, that the Torah actually never talks about meat and milk if it's not goat meat. But Chachamim Kiblu, there's a tradition from the time it was given. Torah Shebal Peh, Shelo Yochal Yisrael B'Atzim B'Chol. But it's not something found verbatim in the Torah. Here he really says something that halachically is difficult to answer. It's basically unfounded, where he says that chelev, the parts of the fat of an animal that's otherwise kosher, that there are cuts of chelev that we are not allowed to eat. He says that's only if it's a korban. If that animal is a korban, then the chelev is not allowed to be eaten. And here we have a real difficulty. We know that Chachamenu said chelev is prohibited. Period. But he says, and here are his words, Haraya, the proof is Raya Gemura. Shama b'sefer Eile Hadvarim, the basar taiva shehu chol, where it's not a korban, sheyochlenu kulo. It seems to say in Devarim you can eat all of it. V'lo hotzi rak es damo levado b'shlosha mekamos. Only the blood may not be eaten, but the chelev seems to be permissible. It is this kind of commentary that Yamshel Shlomo, the great Shlomo Luria of 16th century Lublin, says you just have to reject Ibn Ezra and cannot live Jewish life based on what the Ibn Ezra says. We certainly will not follow his halachic guidelines. He says that although the Rambam, in a letter which might be attributed to the Rambam, seems to tell his son to study Ibn Ezra, the Shlomo Luria says, Achalo Hoya Bal Talmud, again, Rabbi Avram Ibn Ezra, Asher, Lo Hoya Bal Talmud, V'rov Binyano, Uperusho, Al Derech Haschuna, V'hativim. It's all about astronomy, physics, science, the Kabbalas, Chitzoni Yusaf. Tris, B'kama Makomos, Keneged Divrei, Chachmei HaTorah V'hatalmud. Therefore, there are things that are midaraisa, which Ibn Ezra mistakenly says are rabbinic. So he has tremendous problems with Ibn Ezra. He was not alone, but he was very vociferous. This is in his introduction to his Yamshel Shlomo on the Maseches Kun. A final example of this literalism, and one that's a bit shocking. The Torah says, literally, slept with Bilhah, one of his father's wives. And of course, we understand it to have been as heinous a crime as that, but it was that he had moved the bed of Yaakov out from where he had gone to Bilhah, Rachel's Pilegesh. He wanted jealously that his mother, Leah, should now be the preferred, beloved wife of Yaakov. In his commentary, Ibn Ezra says as follows: Yafa Pirishu Rabbeinu Zichronim Levrach. They commented and they did a beautiful job on explaining what it is that happened. V'chosa klon orum, quoting from Mishlei, one who covers shame is clever. Meaning that what happened actually was quite shameful, and Chachamenu are covering that shame. In his Yesod Mora, where in his philosophical work, Yesod Mora, which is a very important work and deserves shiurim unto itself. Here, when describing the greatness of Yaakov Avinu, he says, "Kikasher ba'el beisel, Omar hasiru es Elohe anechar." He left his flocks, his bodeg lavod Hashem. He became the holiest that Yaakov ever became upon his return to Eretz Yisrael. V'lo shachav in Isha. He no longer had any more children. Lived with no one of his wives. Kirachel Mesa. V'chulala Bilha. And Bilha had been violated. Therefore, the Torah says, Al Ken Ksiv, in the next pasuk, Vayiyu b'nei Yaakov shneim asa l'hodia shle'shachav in isha acher kach al ken lo hoylid oid. The Torah's point is that he really had been with Bilhah. After that, Yaakov said, I will not be with Leah's concubine, not with Leah either, not with Bilhah, because she has been violated. And so he has 12 sons and no more. That's Ibn Ezra's literalist approach to those psukim. Ibn Ezra's legacy, as we heard earlier, includes how some have tried to, if you will, adopt Ibn Ezra to their cause. Most infamously, Baruch Spinoza, the great 17th century rationalist, claimed that the Torah was not of divine origin and claimed that Ibn Ezra had said as much. Shmuel David Lutzato, Shadal, defends Ibn Ezra, does a beautiful job pointing out that it is not true. Kilo Moshe Kosav Sefer HaTorah. Hine MST, Rabbi Avraham ben Ezra, Ramaz Derech Sod, he mentions in a very oblique way, Ki yesh b'Torah k'tzas mikraos nosafim achrei mos Moshe. Yes, he says that perhaps certain psukim, Haknani os ba'aretz, the describing of the bed that old Melech HaBashan had and where it can still be seen on display. Perhaps there were psukim added, perhaps, the Ibn Ezra said. But otherwise, the fact that he adds to the last 8 psukim of the Torah, where Rabbi Yehuda or Rabbi Nechemiah say that was written by Yoshua, Ibn Ezra says it's 12 psukim instead of 8 psukim, says Shadal, this is all not in any way to say that the Torah is not of divine origin. He says, "Im hayabaliba shesefer haTorah lo Moshe kaslo lo chaser takbulos haya Ibn Ezra lirmos machshavto kimoshehi." And so he says, "Chalila," to say that Ibn Ezra can be used to support the likes of heretical Baruch Spinoza. And that's a very important point, because what he did that day, Shadal, was make it clear that with all of the controversies surrounding, swirling about it was literalism, the God-fearing, faithful Jew with complete and abiding respect of Chachamenu and of Torah Shebaal Peh. Yes, it was a nuanced view in which he would say, look, there is Midrashay Agadah, which we do not have to take at face value, and there are Midrashay Halacha, which we will always take literally and follow completely, because that's what HaKadosh Baruch Hu expects of us. And finally, I just want to point out that another great expression of how Ibn Ezra, say what you will about him, is a force to reckon with. We've been studying the Hakdama of Ibn Ezra's commentary. Let's look at the Hakdama of Nachmanides, of Ramban's commentary, where he's praising Rashi. He calls him Lo Mishpat HaBachora, B'dvar Behege B'havasan Eshke, etc., etc. He does not discount Ibn Ezra, though. He says, "V'im Rabbi Avraham ben Ezra tihiyalanu tochachas megula." We will openly disagree, and even vehemently so. V'ahava misutares. But we will also keep love. If not necessarily always expressed, but we harbor a great love and appreciation for what Ibn Ezra has done and what he leaves us in his masterful commentary, having us understand Torah and its language with so much more depth, with so much more clarity. That is the legacy then of Rabbi Avraham Ibn Ezra.
Implementation of hypnotic suggestion to carry out a specific activity during a specific time period, the activation of which will occur within the next 2 to 5 years. 3. Termination of some people so that they could function as living sources for biological material and substances. 4. Termination of individual.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry we're starting 1 minute late. I will speak faster to compensate for the time we lost. Tonight's talk is really fascinating. I think a very unusual figure named Rabbi Levi ben Gershon, known by the Latin term Gersonides, or son of Gershon, as we've seen with Maimonides, Nachmanides, and so on. It's a fascinating figure who really, in many ways, encapsulates the nexus of Jewish and scholarly non-Jewish work in his century, in the High Middle Ages, and the kind of research that he produced, both in the secular realm and in the Jewish realm, are really amazing when you understand the context of 12th and 13th century France in particular. So my goals for tonight are to give you just a sense of the backdrop. We're going to concentrate on the ecclesiastical history and on the economic history of the Jews at that time, just to give you a sense of the kind of environment in which he operated. And then I'm going to highlight a few of the areas in which he was active as a scholar, and I'm going to basically leave aside all of his Jewish research, which is really quite fascinating and controversial, and I will leave that to my very capable colleague and friend, Rabbi Trump. So that is the plan for tonight. Okay, let's get started straight away then. So here's a great picture of him. This is obviously an Israeli stamp from 2009 to commemorate Gersonides' contributions to astronomy. And he is associated with the development of this interesting navigational instrument called the Jacob staff. I did a little bit of reading on Wikipedia to figure out what exactly is a Jacob staff, and I'll explain it to you when we get a little further into this talk. But basically, it's a really fascinating navigational instrument to measure distances using solar bodies and a few other kind of cool things. His years, 1288 to 1344. That's like the high Middle Ages. It's the point of time in history when the church is at its peak. And I want to just really emphasize that because so much of our topic is going to revolve around that. One of the great struggles in the high Middle Ages is the conflict between the church and the state, between the churches, the popes, and the kings. It's a tremendous amount of conflict. The churches generally try to stick with dogma and ideology, and that is generally not so good for the Jews, although in some interesting circumstances they actually would come to the Jews when dogma was favorable in that way. Whereas the temporal powers generally saw the economic utility of the Jews and tried to enact legislation that was appropriate to draw more Jews and encourage their settlement in European regions. We shall see that there are a lot of tensions involved in that between church and state, and the Jews eked out a very difficult existence quite often in the 13th century in particular as a result of this conflict. Let's go ahead. Okay, so first of all, here is just a quick overview of some elements of church history. The high point of the church's power in the 13th century is, without a doubt, the work of this man, Innocent III. It's a very ironic kind of title for a pope because he is widely recognized as one of the most anti-Semitic popes of history. He was quite obsessed with the Jews, and he enacted a lot of legislation, of papal legislation that was adhered to through much of Europe that restricted Jewish activity on a social and an economic and on a demographic level as well. perhaps the most notorious of his innovations was a series of codes enacted at the Fourth Lateran Council early in the 13th century that, among other things, required Jews to wear distinctive dress. One of the most common expressions of that distinctive dress is this conical hat shown here that is known as the Judenhut, or the Jew's hat. It was not a complimentary look. It tended to accentuate the features, and it was kind of like a silly sort of hat that was designed to make the Jews look ridiculous and also to stand out from others, because Innocent III was very concerned about the social fabric of that would allow Jews and non-Jews to mix readily, and so the Judenhut was designed to be a specific marker that would help Christians avoid commerce with Jews, both intellectually, economically, and socially. He also, later on, the Fourth Lateran Council developed other forms of distinctive Jewish dress. The Jewish badge was developed at this time. It was not, contrary to popular opinion, the yellow Star of David. That developed much, much later. It was typically a coin, a round badge, sometimes worn on the back shoulder blade and sometimes on the shoulder, that was usually yellow in color, and it was a reference to the coins that Judas received for betraying Jesus. That was supposed to be the metaphor there. Also sometimes shown are tablets, like the round top tablets. The Shnei Luchot Sabris of the Ten Commandments are sometimes used as a badge. But the Judenhut is perhaps the most popular. And it's actually a boon for art historians, because that means whenever we look at these kind of medieval images, we can always pick out who is a Jew. Here you have a Jew conversing with some ecclesiastical figures. Here's another picture that shows the Judenhut in a form that you may see more familiar today. What kind of hat does that look like? It looks like a clan hat. That is a strange irony of history. That's not the answer I'm looking for, but it does look like a dunce cap, right? That's what we call it in Canada, dunce cap, because it was like, that's like the hat of shame, right? It's like the opposite of what you put around dogs' necks. Just turn around, put it on the head kind of thing. And like the witch's hat, right? Because Jews in the 14th century in particular were very much associated with the devil and with witches. And so we have kind of secularized it and kind of made it fun with witches and Halloween and Broadway shows and things like that. But in reality, it comes from the Fourth Lateran Council, and it shows its expression into first in Jews and then to other nasty people that we don't like. Here is one of the other developments in this period of time, the 13th century, was the evolution of disputations. And you'll recall we discussed in the very first class the great disputation that the Ramban was involved in 1263. These were a regular feature of the 13th and 14th century. Even going into the Tortosa disputation in the 15th century was an ongoing occurrence where Jews were forced to participate in these debates, which were show trials of Judaism. Judaism always was meant to lose in these debates. The dispute that Ramban participated in 1263 was quite unusual in that he really won the debate and humiliated the opposing side, but in reality it was usually something that Jews simply could not win. They had to endure it. And the consequences of these debates were typically forcible attendance at churches, to listen to sermons, sometimes ritual humiliations like a yearly slap on the face to the head of the Jewish community on the eve of the holiday of Easter, things like that. In this shot, of course, you can see this woodcut. You can see ecclesiastical figures here, and Jews wearing the Judenhut, again, easy to identify them. The ecclesiastical figures here are using hand gestures, which in medieval art are very aggressive and polemical. Pointing like this is considered to be a very strong gesture of instruction, of didactic instruction. And the Jews, meanwhile, are not making eye contact, and they're kind of like looking to their books, trying to figure out how to respond to the critiques and so on. So that was a feature of the 13th century. There's one guy pointing over here. Yeah, I thought you'd point that out, boys. That's a hard question. I'm not sure why. And finally, you have the ongoing attack on the Talmud in the 13th century, which is really quite nasty. We haven't explored it too much in these classes, but in the early 13th century, the church, as it were, discovers the Talmud. a convert to Christianity named Nicholas Donin explains to Pope Innocent III, hey, you know why the Jews aren't converting to Christianity? The whole thing is because they have this secret book that the church can't read because it's written in Aramaic. It's not written in Greek or Latin or even Hebrew. And if you read that book, you'll see there's so much indoctrination there, convincing the Jews to remain Jewish, to deny Christianity. It says all kinds of libelous and slanderous things about the founder of the church and so on. And so Innocent III gives him the nod, and there's a lot of investigations, disputations go along with it, and ultimately the Talmud is burned. And these are precious manuscripts. These are not, bound volumes that are mass-produced. We're talking about handwritten manuscripts of incredible value, according to the records of the early 13th century. In 1242, some 42, or maybe it was 24, I may be reversing numbers, wagon loads of Talmudic manuscripts were all burned in Paris. An array of documents that last forever. So that was the first major one, yes. So these are kind of like the anti-Semitic, church-inspired anti-Jewish legislation that occurs in the 13th century. Definitely very inhospitable environment from that perspective. Let's move. So that's kind of like the ecclesiastical legislative environment. Let's look at the economic history of the time as well. Very important thing that actually reverberates throughout Jewish history is this piece of church legislation called the Decretium Gratiani, or the Law of Gratian, who was a major church thinker in the 12th century, shown here, who codified a law that had incredible economic implications for Jews. Basically, he read Book of Devarim the same way that Jews read it. When there is a prohibition on interest, it has that phrase that says you're not allowed to charge interest to your brother. To the stranger, you may charge interest, but not to your brother. So Jews read that as and Muslims, incidentally, read that as a prohibition of interest between co-religionists, that Jews may not charge interest one to each other. So he said, fine, but they may charge interest to Christians because they are not your brother. They're from another tribe, as it were. So Gratian said, fine, that makes sense for Christians too. Christians may now not charge interest on any loans to other Christians, but they may loan money to non-Christians and charge interest, and more significantly, they may borrow money from non-Christians and pay interest. Now, you got to realize, of course, that the only minority of any size in Christians are the Jews. Everyone else is Christian. There are various varieties of Christians, and as you move further to the east, you have more pagans, really. But in continental Christian Europe, it's basically Christians and Jews, and there's nobody else. So the only people who are going to be able to engage in this kind of commerce are Jews. So while on the one hand, it sounds a little bit discriminatory in the sense that, the Jews were singled out for this one particular economic niche. On the other hand, it was suddenly handing the Jews a monopoly in an incredibly important aspect of the developing economy. Remember that in an agrarian economy that is just emerging from a barter-style economy to a cash-based economy, when you have the ebb and flow of expenses and income, you put all of your assets into the ground during planting season, and then you wait for it to be harvested in the harvest season. If you have some kind of you have to make a chasana or something in the middle, and you don't have any income coming in, you've got to borrow some money. Or in the case, there's many more examples of this, but at any rate, he handed to the Jews in the 12th century a monopoly on any kind of interest-bearing activity, which was huge. Jews took to it with alacrity. Let us recall, by the way, there seems to be a widespread belief that Jews were money lenders because they could not own land. It's simply not true. Jews could own land in many parts of the year. There were only limited areas where they had any meaningful restrictions. The truth is, Jews did not want to own land. It was much more practical to be in commerce. Commerce is portable. You can do it anywhere. And that's very good, because if you're subject to an expulsion, you can take your cash and take it with you. You can't do that if you have, a massive farm and you're expelled from the country. You lose everything. It allows time for Talmudic study, because you can maintain banker's hours, and it's very profitable. And we're talking about interest rates that go from 30 to 50% in the medieval period. It's an extremely great way to make a living. It's intellectual work. It's not, physical labor. It appealed to Jews heavily. It also allowed Jews to be urbanized, because Jews are a gregarious people. We like to live in close proximity to one another. We have to live within walking distance of a synagogue, of a mikveh, of a Chinese restaurant. All these things have to be like really close by. Now I have to say a joke with sushi. But, this kind of work was extremely helpful for Jews because it gave them that kind of lifestyle. I'm a little bit worried about time. Let me just skip ahead, because I want to make sure that Rabbi Trump has something. Here's another great picture. You can see the Judenhood here, an interesting kind of take on it. But in some of the medieval artwork, you can also see the distorted physiognomy of the Jews here. The pronounced nose actually dates back easily to the 11th century. And here they are counting coins. This is a Jew and a customer. Here's another customer dealing with the Jew, a big bag of money, or perhaps it's a plate, I'm not sure. And it's one of my other favorites. This is a woodcut dating a little bit later. You can see here that the nobleman is coming to borrow some money. He's got his hand out extended. Anyways, here's the Jew over here. The artist obviously didn't know Hebrew, because he kind of put at the hem here this sort of imitation of what he thought Hebrew looked like. The Jew is seated and relaxed. He has a big bag of money here. Anyone recognize what this thing is here? An abacus. That's right. When I teach undergraduates, 18 years old, they're totally clueless. Boaz, I bet you had no idea what that was, right? Oh, right. Okay, very good. Sure. So that's the abacus. And he uses that to calculate, right? It's talking about, it's clean work, it's intellectual work, it allows time for Talmudic study. It's a great way to make a living. However, it provokes a certain degree of animosity, because everybody likes to borrow money. Nobody likes to pay money, and absolutely nobody likes to pay interest. This is especially the case when people with power borrow money from the Jews, which happened frequently. Even kings and nobility would enter into these economic relationships with Jews, and what would happen is the debt ratio would raise a little bit too high, and so it became much more expedient for the rulers to simply expel the Jews. Then, of course, they would realize, wait a second, now we have no credit whatsoever in our society because of laws of gratia. We better invite the Jews back. And as you can see, just from this list, and this is France alone, I haven't even bothered with the other countries, when legal historians look at the history of legislation, they see the same laws passed over and over and over again, it means that people are ignoring the law. If you see so many signs, do not jaywalk, do not cross against the light, you know that people are crossing against the light all the time. And so France alone, you can see between the 12th and the 14th century, there's 5 expulsions just in France. Because as Jews become wealthy through their money lending and the debt ratio is high, the nobles simply say, get out, that's it. You also have the risk of peasant revolts from below, because Jews, especially as you move past the 4th century, when the Italian banking houses find ways around the law of gratia, then Jewish money lending tends to get much smaller. It's still quite pervasive, but Jews are, selling and buying generally, small implements and small amounts of money to peasants. Then you occasionally have huge peasant revolts, like the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the 17th century, for example, that are also quite devastating and also extremely violent as a result. Here's a map just to give you a flavor of what continental Europe was like vis-a-vis expulsions, and you can see they're happening all over the place. Smaller regional expulsions, temporary expulsions. This map also does not indicate the number of states that imposed restrictions where Jews could stay in place, but they simply could not engage in money lending for 10, 20 years, and then they would say, okay, money lending is good, let's do it again, and then the debt ratio would go high. It was a very tenuous and difficult time for Jews. And this is the period in which we have Gersonides active. The Ralbag is an acronym for his name, Rabbi Levi ben Gershon, but he's also known by the title Magister Leo de Banyol or Leo Hebreus. Banyoles is a place. I'm not exactly sure where it is. Anyone know Banyoles? I think it's in Spain, maybe, but Italy, maybe Provence. That sounds reasonable. And Hebreos means the Jew, obviously. Leo the Jew. The Magister is an interesting title. It indicates a level of learning that is recognized by other masters. This is still a period when university studies as a whole were really quite primitive, and was just beginning to emerge from the ecclesiastical circles to become secular institutions. He was recognized as a genius by his peers in secular realms of study. In math, he wrote a very important work called Maaseh Choshev, also known as Sefer HaMispar, the book of the number, which was translated into Latin, and that's the way that we have it today. We apparently do not have the Hebrew original, but the Latin translation is the Numericus Harmonicus, on the harmony of numbers. Very poetic kind of approach to mathematics. He's also known as a very important conduit of philosophy. And this is a role that many Jews played in the Middle Ages because of their linguistic affinity for the Semitic languages. Aristotle was perhaps one of the most significant philosophers studied in the Middle Ages. The Rambam, of course, relied on him very heavily, referred to him as ha-philosoph. Rabbeinu Yonah said that Aristotle was one level short of Ruach HaKodesh, of divine inspiration, but Aristotle was often a closed book to Christian readers, until we have St. Aquinas in particular who brings them out. But many aspects of his work were not really widely studied at all, even in church circles, and Gersonides was an individual who borrowed them heavily and translated them to languages that people could read in Europe. He also relied heavily on the sort of crib notes versions of Aristotle that come from Ibn Rushd, also known as Averroes, who is a very important Islamic philosopher that translated a lot of Aristotle into Arabic that Gersonides could then access and discuss in Latin and other European languages. Finally, he was also extremely well known as an astronomer. Here we get to this great Jacob staff thing. He invented this instrument, which looks deceptively simple. I'm not exactly precisely sure how it works, but it's a way, it's got this kind of crossbar here with measurements on this rod, and by eyeballing a fixed point on the ground and a fixed solar object and lining up this crossbar to make sure that you can see both of them at the same time with no gaps in the line of sight, you can then make calculations as to how far apart these things are. And if you are in a moving ship across the ocean or something like that, you can use it to determine how far you have traveled vis-a-vis the relation. Check this out here. These are cool drawings. The resolution isn't that great on this projector, but you can see here's someone who is actually figuring out with the Jacob staff the distance between the moon and a star. Here's some people using it to calculate the height of buildings. Really interesting applications of this very simple instrument that Gersonides invented. And by the way, modern surveyors use this technique even today. They're still working with this thing invented by the Ralbag some 700 years ago. This is a more modern version of it. You can see that it's a little bit more refined because it has several levels, but the markings are all on the side. The same basic instrument that has tremendous usage. Now, what I'm not going to go into today because we have Rabbi Trump to speak in much greater detail about it, but he was also a huge polymath. And again, this is in a period of time where the division between the sciences was not altogether fixed. I mean, a person who was really smart was expected to be smart kind of across the spectrum. We didn't have such high levels of specialization of the sciences and literatures and so on. And so he was an incredible Talmid Chacham, viewed with considerable controversy in many circles. His most famous work, however, was this book, Milchamot Hashem, title that's used by many authors, The Wars of God, and it deals with a whole range of questions in Jewish theology, borrowing heavily from Aristotle and Averroes in particular, as we discussed. Okay, Rabbi Trump, you ready? Okay, so thank you very much for your attention. Let's turn it over to the real talented Rabbi Trump.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the second half of Letters Flying Free. And Dr. Abramson just walked out the room, so we didn't have a chance to get to wish him and Ilana and Mazel Tov, and just their daughter's their engagement just a week and a half ago. It was very, very beautiful to be able to celebrate the Simcha for people who do so much to enhance our community. And we wish you and continued Mazel and nachas from your children. And then I'll leave the comments towards the end then. Let's start at the beginning of it. Yeah. So what we see about the Ralbag, as Dr. Abramson had said, is the most remarkably varied individual. I mean, think about somebody who has the patent on an instrument which is still in use today, and it's somebody who is on the bookshelf of almost every base level. You just have to think about the diversity of this individual. And what I'd like to do is explore a little bit of his thoughts in the next few minutes over here, just to appreciate how unusual an individual he was. So many times in our thinking, our thought process in Judaism, the Ralbag will provide a very important anchor for us on the rationalistic side of Judaism. And this is very important. I've had many conversations with many individuals over the time, and I found that there's a lot of people who are some Jews are very big philosophers, some Jews are big pragmatists, some Jews are big Kabbalists, some Jews are rationalists. And the Ralbag, along with the Rambam before him, provides a very important foundation of what Judaism is and means to a very important group of people and to, we'll call it, parts of every person's character. We're going to explore some of those together. I'd like to add one interesting thing I just came across in my readings today, actually, just last minute, about the Ralbag, to add to what Dr. Abramson had said. And that is that, interestingly enough, in one of his books on trigonometry, in fact, he actually, it was called De Civis Cordis et Arcubus. And I'm talking about a lot of the geometry of shapes. And he, in 1342, and he actually published it in honor of Pope Clement VI, which is very fascinating because after Pope Innocent and that terrible era, he actually had a very close relationship with the Pope Clement. And this particular Pope, as it happened 6 years later, was an individual who went out there and tried to defend the Jews against the latest craze in history, which was not the craze, a little later than that, the bubonic plague. So why did the bubonic plague affect the Jews, the Black Death? Because the Jews weren't as heavily affected for whatever reason. We had Tilas Yadayim, that we washed our hands. Whatever it was in history, the Jews were blamed for Black Death among everything else. And Pope Clement was in fact one of the ardent defenders of the Jews, and before that defense he had a close relationship with the Ralbag, whose brother was actually his physician, which is also a very fascinating historical record in terms of how much he contributed, just in terms of, as Dr. Abramson said, his personality and his gravitas in society. Let's start at the very beginning. There's so many different works the Ralbag works on, and as we saw in the works of Sagaon, it is incredibly organized, orchestrated, point by point. In fact, when he starts writing his introduction to the Torah, he gives you the rubric and the schema for his books, his later books. He says, well, I'm going to write, and he tells you point by point of what he's going to write. Very, very incredibly organized individual. So here we go. Let's start at the beginning over here. So the first thing we're going to start off over here is just an interesting aspect of psychology. Usually, when you have an academic of such proportion, and certainly with the mathematical side of the brain, it doesn't often lend itself necessarily to the finesse or the soft understanding of the intricacy of emotions. However, I'd like to give you one example of just how profound an insight he has into the human psyche. Here's where it starts. This is actually in his introduction to his Pirush on the Torah. What we've been doing over the last few weeks is been focusing on the Ralbag introductions, because they are the introductions of these great thinkers, because it gives us a window into what they're trying to achieve. And he says an interesting thing in the middle of a very, very long introduction. He talks about a particular facet of his writings, which in fact is very infrequent in any other writer. What he's about to describe is something we don't find elsewhere in a lot of writers. And here's what he says. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but he says, and behold, his skamli b'birenu, ze levaer hato elois, hamagios b'parsha, b'midos, b'deos, b'mitzvot. What he says is, I'm going to write, at the end of every section, that's the way he does it, I'm going to write a to'eles. A to'eles literally means an outcome, a positive message that we can learn from sections in our Pirush. Now remember, when he's going through here, the actual section of the Torah, he's very didactically analyzing words and context and meaning. But he says at the end of that, I'm going to write a section called Torah Nas, these lessons that can be learned. To the degree that I'm able to, I'm going to support them in Talmudic literature. So I'd like to give you an example just of one of these examples. This is why it's so beautiful. You can go through Pirush Ralbag as a regular Mefarish, as a regular commentator on the Bible. But then you can go to the end and have a completely different perspective on the same thing he already commented on because of these Tanas. Here's an example. The context of this next excerpt is in Parshas Vayishlach. So here we have the beginning of Parshas Vayishlach. This serves, of course, as a very important metaphorically as well in terms of the relationships of Jews and Christians as well. Because remember, Vayishlach is the parasha where you have Jacob is returning from his exile in the house of Lavan, and he's going to now encounter his brother. And another parasha spends the time preparing how they're going to interact with each other. So he says, I want to tell you something important about this interaction, and that is the To'eles Harishon Huba Midas. The first one is a psychological insight. He says the following: if you have somebody who's you really have a relationship with angst, there's a lot of pain, there's a lot of baggage in that relationship. He says, you know what the approach to that relationship should be? Is openness, submission. And you tell the person what's going on. The thing is, your fears, your humility. It says, when you stick out your hand, as painful as it is, as vulnerable as you make yourself, it says that's the greatest key in to breaking a relationship of power and anger of yours. That's a fascinating idea. How do we see this? And he describes how we learn this directly from the interaction of Yaakov. Yaakov has now had 22 years of estrangement from his brother, and his brother feels, in his own realm, very rightfully wronged by Yaakov. And now his brother's coming back. What does Yaakov do? He extends himself. He makes himself vulnerable. He talks about his family. He sends him gifts. He opens himself up in what perhaps would be a counterintuitive move. He says, Rabbi, we can learn from this. How many times in relationships do you have a relationship where the response is to harden? Because that's perhaps the only way we can dig in our defenses. And what ultimately we're learning from this is that a healthy human being relationship that ultimately does not resolve it. What resolves it is this. This is an example where the Ralbag will look into, and beyond his grandiose and his perspective and as an academic, he just says, on a humanistic level, we're dealing with other people. And you can think in the backdrop of his mind, Christians and Jews, right? You can think about what he must be dealing with on a daily basis. Is be vulnerable. It's a very counterintuitive point, but anyway, but something which has great impact in life today. Here's on to an interesting part of his life. The Ralbag is going to be ardently rational, which means to say that any woo kind of aspects of Judaism are going to be downplayed by the Ralbag and the camp of the Rambam. So as an example, when we talk about supernatural beings, so who are supernatural beings? Examples. So let's say any encounter we have in angels. Are there angels in the Bible? The answer is absolutely. The Bible talks about angels all the time. There's angels who are explicitly visiting Abraham by his tent. There are angels who are struggling with Jacob later on. There's lots of angels in the Bible. So how do you work with that? We are coming now from a camp of the Ralbag. He's heavily influenced, like the Rambam was, by Aristotelian philosophy. And the world of the spirit is something which is completely devoid of any physicality. So how do you have a spiritual being having any physical interaction with a human being who is completely or almost at least interfacing on a physical level? So here's what he says. This is his commentary on the parasha of Vayishlach later on, where Yaakov struggles with an angel. He says the following. This is in the third source. He says, Yaakov levadai, and Jacob remains alone. So he's busy bringing over his extra belongings over from the side of the river. And what happens? What happens to Yaakov? That apparition appears where? In his dream, which means to say, take a snapshot of what's going on over here. What position is Jacob in at this point in time? He is horizontal. That struggle that's going on is in the head. It's not in the nighttime. It's not with some stranger. He says, and the battle that he has with his spectre in his mind is so powerful. It is a struggle of the mind, a cerebral battleground. And then he goes on to say, we're not going to do this, and he says, so how is it that Yaakov the next morning was limping? After all, if he didn't have a real battle with him, with his angel, then so what's going on here? How did he develop so he goes on in a very logical framework. He says two suggestions. He talks about, that when people are, let's say, having a terrifying night and they feel like they're falling, he says you can measure that their muscles tense up as they are in that REM cycle, as they're falling, because it actually has physical symptoms to the psychological experiences they're going through. And he talks about other aspects of relationships of man and wife where psychology can affect physics, which is fascinating, because what he's saying over here is that Yaakov woke up with a psychosomatic injury from a psychological experience. When we're in school, we're always drawing pictures. We're going to do questions for any of that, like that. When we go to school, what do we have? We always have the pictures, and there's this angel, and there's dust, and there's a struggle, there's wrestling from the Torah. Where do we know it? From Yaakov. But according to the Ralbag, the picture of Yaakov was he's sleeping in his bed like any other night, probably on the ground in sleeping bag at this point in time. He was on a journey, but it's not as we imagined it. The Ralbag is avoiding the interaction of a physical being and a spiritual being, and has reframed the entire situation, as the Rambam would do in this particular situation. Can you hold me for a second? Hang on to I'd love to hear. I just wanted to get a little ground. As another example, so not only dealing with, let's say, supernatural beings, what about supernatural events? So we need to say, so how do you view that? Now, the Ralbag over here, having written books on trigonometry, on algebra, he is creating instruments to measure elliptical orbits. He is a man of the cold and hard. He is a man who understands logic, who deals with the here and now, what you can measure, what you can understand, and what you can and what can be calibrated. So how do you understand the world of miracles? He has a very unique approach, which often serves as the foil to most of the later Mepharshim, including the Malbim, Rav Leibel, to Rabbi Abanel. Many of the people use the Ralbag as their foil, and he says that he has a very interesting approach. Here's the example we're going to take. This is his writing in Sefer Yehoshua, in the book of Joshua. Why would you expect it to find in the book of Joshua? What miracle of note occurs? Okay, so there's a few things we can note. There's a few miracles. One of the first major miracle that occurs is that the Jordan River dries up. There's an occurrence the Jordan River dries up and stands as a pillar, and the whole of Israel crosses the Jordan River. And this is the Ralbag jumps in, and by the way, he jumps in by Exodus as well, because it's a parallel thing. And he says a very fascinating and salient point. He says the following. He says, our scriptures invested into us to understand that there's no new item in any equation which God sort of pulls out of the bag a rabbit out of nowhere. And so that's why in the Gemara, one of the sages, Rava, one of the central sages of Talmudic time, was concerned how was it that God created this open earth where Korach falls down as it's described in Korach. How would this be that there's a new aspect of creation? The Gemara has to deal with that. And then he goes through a number of examples. In the midst of his examples of miracles, we're going to deal with them in just a second outside, he says a very interesting point. And this is really essentially his argument by the underline. He says, God will never create a self-contradicting idea or concept in this world. What is so he says, for instance, God will never create a square where the diagonal is equal to one of the sides. Right? I mean to say that's a self-contradictory fact. God has set certain rules in motion, and although God did not call it Pythagoras when he created it, then he said that will exist irrespective of what will happen later on in reality. He says, or you take a triangle with more than 180 as a sum total of all of their angles. Or ACS Kar, or making cold fire. You just say there's certain rules that God is in the world and God has in the world, and God's never going to change those things. And therefore, our perspective on miracles is we have to re-understand how a miracle is happening. So for instance, he says, what about Korach? So it sounds like the Chumash describes the ground opens up and closes over Korach. So what's going on over here? So he says, well, we know, and we've done research, and we've seen that there's certain parts in the land where there's instability, and we already see that area of the land is smoke rising, which is an indication that we're on the Rift Valley. And behold, the Sinai Peninsula is in the Jordan Rift Valley, which goes all the way down the right side of Africa, down to where I grew up in South Africa. We actually see the end of the Rift Valley, just close to Pretoria, which goes all the way up the side of Africa. It's one of the tectonic plate shifts, which goes through Mitzpe Ramon, all the way up through Israel. It is a tectonic plate. So he says there was such an area. What was the miracle? The miracle wasn't that God made something supernatural occur. It was that God allowed the natural to occur at the right time. God wasn't pulling anything out of the hat. God was simply allowing what should happen to work. And another example, he says, how is it that we know that in Tanakh, Hananiah, Mishael, and Azariah were these three individuals who were given the option of submit to the Babylon overlord or to jump into the fire? Jump into the fire, and explicitly say that they were the verses said they were not harmed. So what was going on over there? How did they miraculously survive? So he says, well, maybe the fire had cooled down to a point that it wasn't dangerous anymore. Maybe that they anointed themselves with some sort of oil which prevented them being burned. I mean, this is the degree that the Ralbag is saying this. Now, certain people don't read the books of the Ralbag because of this. This is an example of that people feel this is too much. A poetic license the Ralbag has in reading Tanakh. How did let's say Exodus? That was a pretty big lights and show. How did that occur? So he says the following. He says, here we are. As an example, he says, in this last paragraph, it would appear to me, he says, look, water not flowing is not something new to us. He says, he says, look, anything, if water is not flowing down, it must mean there's something pushing it up. Right? So, for instance, he doesn't use this example, but when you're driving on the highway, the raindrops go up your windshield. Why? Because the inertia and therefore the wind speed is pushing them up the windshield, even though they're not flowing down it. So there must be something else there. Maybe God created the Moifes, the Avira Samoch Lamaim Geshem Safiri Av Moner Hamayim Mahiridah. There must have been some sort of heavily pressurized mist that was pushing the water upwards at the right time, right? Or is there He says, well, there might have been a wind at just the right angle or just the right speed, which was pushing the water in such a way that the water rose on either in the Exodus of Kriyas Yamsuf or by the Jordan River later on. By the way, Jordan River is a little easier. Jordan River is a little easier to understand because the Jordan River only had to have one side taken care of. Meaning when you stop the river, the other side disappears. So the Jordan River, in fact, interestingly enough, I read a paper that have documented the times when the Jordan River has stopped running throughout history, and a number of times in the last century, in fact, where there was particular incidents where there would be trees falling down or winds blowing in such a way that the Jordan River dried up. And you think to yourself, oh my goodness, how can we even think about that? That's just such that is such a heretical way of looking at the Bible. And the answer is, as Gersonides, the Ralbag himself believes that that's the way Hashem interacts with the world. Was there a miracle? What was the miracle? It wasn't that Hashem was breaking reality, it was that he was using reality at the right time. It's true that it could have happened. It's true that there was water pressure and air pressure and wind, but the beauty of the miracle was that Hashem facilitated all of that at the right moment for the right amount of time and closed the gate at the end. That's what Ralbag says. Very different way of looking at it, and this is just so important to appreciate. Sometimes we like to have a Judaism, we like to have a philosophy system which fits just the way we think. And it's important to remember that there's a very broad spectrum of thinkers in Judaism, and to some people this resonates a great deal, and to some people it does not resonate a great deal. But remember that it's part of the spectrum, and to some people this is the way they understand the world, and this is what some of these understood the world to be. And this is very important to understand. This is part of mainstream Jewish thought over here. This is an example of, again, he's addressing the supernatural, not in the foul form of beings, but in the form of actual miracles. Another example on. We're not going to go to the actual text itself, but as something mentioned before, and the sun standing still. The sun stood still in Joshua. Now, as far as you go, and as academic as you want to be, there ain't no way the sun is standing still, right? Everything is moving. Everything is moving around everything. Gravity is still in operation. Nothing just stops. You're fast and the earth is moving. There's like it doesn't stop. So the Ralbag said, and he says, if it had stopped, it would mean that Joshua was in fact a greater miracle bringer than Moses, right? Because nobody's ever stopped the sun before explicitly in all of the Bible. So what happens? So the Ralbag says no. What it means to say is, again, it's about perspective. They were chasing the enemies. The enemies were running towards the hills and the caves. What Hashem allowed them to do was Hashem allowed them to chase the enemies with such speed, with such alacrity, it almost felt like, those moments in life where time stood still and you're able to do so much in one day. He said the sun stood still subjectively for their actions, where time was no longer a factor as they achieved what God allowed them to achieve. You would just say, we're not talking about a physical reality, we're talking about a psychological reality in terms of understanding it over there. Once again, don't necessarily take it at the face value of what the texts were. On the same note, I just found a very interesting thing. This is a translation actually from Natan Slufkin. It doesn't come out so well in there. In his book Milchamos Hashem, the book of Milchamos Hashem is one of his great works that Dr. Abrams mentioned just beforehand, where it's meant to be, if you read the most exquisite description of how much he wants to bring God's light into this world by this book. Essentially, it's about his philosophy system and his system of God's providence and how he interacts with this world. We're going to see a little bit more of this at the very end. But in amongst this, he has very interesting things, and he talks about the hierarchy of life forms, which is very fascinating because Rav Slifkin over here is addressing evolution, and is there space for evolutionary thinking within Jewish sources? And the Ralbag himself says absolutely. The Ralbag talks about tiers of life forms, talking about how humanity is the greatest form or developed life form, which is already talking in the terms of the evolutionary chain that we have over here, well, a number of centuries well before Darwin came along to describe that there was this movement or progression from one to the other. The way the Ralbag looked at creation was a tiered progression as well, which is the most fascinating insight as well, just in terms of the newness of his thinking. Let's move on to another really interesting point over here, and that is over here in terms of Parashanut. The Ralbag is a very interesting person in the following regard. The Ralbag is what sometimes you may call is a very normal parasha. Very normal, very chilled out parasha. What I mean by that, here's an example. So what we just did recently actually in the Sefer Shmuel is that the name Shmuel comes from the words from the root what? Or where's Shmuel's name from? The prophet Samuel. What is the root 3 letters? It is not Shema that God heard. It is all that May Hashem from God She'iltiv. I borrowed or requested him from God. So the Ralbag says, if that's true, then what should his name be? His name should be Sha'ul, requested. That's the most direct expression of the root of the word Sha'al. So the Imamar Omer, if somebody would question and say, Sha'al Ra'ui, in pain, Shetikre Shma Sha'ul, Omar no Loi, Kilo Yadakta Kukore Hashem et Kolkach. He says, not everybody was being so medactic. That's what they meant. Right? It was figurative language. They meant it. It sounded good. Right? They know what it came from the word Sha'al. But his name wasn't Sha'ul, it was Shmuel. It was beautiful. What the Ralbag is essentially saying is don't make a castle. Don't make an enterprise on such a small deal. Because some things you can just let slide. You need to say the Ralbag is very much a linguist. But at the same time, just certain things, just don't necessarily build the whole structure on this type of insight. Just as an example, there, he as opposed to perhaps Ibn Ezra, would be somebody who would be willing to let certain things slide, which is actually a very unique perspective. Ethics and war, two more very fascinating points over here. As we get towards the end of this, and that is ethics and war. Happens to be that one of the very difficult for any we'll call the modern reader of the Bible has a lot of trouble when it comes to reading the descriptions of Israel going to war in the land of Canaan. When they came and they come in and they're told to obliterate man, woman, child of these 7 nations, without exception, seemingly, which is really it's hard for we'll call it the Western ear to hear. The Ralbag says something which is really just a very fascinating insight into this, And when reading through the verses, we're not going to do it now, but these are the verses in Sefer Devarim, in Perek Chaf, in the 20th Perek, where it talks about the description of going to war. And it seems that the Psukim actually have two divisions. There's regular nations. When you're going to fight against a regular nation, let's say for land, then you offer them peace. When you fight against the 7 nations of the land of Canaan, then it's obliteration. So Rabbi goes out on a limb, and like Rabbi Benel later on after him, says the most fascinating, interesting insight, and he says that no, the Torah means that every war that is fought has to have a peace offer at the beginning. Meaning to say, there is never a carte blanche for Jews to walk into the land of Israel and to totally just decimate another nation. No nation ever was destroyed without the offer of peace and subjugation before, which is a very fascinating, which is a revolutionary perspective, moving away from the perspectives of, let's say, predecessors like Rashi, Ramban, who say there's a division of labor over here, through the Ralbag, and later they're followed by later Mefarshim, give us more of a humanistic to war. And you can imagine, Dr. Abramson said, he's not living in a very harmonious, but at the same time, he's very much a forward thinker, and that perspective informs what he understands, that in fact, the mitzvahs of Yeshiva Aretz, the way the land is settled. Last and very, very fascinating point, and that is about suffering and providence. I'm talking about the book of Job, of Eov. This is a translation of his introduction to the book of Job. The Ralbag says something which is quite remarkable. And I've found that there's many different systems of dealing with suffering and injustice in this world. And what he suggests over here is something which helps some people and makes it worse for others. That's just what he says is the following. In brief summation, he says, look, that there are bad things which happen because people bring them upon themselves. Meaning to say, let's talk about, on a more pragmatic level, a person who's got a life where they eat lots of sugar, they consume a lot of sugar, don't do a lot of exercise, have a lot of fatty foods, and there's many symptoms or consequences for that type of lifestyle. So the person can say, God, why am I suffering? And the answer is, well, because of the lifestyle you led. So that's a simple model. That's spiritually as well. There's types of lifestyles which work like that. He says, but then there's things which happen which are beyond that, which clearly cannot be the workings or doings of the individual themselves. So he says the most fascinating insight, and this is where he says it. He says that there are types of things which is what he calls mikra, which means to say there's a system in place in the world, and that system, in fact, operates without specific relationship to individuals. Meaning to say, there's a cause and effect. The nature which God put into place is going to work in a cause and effect nature, in a cause and effect way. And sometimes we, as the populace, may be governed as a nation by Hashem's providence, but as individuals, we don't have that providence necessarily all the time ourselves. Now, it goes into how a person can eject themselves up into it, but on the default, the person doesn't necessarily have individual hashgacha, which is what he suggests in the introduction to the book of Job, which means to say, his suggestion over here, which is a profound suggestion, is that some suffering, some misfortune didn't have a target. This is what he's suggesting in the book of Job. This, to some people, is something which is most, in a certain sense, liberating. Which means to say that sometimes when things happen, it wasn't because I was bad. It wasn't because that was targeted and destined for me. It wasn't because that something I did was terribly wrong. It's the way it was. For some people, that's devastating because that means to say that there are moments in time where I'm outside the sphere of that protection. Okay? Not that you can't get back into it, but there's sometimes where I'm ejected from that bubble of hashgacha, of divine providence, which is the most terrifying description. Just read his own words over here. At the end, he says, in this way, it's possible to maintain the sublunar forms of existence whose survival depends upon the uniform elements found in the substances that compose them. The cause for in the sublunar nature is the impact upon the substance of heavenly bodies. We just say there's a system in motion over here. From this standpoint, then we can deduce that such calamities strike us as pure chance. Wow, a very, very powerful point over here. Meaning this is, to me, is a fascinating point in the sense that this is the convergence of both philosophy, mathematics, and psychology all at once, where his perspective on the human nature of suffering, at the same time as the academic, the we'll call the scientific side of how the world operates, and as well at the same time the philosophy of the rationalistic Rabbag, all converging into one point of view when he forms this. I think this is most fascinating for the following reason. If we think about this, what we've covered over here, we covered a few very interesting and salient points. We talked about the psychology of the Rabbag. We talked about how his insight into making amends with other people, as an example. We talked about interacting with supernatural events, angels, miracles, and how he sometimes waters down those events from it being in the same grandiose as we may have naturally read it. We talked a little bit about war and ethics and dikduk, the Rabbag's willingness to be able to also read the Tanakh more laissez-faire, at the same time as also his perspective and his forthinking in terms of ethics and morals. And finally concluded with a much more heavier note, which is the notion of there being a system of Hashem's interaction with this world, which is the flip side of the coin of miracles, which is that there is a system which is always moving. And sometimes that system doesn't specifically notice the individuals. Once again, very, very salient points of a great thinker who still adorns our shells today. What I'd like to say is just to start at the end is just to say a very big thank you. Thank you so much to our very own and one and only Dean Hela Abramson, who put together what was really a remarkable series. I personally have grown tremendously just from the experience of having learned and prepared for this, and I hope that you, everybody in this room, and everybody in the global classroom that are watching and continue to watch this astounding series of 6 have learned from this and will continue to gain. And we thank Hillel and Ilana for their incredible investment in this community. I want to also thank our film crew on staff, Boaz Abramson as well, who doesn't just do filming but does questioning as well, which we'll address in just a moment. And this has really been a very exciting moment. Anybody has questions about furthering this opportunity, please speak to us afterwards. At this moment in time, let's take questions, if that's all right. Yes.
These incredible people, these kinds of geniuses, I can only imagine that they must have had a patron or somebody, taking care of the minutiae of their lives. And secondly, who are their incredible wives? Because behind every great man, and of course it's Women's Day. So
absolutely. Now, International Women's Day. Shout out to International Women's Day. You're right. I don't think that's more directed to Dr. Abramson, actually, the historical side of things. But right. I know that he did. I know that he did actually get a lot of patronage for his inventions and his writings, because he was so well sought after. I think one of the kings commissioned him to write. I don't remember which book it was, but more than that, I don't know fully. Dr. Adamson, can you speak to that?
No, I don't think I have anything to add.
You heard it, yes.
Just a couple of questions.
Yes.
One, when going back to Yaakov and the struggle with the Malach, I've heard people say, or it would be an idea to say that, I think it would be an idea to say, or I've heard people say that the whole idea of him wrestling with angels is a psychological.
Yes, well, that's what I'm about to say.
The fact that he was sleeping, that he could be hallucinating potentially.
Okay, potentially as well, but the point is he wasn't in a lucid state.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I'm about to say.
Also, when it comes to the miracles, the Ralbag was suggesting mist or other stuff. I thought it could just be geysers. It could be a double geyser.
Possibly. It's just that there ain't geysers in the Sinai Peninsula. That's the only hitch of the thing. Boaz?
Yeah, so that, if I'm wrong, if I recall from my 3rd grade Parsha class, what happened was they crossed the river and then they left something behind, so Yaakov went back to get it. And that's where he fought the angel. So he goes across the river, then he comes back, and then he decides to take a nap.
That's what it seems to be. Yeah, it's interesting. He actually glides over that point when he describes it.
Why would he go to sleep randomly? Kind of jars.
Yeah, wouldn't he?
It could be. It is very possible that the Tanakh doesn't go to the level or the stakes or pain to tell us every stage of his going to bed schedule. So it could be that it took it for granted that we knew that this was now in a sleeping state. It could have also been another possibility is addressing the point more full on is a lot of times when God interacts with human beings, the way the Rambam describes it, and we remember very much of the Rambam camp over here, is it's almost like a experience, it's almost like a fit, an epileptic fit, where the senses are almost destroyed from the experience of the magnitude of the divine. So it could have been that he didn't fall asleep, but that, as the way he describes this prophecy set on, and when it set on, he collapsed. So that's why we're not being described as yeah.
There must be multiple theories that say that the demon were epileptic or something. It's like the whole like epileptic kind of thing seems like it could somehow have some.
Yeah, well, but remember, we're looking anachronistically. We're saying all we have today is epilepsy to be able to look at. When it happened in those days, we're talking about not so much as a medical condition, but rather a description of a human being or a physical being that cannot. What was that?
Yeah, they used to call it the.
True, but I'm just saying, like, there are different subsets, meaning to say that prophecy experience in those days was a bigger subset than what we call epilepsy today. Epilepsy today may be our only perspective into what it means to be for a human being to be in such a state. The Rambam describes it as that is the typical nature of experience the divine, simply because it's like the car when you go too fast in a car and the car starts shuddering. The car can't take the motion that it's in. It's too much. The body can't take. That's what's going on over there.
It said that he fought with him the whole night, right?
Mm-hmm.
So usually you sleep the whole night. So I don't know. Like, probably he fell asleep or he fainted or something.
Possibly, it's very definitely true. Could be the whole night as well. Could it be the fact, as the Adam Fortune said? But one thing which interests me is that coming back to Yehuda's point, is that if it's a psychological struggle, meaning it's not just a bad dream. It means to say that in his dream he is struggling against something. That struggle was so hard it took him until the morning to break out. That's what seems to be going on here. That's how hard this experience was.
Even people nowadays, when they wake up from like intense dreams, they're sweating, they're out of breath.
Yes.
Correct. So that goes to that for sure, and that goes to his psychosomatic experience that he describes in the Toilot at the end of the section, exactly like you said, where he says how can there be physical symptoms of a psychological experience. And that is maybe we'll take questions afterwards. You got that. Thank you, Rudy. I don't want to keep everybody. Thank you so much for coming. Looking forward to seeing us the next opportunity.
Welcome to another series of Letters Flying Free. This is a very exciting series that we came up with last year, and it's based on a Talmudic passage in which Rabbi Hananiah ben Teradion is martyred at the hands of the Romans in the Hadrianic persecution. They wrap him up in a Sefer Torah. You're all familiar with this, but for the sake of the internet audience, I will repeat it. They set him on fire. They put him on top of a pyre, and the students ask him, what he sees, and he says, well, the scroll is burning, but the letters are flying free. Very poetic statement, which is expressed graphically in the beautiful stained glass windows, which Rabbi Teitelbaum helped design outside. That's really the idea of this series, is that we're going to give a team teaching approach where I will give a little bit of historical data to place the figure in his, or in some cases her, historical context, and then Rabbi Teitelbaum or Rabbi Trump will follow with a much more detailed textual analysis to give us a sense of the way in which this particular individual shaped the Jewish tradition in literary form. That's the plan for the evening, so I'll have more or less the first 25 minutes or so, and then I'll hand off to Rabbi Teitelbaum to talk about the Rif tonight. I am currently struggling with a personal challenge. When I used to give lectures publicly in Florida and put them on the internet, I used to always begin with a joke, and I enjoyed it tremendously. But then I slowly got a whole bunch of comments on the internet, stop with the jokes, go straight to the material. And I don't really understand New York. So when I came to New York, I said, that's it, no more opening jokes. And so for the past 2 years, I have not told any opening jokes. Now, maybe it's because New York is warming up to my style a little bit. I'm getting more and more people asking me, please, why don't you start with a joke? We heard your lectures in Florida. What's going on? So I will start with a joke tonight. please laugh. It will. Thank you. That will make me feel much better. But the idea is a joke is a good thing. In fact, there are various rabbis in the Talmud who always began the shir with a joke because it sort of opens up the mind, kind of like sniffing chlorine, wakes you up, you're ready to learn. So the joke goes like this. It has nothing to do with the subject. A man's been seeing a psychiatrist for many years, and he's had tremendous progress in his therapy. So the psychiatrist says to him, listen, Milton, you've been with me for a long time. I think we should cut back the number of visits per week because you're doing so well. And, at a big expense. And I think that really you're ready to strike out on your own. And he says, but doctor, it's been so many years and I'm so attached to you. What will I do? This is part of my week. I don't know what to say. And he says, listen, we'll do it like this. Let's not meet next week. And if you have any moment at any time, day or night, that you need to reach me, here's my personal cell phone number. I leave it on 24/6. Just give me a call and I'll pick up right away. Doesn't matter what time or night. And so he feels relieved with that, and in fact, that's what he does. The next morning, he wakes up in a panic. Milton wakes up in a panic, and he calls his doctor at 6:30 a.m. He says, doctor, I hope I'm not disturbing you. He says, no problem, Milton, what's the problem? He says, I had this terrifying dream. I had this horrible, horrible dream. He says, what was the dream? He says, I had this horrible dream that you were my mother, and that you were so overbearing, and you were forcing me to make all these decisions and not letting me have independence. And I know it's the opposite of everything we said, but doctor, I felt so terrible. He says, oh, that's awful. What did you do next? He said, well, then I went into the kitchen, I turned on all the lights, and I tried to calm down. He said, what did you do next? He says, well, I ate a piece of dry toast and some weak tea to try and settle my nerves. And he says, what did you do next? He says, well, then I called you. So the doctor thinks about it for a minute. He says, a piece of toast and weak tea, that you call breakfast? Okay. All right. I don't know. Maybe it's better off with no jokes. Tonight we're going to talk about the RIF. The RIF is one of the several acronyms that are used to describe Rabbi Yitzchak Alfasi. His years are 1013 to 1103. One of the most important and creative thinkers in the halachic tradition. I won't spend too much time speaking about the content of his thought because that's going to be handed over to Rabbi Teitelbaum. But my goal for the next few minutes is to give you a sense of where he comes from historically, place him within the broader contours of the world as the RIF knew it, and then we'll get, I think, more of a sense of what his unique contribution truly was. He's also known as Alfasi, from the city of Fez in North Africa, because he spent most of his career there. He was not actually born there, but he spent about 35, 40 years studying in Fez. And as normally when a person has a place name for a surname, it means they originated there and they ended up somewhere else. So in fact, he ended up in Spain, in the Cordoba region, where he was the Rosh Yeshiva of one of the most important yeshivas in Spain at that time, in the glory days of the golden era of Spain. He mentored many students, including the Rimi Gash, Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, and thousands of others for the next millennium, because it is impossible to study the Talmud effectively today without consulting the RIF. He's one of the most important commentators of all time. I know in my first edition of the Talmud, when I went to buy one, it said on the cover, Talmud Bavli im HaRif, with the RIF, as if to say that everything else is a cheap imitation. That gives you a sense of how important the RIF is within our tradition. So let's put him within the context of the golden age of Sephardic Jewry, which is a topic that I find deeply fascinating. I'd like to just give you a very short introduction to it. This map didn't come out so well in reproduction, I'm sure, sorry, but it gives you a sense, sort of the dispersion of Jews after the Spanish expulsion of 1492 and the Portuguese incident of 1497. The arrows are going the wrong way if you look at the 8th century. Basically, the Iberian Peninsula is controlled up until the early 8th century by an extremely vicious Christian kingdom called the Visigoths that practice brutal forced conversion of Jews and an absurd degree of persecution for backsliding new converts to Christianity, including a strange punishment called del calvatio, which may be shaving one's head or possibly scalping them. Horrible kind of persecution at the time. And in the case of mixed marriages, the Visigoths prescribed amputations for women who married Jews, Christian women who converted to Judaism and married Jews. They had their nose amputated. Men Jewish men who married Christian women or who had converted had another essential organ amputated. So it was a really horrible time, and the Jews were hated absolutely off. Many fled to Navarro, to north of the Pyrenees, to France, elsewhere in North Africa, but they were just waiting for the Muslims to come along and take over the peninsula, which they did in the year 711. A very memorable date. Here in America, of course, is commemorated with a chain of corner stores so that we can remember the great Muslim conquest of the year. I think maybe 7-Eleven, right? The stores, right? Slurpees, right? Okay, thank you. So it was widely believed, Christian historiography of much of the Middle Ages, that the Jews had invited the Muslims. That is most likely not true, but when the Muslims came in, they definitely aided them, primarily in the form of holding on to the cities that the Muslims conquered, manning the garrisons and managing local municipal government so that the Muslim armies could go on and conquer others. Shortly after that, you have the onset, a golden era where the Muslims in Spain actually demonstrate a unique level of tolerance to the Jews that was, incomparable, certainly since maybe biblical times, and one would say it hasn't even been matched in America in some ways. But that's what we're going to discuss tonight. So the Rif himself comes from North Africa. He lived for a while in Cairon, which is over here, not to be confused with Cairo, Cairon, and then over here in Tunis, in the city of Fez, where he spent most of his life, and they ended up in Lucena here in southern Spain. So that's the trajectory of his career. The reason why the Spain got such a huge takeoff in terms of its scholarship, everyone recognized this famous photograph here, of course, of Moshe ben Hachanoch. No, just joking. That's actually the skipper who went out on a 3-hour cruise. And the real question that I have is, why did Ginger have so many outfits for a 3-hour cruise? And what kind of professor is it who can't figure out the basics of getting off the island when he has all this equipment and know-how? I mean, that's one of those great historical puzzles. At any rate, Spain, if you saw in that poorly reproduced map a minute ago, is on the periphery. I'll go back to it for a second. The periphery, because this is where the center of the Jewish world is at the time that the Alfasi is working. It's in the confluence of the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers down here in what would be southern or Kuwait. The great Talmudic centers of Surah, Pumbedita, Nahar Dha, they're all mentioned in the Talmud. And everyone living out here is in a vastly different orbit from Surah and Pumbedita. Any type of question, the Jews living out here, if they had any kind of question about the calendar, about kashrut, about observance, they were very troubled. Should we be eating rice on Pesach or not eating rice on Pesach? The Sephardim just simply didn't know what to do. That was a joke too. Not Sephardim, Spain, but it's almost over. So they would have to write a question that would be delivered by hand, essentially, across the Mediterranean basin, all the way out here to Surah and Pumbedita. It would take months, and then they would send money with it, so there was an economic relationship. And then Surah and Pumbedita would send back a letter that would again take months. It would be a cause for huge celebration. We have descriptions of the ceremonies that were held in these Spanish communities when a letter came back from Surah or Pumbedita. They would gather all of the townsfolk in the synagogue. They would sit in special cushions, and they would bring it out on a special, wooden box that was specially made for delivery of the letter. The Rav of the Kehillah would receive it. They would have a special knife that was used to open up the seals, and then they would read it really, really fast to get to the bottom, and then they would spend months afterwards, and then it would be Kiddush, and they would spend months afterwards deciphering the deeper meaning of the letter. So Spain was way out here on the orbit, but there was a bizarre circumstance when a Talmudic scholar named Moshe ben Hanoch was shipwrecked and captured by pirates, and he was held for ransom. This is actually a fairly common occurrence in the Middle Ages. Ransoming captives happened all the time. There are large discussions of it in the Talmud and in later poskim. And the great Sephardic leader, Chasai ibn Shaprut, spent a tremendous amount of money to rescue Moshe ben Hanoch. And then he said, listen, why do you want to schlep all the way back to, the equivalent of Brooklyn when you can live here in Boca Raton? It's beautiful in Spain, our climate, and so on. Moshe ben Hanoch stayed, ended up establishing a new center in Spain that ultimately, for reasons which are beyond what we're going to discuss today, became the new center of gravity, eventually eclipsing Sura and Pumbedita within about 300 years. So it all happened because of that one mitzvah of rescuing the shipwrecked individual. To give you a sense of the culture of the time, this is a period of phenomenal creativity. The Rif is writing halacha in a very, very unusual and distinctive way that would shape the intellectual tradition, but there's so many things happening in Spain and in the Spanish orbit that are attracting Jews to the Iberian Peninsula. The Rif was really caught up in a massive migration of Jews to the peninsula. This is, for example, one of the things that are happening is the rise of secular Hebrew poetry, which is mind-blowing. And some of it, I think about it on the train. It fascinates me so much. This is a short poem by none other than Yehuda Halevi. And by the way, one of the very special things about the Sephardic genius is that unlike really any time since the biblical period, you have figures who are absolutely stellar in their religious creativity and their religiosity and the things that they contribute intellectually. And at the same time, they are the masters of secular culture and affairs. Shmuel Hanag wrote a fantastic commentary in the Talmud and was the chief general of a Muslim army for 16 years. How does that happen? Certainly nobody in Lakewood is serving as the chief of staff to run an army, a Muslim army nonetheless. And we can point out one after another figure. The Rambam is perhaps one of the best examples in the field of medicine. Yehuda Halevi also a very talented physician and a poet. So this is one of his, what are called the Shirei Chol, the secular songs or secular poems. It's called Afra, and I think this actually should be Oprah. But Afra means a doe, and much of this poetry is love poetry. One could interpret it allegorically, and in fact, Yehosef, the son of Shmuel Hanagid, said that that's how people should read his love poetry. It was all allegorical, like Shir HaShirim style, but some of it's really quite evocative, like Shir HaShirim, and I think it's hard to do that interpretation. Anyways, let's read it because it's so beautiful. Afra תכבד את בגדיה במי דמעי, ותשחט לשמש וזהרה. לא שאלה מי העיינות עם שתי עיניי, ולא שמש ליופי שערה. Ta'ara, sorry, I slipped in an Ashkenazic stuff there. So this is a translation by the brilliant Hillel Halkin, who wants to preserve the rhyme a little. It says, Ophra does her laundry in my tears and dries it in the sunshine she gives off. She doesn't have to take it to the trough or wait to hang it till the weather clears. That's a really beautiful translation. The idea is that Ophra is, and this is, by the way, a trope that you see often in the secular poetry, the rejected lover who feels terrible about and they wallow in that rejection, and it's so beautiful, it's so extended, it's really something exceptional. But if you look carefully at the meter, you see that this is the standard Hebrew monorhyme with the words dim'i and enai falling into the next stanza, and creates in the Hebrew a unique type of anticipation where you're reading along and then all of a sudden you fall down a step when you lose your balance on the switch or something like that. And it's a beautiful kind of falling feeling that emulates falling in love as well. Losing control. I'm losing control of this shir because I'm having fun with it, but let's go further. A lot of this environment was created so because of Abd al-Rahman I and his grandson the third, who was a Muslim refugee from a terrible massacre. His entire family was killed in Baghdad in a coup, taking over the Muslim caliphate. And so he fled as a refugee in secret with just a few of his servants, and he made his way all the way across North Africa. As he was traveling through, in many places, he found succor and shelter from Jewish individuals, and his attitude towards Jews turned to be very positive, and he held them in high regard. So when he came to Spain, although he was a very brutal ruler in many ways and would not suffer any kind of dissension, to the wise and loyal servant, quote unquote, Jew, he would often extend himself. And this was sort of like a trend that you see developing in Spanish culture, where particular Jews who are able to wisely administer the affairs of state are left to their own devices and are able to accumulate tremendous power. So you have this environment. This is the Mosque of Granada with its very distinctive architecture with the red and white blocks. It seems to create a kind of a mirror effect that goes on and on to infinity. You have this beautiful culture developing in Spain in which Jews are given unprecedented rights under Muslims, allowing them to be extremely creative in their religious. This changes dramatically with the Berber invasions, and with this we're going to transition to the Rif's life, because his primary creative activity was during the period when there was a dramatic downturn of Jewish conditions. He was in many ways at the very tail end of this period of coexistence and tolerance, and he lived in a period when there was increasing intolerance, when Jews were fleeing Spain, beginning to make their way to European shores, in the case of Yehuda Halevi, to Israel, in the case of the Rambam, moving across to the coast of North Africa to less repressive Muslim regimes. But we should recall that the period of coexistence that existed in Spain was due to a large-scale affinity between Jews and Muslims in terms of their cultural vocabulary. More than this, we cannot say at this time because I don't want to go over. But it created this here. This is, for example, a view of the Alhambra, which is associated with, in a very important way, with one of the important Jewish leaders, Joseph, son of Shmuel HaNagid. Okay, who are the Berbers? So the Berbers were North African Muslims. They were not Arabs. We should distinguish that there are many different kinds of Muslims. Islam is, of course, a religious designation. Words like Arab, Spaniard, Berber, those are ethnic designations. The Berbers were fearsome warriors. They were known for covering their face when they went into battle, which is probably where you get the kind of Lawrence of Arabia sort of thing with the, the turban and things like this. They also painted their faces, and they were fearsome warriors, but they were also not sophisticated thinkers when it came to Muslim theology. And whereas in Spain, the relationship with Jews was actually extremely relaxed, and in many ways contrary to Muslim law. For example, Muslims regularly held symposia, traditional Greek symposia, meaning drinking parties, Jewish attendees, and of course alcohol forbidden in Islam. Allowing Jews to rise to positions of power above Muslims is also contrary to traditional Muslim doctrine, and yet this was happening in Spain because Abd al-Rahman III and others would recognize talent and would promote it to positions of authority. The Berbers, when they invaded Spain and they took over from the much more cosmopolitan Umayyads, they were not having any of this shtick, and they insisted on a much more orthodox and doctrinaire interpretation of Islam, which frightened a lot of Jews and ultimately drove them to depart. So with the Berber invasions that we begin to see in the 12th century in particular, a change for the worse. And this is when the Rif is primarily active. The Almohads are one of the most important of the Berber tribes that make it up into Spain. They drive out the Umayyad Caliphate, and they take over the entire southern region of the Iberian Peninsula and impose this new vision in which Jews really had to maintain their place. And it might be worth meditating on what is it about the downturn of a society that you can get a flourishing of creativity. Another great example would be, mention it by way of passing, Ibn Ezra, who was a very celebrated poet in Spain, making a very good living as someone who wrote Arabic verse for hire. But under the Almohads, he also had to flee. He went to Europe, to Italy, and then later to France, and eventually to England. And the Jews there wouldn't pay him a penny for Arabic verse because they didn't read Arabic. So he ended up writing in Hebrew and writing in Latin, and he had tremendous success because he was forced out of Spain. And he complained about it a lot, but it was specifically the downturn that ended up being the moment of his greatest opportunity. So what ends up happening, let's go to this map again. So as I mentioned before, the Rif makes his way from North Africa, spends about 35, 40 years in Fez, and then eventually comes up to Lucerna, which is over here in the center of the peninsula. Here's a picture from the Cordoba region. It gives you a sense of the majesty of the architecture at the time. As a man, we don't know a lot about his family life. We don't know much about his wife, for example. We know that he had at least one son. We get a sense of his character in that he valued his primary student, the Ri Migash, Rabbi Yosef Migash, as a superior student, and therefore he actually promoted the student over his own son to be the head of this important yeshiva. We know that he had a tremendous controversy. He was a strong-willed individual. He had tremendous controversy with other Jews in the various towns that he lived. In Fez, he was actually denounced to the authorities, quite probably by fellow Jews, that caused him tremendous anguish and in fact occasioned his flight to Spain. And despite the fact that one of his rivals, and possibly one that was involved with denunciation, was a man named Yitzhak ben Baruch al-Balia, when this individual passed away and left a young son behind, the Rif adopted the son of his rival and enemy to be his own, and he took care of him. He raised him in his own home. He is an example of a North African kind of severity, but transplanted into an environment in which the cosmopolitanism is beginning to fade. Many of the scholars of rabbinic history have looked at the life of the Rif and put it within the context of Talmudic thought, and have regarded him as the last of the Gaonim. In other words, the Gaonim, that's a term that was used for leaders of the yeshivas in Sura and Pumbedita, as they were beginning to fade, and as scholarship was rising in Spain, the Rif is kind of a transitional figure that cements the Iberian Peninsula as the new center of gravity, the new sun around which all things orbit, and Sura and Pumbedita fade in the background. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention and your endurance. It's a tremendous boost to be here in this Kehila and to be speaking with you about these things that I find so fascinating. And I'd like to hand the microphone over now to Rabbi Teitelbaum.
Thank you, Dr. Abramson. Good evening, everybody. Interestingly enough, we're going to begin with commentary on the Rif and his importance, his life's work, the Sefer Halachos as it is referred to. The Tzedel Derech of Menachem ben Aharon ibn Zerach was a very unique kind of halachic work. Ibn Zerach in the 14th century found that there were many, many high-level government and business officials involved intricately and maybe too intimately with the Spanish population and with Spanish culture. And he wrote a description of halacha with a lot of explanation, with a lot of the moral sense of why we shouldn't do as we live, and wrote it specifically for those many, many people who were very, very involved in worldly affairs and very involved with the Spanish population. In his introduction, in his Hakdama, Ibn Zerach describes some of the great sources of halacha of his time, and they are, of course, still the great sources of halacha of our time. And if you could follow along, we'll see how he describes the Rif, discussing how he moved to Lasina, v'yashav sham Rabbeinu Yitzchak, v'chiber halachos bekotzer. He composed a halachic work, bekotzer, with summarization, plus a sidare, 3 orders, Nezikin and Moed, 3 of the main orders of tractates of Mishnayos. Mishnayos are the 6 divisions. 3 of them were fully commentated upon and discussed by the Rif. And it's similar to what you might call a small Gemara, meaning a reduced or an extraction of the Gemara, so that it is brought down to a point where all of the discussion and all of the give and take that ultimately leads to a particular conclusion is not included. And what Rif does is he'll discuss the introductory remarks, the basic idea being we are talking about this issue and that issue, the opinions about the issue are, and then a conclusion, so that we understand that the place from whence the halacha is derived is this page of the Talmud. But exactly how the conclusion is arrived at is not necessarily as important as the conclusion itself. And therefore, the masa umatan, the give and take, all of that which goes into the why and the wherefore, he removed and then got down to the pertinent, practical conclusion. But along the way, he does explain why he believes the conclusion should be as it is. In many instances, it is a unique conclusion. In many instances, it is an interpretive conclusion, meaning that he interprets a passage of the Gemara in a particular way. We will see later how he has a particularly important interpretation of certain halachos, and we're going to look at one particularly. And it's different from the way Rashi interpreted, perhaps, that line of the Gemara, and he explains how he interprets it and what consequences there are halachically. And what Ibn Zerach here says is that the Ri, the great Tosfos, v'amar Rabbeinu Yitzchak Baal HaTosfos, sheyil'eh ben Adam lechaber chibur kamahu zelasi sheshchina haisa shor alav. No one would be able to write this kind of work. No one could write the Sefer Halachos, as he called it, taking the Gemara, studying it, extrapolating from it the essence of what we would need to know. So, with so much erudition, coming to the correct conclusion, and then guiding our lives based on the Gemara, but not in this coldly halachic way, well, do this, don't do this, do this, don't do that. It's got a little bit of the Gemara flavor to it. It shows you exactly where he is coming from and why, yet it's very practical and does set forth the halach guidance that we live Jewish life. So it's very much Talmudic, but yet it's somehow more definitive and more concise, far more concise. Now, another reason that I'm using this Hakdama is because he mentions here something that, importantly, Dr. Abramson referenced. Notice here he says, Mimos Rabbeinu Hai, from the time of the Gaon Rav Hai, Lo Kam Kimohu. We have not had a halachic decisor and a rabbinic thinker and leader of such importance, and his work has been disseminated far and wide. He goes on then to say that he lived 90 years, passed away in the year Tuf Pei Gimel, 4,883. Vehemed Talmidim Harbe. By the way, I believe that is that might be a mistake. I believe it was Tuf Samach Gimel. Correct. That should be Samach Gimel. Vehemed Talmidim Harbe. Migdalei Talmidav Harav Rabbeinu Yosef ben Menashe. He means Migash Yosef ben Meir. So he is mentioning here is what Dr. Edmondson said, that he was since Rav Haigon, and then had all of these students, such as the Ri Migash. Now, let's understand, Ri Migash was the master teacher of the father of Maimonides. So the importance of the Rif now is that he is that bridge, if you will, from the time of the Gaonim and from the accomplishments and achievements in the style of the Gaonim, on the one hand, to the period of the Rishonim, to the likes of the Ri Migash, and therefore the likes of the Rambam. And the difference between the Gaonim and their style and that of the Rishonim is that whereas the Gaonim would do far less in the way of commenting and explaining the rationale of a piece of Gemara, they would have shuvas. They would answer questions about what practically people should do and why. But to comment on the Gemara and explain the reason behind the lines, behind the questions and answers of the Gemara, that was something that was rarely done. It was done by some of the Gaonim, but not one tractate after another, not one Masechta after the other. And here you have someone sitting down and saying, let's study Shas and let's understand it line by line, let's explain it line by line. And then in that vein, others follow. But not only was it that he would comment on the Talmud line by line, Masechta by Masechta, but he would also gather the halachic ramifications by Masechta. It wasn't random questions and answers on various topics as in the Shuvas HaGaonim. It wasn't as in the case of the Halachos Gedolos, there are 613 mitzvahs, let's discuss them mitzvah by mitzvah. Here, it's a halachic work, and the pattern and organization is based upon the Talmud. So what he does, in essence, is return the Talmud to a position and to a place of importance where, as a foundation for Jewish life, it can be known and appreciated and studied. The Gaonim were answering questions and discussing Jewish life. He is returning us and bringing us back to the place where it all begins, and that's at the Talmud. So that's how he bridges the era of the Gaonim and introduces us and sets the stage for the very important period of the Rishonim. Here is a sample page of what the Rif looks like in the Gemara. It looks very much like a page of the Talmud. That was not his doing, but because of his vast success, you have those who published the Talmud treating his work like the Talmud itself. After all, it was the, Zeira, the small Talmud, or the miniature Talmud, the summarized Talmud. So it's been treated that way by those who published the Talmud. So you have the Rif here, and then the Baal HaMa'or, the first to really take the Rif to task on many issues, controversially so. Here, the Ramban, Nachmanides, defending the work of the Rif here in the Milchamos Hashem, and then later, the Reinu Nisim ben Reuven, one of the last of the great Spanish Talmudists, and the famous commentary of the Ran here in the Shiltei Giborim here. Now you'll see Rashi here. Rashi did not write a commentary on the Rif, obviously. Rashi and the Rif were actually contemporaries. However, those who published the Rif said, well, wouldn't it be great if when you open up your Gemara and you want to look at the Rif, you'll at the same time be able to see what Rashi had to say about the same issue. So they took some of the Rashis off the page and published them here, right next to the Rif itself. Now, a little bit about the Baal HaMa'or. He wrote two works, the Mar HaKatan and the Mar HaGadol, and began his work at the ripe old age of 18 or 19, and was really very, very hounded by people in his own hometown. How dare you criticize the work of the great Rabbi Yitzchak Alfasi? And he stuck to his guns, as we say, and said, no, that's what we have to do. And interestingly enough, the Baal HaMa'or ben Zrachi ben Yitzchak Halevi, when he published the Ma'or, made a point of saying that he does respect, verily, Rabbi Yitzchak Alfasi. And he says, well, just because we respect and revere the man doesn't mean we cannot say we learned from him and now we learned so much we even know how to question him. He says, look at the great Jewish thinkers and writers, grammarians, Ibn Ganach and Rabbi Yehuda, not Rabbi Yehuda Halevi. This is a great grammarian of the 10th century. And they had a back and forth about very important issues. The student said to his master, my wisdom is your wisdom. And therefore, it's fine and correct for me, with great reverence and respect, to question you and to question the wisdom that you've imparted to me, and to use my good wisdom to hone and sharpen our wisdom. And here, Rabbi Zracha ben Yitzchak Halevi of Lunio, who wrote the Mar HaGadol and Mar HaKatan, says, "B'dvarim ha'ela v'yosef mehema," with such words of reverence and respect, and even more so. Kol sheyesh lahosef ani hatza'ir, whatever I could add and say, Al Rabbeinu Harav HaGadol HaMuvhak of Yitzchak Rab Yaakov Bal HaHalachos HaMachuna Ibn Alfasi, I say as much as that and even more in respect and in reverence of his work. I need not go on and talk at length about his greatness. Everybody can see it. Everybody can look at his work and appreciate how well he put together this masterful work called the Sefer Halachos. He is kishemesh b'chatzi hashamayim, like the sun at high noon. The kanfei tzidkosav b'chibur hilchosav prusos al dorosav, and the far-spreading wings of his righteousness are spread and will continue down through the generations. V'al kol hadoros haboyim acharav. Ki lo nase chibur yosef kemohu b'talmud me'acharei sisimo. There's not been a work as important and as really as beautiful and as correct as his since the time of the conclusion of the Talmud. V'al ken chova aleinu b'chol dvar nichbad u'mefoar l'chabdo u'lefoar u'kadsho l'taro u'lehalbina u'levararo. We have to sanctify it and we have to purify it and whiten it, meaning let's take it and see if there's any way to make it even better. So that, yes, he wrote a way of, this is a way of saying that I'm going to write something that's going to even be an improvement on what the Rif has to say. And then, of course, as we said, the Sefer HaMelchamos and many others would rise to the defense of the Rif. And that's, again, very important, because what you are beginning to see then is this cross-pollination of ideas that really had not happened and that had not come to such a degree of prominence until the time of the Rif. Meaning that the Rif provoked so much Talmudic thinking and so much Talmudic examination and elucidation. And that was unprecedented. as we looked at that page of Rif, he says, well, this is what the Gemara means. And then it begins. The Baal HaMaor says yes, no, and then the Muhammad defends him, and then the Shulchan Giborim says in the Rans. This entire manner of discussing and of arguing and of then honing in on exactly what we might be able to say about a particular piece of Gemara, what it means and what its consequences should be, and what the halakha should be. This all began to happen thanks to the Rif. So that he is so important in that, what we would call the evolution of the study of the Talmud, even as he is so important in the evolution of halakha. To be so important and so significant in two great areas of Jewish life and in Talmud study causes the Rif really to have a place unique in the annals of our history and of our Gedolei Torah and Chachamim. Here you have again another important Rishon, as we call them, the Raavad, Rabbeinu Avraham ben David of Peskiel. Now, that's how it's pronounced. He was from Provence, and the pronunciation, I went online to try to figure out how in the world do you pronounce it. I know that in our yeshiva, and in all of the yeshivas, and in Jewish life generally, we call it Paskvers. But Paskvers is somewhere in Lita, that's in Lithuania maybe, but it's not the real correct pronunciation. So it's Peskiel. And that great town, now it's not even known by that name anymore. That's where the Raavad was from. And the Raavad is describing, again, how he will take the Rif to task, he will criticize the Rif and disagree with him at times. But look at the way he phrases it. Ra'isi b'Hilchos Rav Alfasi zal dvarim nifloim mimeni. He says things that are so wondrous and difficult for me to understand. V'ulai, perhaps it's mibli ra'os einai, perhaps because I can't see straight. He says humbly. Kasher tichena einei haroeh kasher yistakel be'ein hashemesh mipnei chalishos tiv'o. Perhaps it's because when one looks at a bright sun, you just can't. We had that eclipse a couple of months ago. You can't look at the sun. The danger of looking at the sun in its eclipse is because the sun is so powerful and has certain rays that are so dangerous for us to look at. But when you have no eclipse, you can't look at the sun. But then you can't see it. You can't really understand it. So what he's saying is that the brightness of the Rif can be compared to the bright shining sun. Truth is, there's a side to me that says I should have just looked away and accepted whatever the Rif says, kept my mouth shut, he says. There's a side of me that says I probably should have just followed whatever Rabbi Yitzchak Alfasi says, and to the right, to the right, to the left, and not even question it. But after all, we have to study and Aval ki hamlach shemaim hamlach gdolav ein b'shachlis l'basav gdolav Aval osig ba mekabel scharo bein mutar bein shogeg al kein lo nimneiti l'chapes acharov kasher tasig yadi pam l'stor pam l'chazek. Therefore, I do not stand aside and allow everything to just go by and be said by the Rif in any which way he wishes. I will comment, I will criticize, and of course we know the Raavad was really the one who criticized mostly. The Rambam, we'll talk about that, God willing, in a few weeks. However, this very same Raavad, again, very importantly, composed the work Tamim Deim, less known than his commentary on the Talmud. These are longer pieces of explanation with halachic consequence, tshuvas of the Raavad. And in the Tamim Deim, he is using Rabbi Yitzchak Alfasi endlessly, constantly relying upon how Rabbi Yitzchak Alfasi examined the Gemara, how Rabbi Yitzchak Alfasi ultimately concludes with halachic conclusions based upon the Gemara, so that with all due respect to the Hasagas HaRaavad, you have here an example of almost an entire book of tshuvos that base themselves on the work of the Rif. Let's take one piece of Gemara in the Maseches Brachos Daf Kaf Aleph as an example, so we can understand what it means to take a piece of Gemara and then, I don't want to say boil it down to its essence, because that's an oversimplification. But to take it and extract from it the most pertinent parts of it, and then derive the halacha, and then present that in this concise form known as the Rif. Here's the Gemara Chaf Aleph in the Maseches Brachos. Amar Rav Yehuda. Safek kara kriyas shma, safek lo kara. Someone is uncertain as to whether he already cited the shema or not. That happens. You have one of those mornings, and you wake up somewhere with your tefillin on, and you're in Emes V'Yatziv, or maybe you're already in Shmor Esrei, and you go like, oh, where am I? How did I get here? Now you don't know. Did you say Shema? Did you not say Shema? Well, what do? Do you go back and repeat it, or do you not? So Rav Yehuda says, in the name of Shmuel, ain't no choser. However, Safek Amar Emes V'Yatziv, if you're not sure whether you said the blessing that follows the Shema, that you have to repeat when in doubt. And the Gemara then goes on to explain my taima. Why? Because Kriyas Shema is Drabanan, the Gemara supposes. That's the explanation for Rav Yehuda. And Emes V'Yatziv, which is a description of Yitzias Mitzrayim, well, there's a pasuk that says, that's something you must say every day. That's min HaTorah. The Gemara then goes on, however, to discuss this at length. Amar Abaye, the V'Torah, Tnan Bal Keri Mahar B'Libo V'Einu Mavarech. A whole discussion about this idea. Well, is Kriyas Shema min HaTorah? Is it not? Here, the Gemara then goes to quote another opinion other than that of Rabbi Yehuda, and says, Rabbi Elazar Amar Safek Kara Kriyas Shema, Safek Lo Kara, Choser V'Kore. You have to repeat the Shema if you're not sure whether you've said it or not. And in a similar type of situation, Safek Hispalo, Safek Lo Hispalo, Eino Choser U'Mispalo. You're not sure whether you davened or not. Well, tefillah, certainly tefillah 3 times a day is midrabanan. Min HaTorah, at most, you would have to daven only once. The Rambam says it is min HaTorah, but only once a day. So therefore, if you have a suffix whether you've davened or not, you're not sure if you davened Shmona Esrei or not. So then you do not repeat the Shmona Esrei. This Gemara is condensed, if you will, into these few lines by the Rif. Rabbi Yehuda Amar Shmuel, Safek Kara Kriyas Shema, Safek Lo Kara, Eino Choser V'Kore. Safek Amar Emes V'Yatziv, Safek Lo Amar, Choser V'Omer. Alma Kasava Kriyas Shema Drabana, Emes V'Yatziv Doraisa. He skips all of the discussion of that issue. Is it that Kriyas Shema is min HaTorah? Is it midrabanan? He goes straight to Rabbi Elazar Amar Safek Kara Kriyas Shema, Safek Lo Kara, Choser V'Kore. Safek Hispalo, Safek Lo Hispalo, Eino Choser U'Mispalo. And then he says, the less Hilchas HaKishmuel, the Amar Kriyas Shema Drabanan, the Kaimalon Kriyas Shema Doraisa, we shall follow the path of Rabbi Elazar. Kriyas Shema is a must min HaTorah. It's a biblically ordained mitzvah. When in doubt, you will have to repeat the Shema. Maybe you found a repetition. It might be the first time you're saying it. So therefore say it. Now, all of the discussion about how and why and where and that question and answer of Abaye left out. Because what he did was say, this is how we discussed it in the Talmud. There were 2 opinions. But in essence, we follow the opinion of Rabbi Yochanan, the opinion of Rabbi Elazar. And so the concise discussion of what to do when you have a question about whether I did or didn't say Shema is here brought in 5-6 lines instead of what is otherwise a half a page of the Talmud on Brachas Chafaf. That's just one example. Now here you have another example. We have Hanukkah's coming up, and we have a question about what to do if your Hanukkah menorah blows out. You lit it properly, you put it where it should be, and you lit it all properly. Some circumstance out of your control, something unforeseen, and the Hanukkah candles blow out. You may relight them, but you don't have to. And that's the statement here of the Gemara, V'chavsa ein zakuk la. But this is actually here asked as a question, V'chavsa ein zakuk la. You don't have to relight it for a minhu. Mitzvasa mishitashaka hakama ad shetichla regel min hashuk. We have this brisa, we have a Tanoic statement telling us that you are to have your Hanukkah menorah lit from the time that the sun sets until people are no longer walking in the street. My love, the ikavsa hadar madlikla. Isn't it the case that what that statement, isn't it the case that that statement is basically telling us that you have to have it lit from the point of time where the sun has set till the people are no longer in the street, and that the menorah has to be lit the whole time? What do you mean you don't have to relight it? The Gemara says, no, you do not have to relight it. Lo, that is not the case. The Eloi Adlik Madlik. All it means is that if you have not yet lit, you can still light. That is, if you have not lit at the very beginning of that time period, sunset, you have the next half hour, hour and a half until nobody is in the street any longer. So that you don't have to interpret the words Ad shetichla regel min hashuk to mean that you have to have it lit and burning until then. It means that you can begin the process of kindling the menorah until then. That's the first answer of the Gemara. V'inami l'shiura. Alternatively, the Brisa intends to tell us how much oil. The reference is for the required measure of oil. That is, our scroll explains, each lamp should contain enough oil to burn for that prescribed period. From the time you light, sometime soon after sunset, let it burn all the way until people are no longer in the street. That's how Rashi understands this particular second answer. But let's look at the Rif. Again, he brings the question quite concisely. And he says, it does not mean that if it went out, you have to relight it. If you haven't lit yet, you still can, because there are still people in the street. Inami lishyura. What does that mean? If it continued to burn up to and until there's no longer anybody in the street, so you've done the mitzvah already. And now you wish to extinguish your menorah, or to start using it for light, which without electric lights in those days would be a great asset. Fantastic idea. This second answer of Gemara, L'shirei, didn't mean that's how much oil you have to put in. L'shirei means that's how long it has to burn. After that, it need no longer be burning for the sake of mitzvah. And that therefore, for us, practically speaking, if you're going away, you want to travel that night, and your menorah is going to burn for another hour, and you're worried about the fire hazard, you can put it out. Now, Achronim say you have in mind that you're going to do that, so you sanctified only so much oil as you would need in order to fulfill the mitzvah. Anything beyond that, you've not sanctified, but you can put it out. And that's all based on this interpretation of that Talmudic discussion and the final answer of Inami L'Shirei with the unique interpretation of Rif. Shirei doesn't mean how much oil you put in, it means How long does it have to burn? Once it's burned that long, you've done the mitzvah. You want to use the light now for yourself personally? Go ahead. You want to put it out? Go ahead. So we have seen just how important and how vital the work of the Rif really is, and how it really was this work that bridged the teachings of the Gaonim and the style of halachic consequence of Talmud on the one hand, discussion and elucidation of the give and take of the Talmud on the other. He, the Rif, does both and introduces that period of Rishonim so remarkably. The Rambam, in his introduction to his commentary on the Mishnah, and by the way, the Rambam in Hakdama to the Mishnah is really, it's a masterwork in and of itself. The Rambam here says that halachos asher asa harav hagadol Rabbeinu Yitzchak Zal hispiku ba'ad kol hachidurim hahein. All of the works that preceded it, all of the works of the Gaonim and of Sifrei Halacha, like the Bal Halachos Gedolos, Halachos Ketanos, they all, so to speak, have been supplanted by. He doesn't say it that strongly, but he says that his work suffices in place of all of those compositions. מפני שהן כוללות לכל תועלת הפסוקים והדינים שצורך עליהם בזמננו זה רצוני לומר זמן. It's because he has included in the order of Sechtos a discussion about practical life derived from the Talmud, but practical life, everything we need to know in our lives based on the Talmud, with explanations of why he has decided as he has decided, all in his Sefer HaHalachah, or Sefer Halachos. And he says, Ubi'er sham kol ha'te'uyos asher nimtzu la'asher hoyu lefanov, b'psakov. He has explained others and the errors that he included in his discussion of the Gemaras. Ve'ein tfisa alav, you can't really catch him. You know, that expression in Yiddish, you catch somebody in a mistake. So that's the way we say it. As a matter of fact, in English, we say, caught them doing something. We caught them in a mistake. We say in Yiddish, we chapped them in an error, right? So the Rambam uses the same idea, but in Hebrew. Ve'ein tfisa alav. You can't grab hold of him and say, oh, caught him in a mistake. That's an astounding thing. He says, if you look at the works of the Rif and try to catch him in an era where the Rambam would say, I would learn that Gemara differently and I would come up with a different conclusion, you don't find 10. You can't count, not even on two hands. You don't even have 10 instances in which I would disagree with the Rif and say he's got it wrong. That's coming from the Rambam. That's astounding. And that's how important the Rif was and how formative he was, therefore, to the remarkable work of the Rishonim who came after him, as we said, beginning with his prize student, the Rimagash, and Rimagash's student, the father of Rambam, then the Rambam, and the other Rishonim, and as we said, so many who looked at the Rif, debated and discussed the Rif, causing this tremendous flowering of and propagating of work of Talmudic study in depth that we all enjoy and that we all toil in to this very day. So much of the toil of the Talmud, so much of the Amelus in Torah, as we know it, began with the work of Rabbi Yitzchak Kalfasi. Thanks very much, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Once again, our introduction to the commentary on the Mishnah is what we call Hakdama, the Perish HaMishnayos. That's how it's commonly known. So this is simply the translation of how that introduction to his Perish HaMishnah is done. Perish HaMishnah was written well before Mishnah Torah, well before the halachic work, the Yarach HaZak. But already in his introduction to the Mishnah and his Perish, he clearly states what his larger goals are all about. And the Rambam says, even in his Hakdama to the Perish of Mishnah, Hatoelis Hashenis, Heim Hapsokim. The second purpose of my writing, briefly, but yes, in a sense, fully, all of the Mishnayos, I'm going to explain, and there were more parts that he did and ultimately wrote, but that are not published, some that were lost. He says, my point is, Psokim. I'm doing it so that we can arrive at the final opinion, the halachic bottom line. So that we will be able to know, how does this Mishnah translate into Jewish life, practically speaking. And then here, again from the introduction, the Perish HaMishnayos Hakdama, Kasher Yizbara Le'ish Shehu Mimine Ha'adam Hadas V'Hama'aseh. Fascinating way for the Rambam to say what kind of people he hopes to help develop. Look at that language. When a person realizes, when it is clear to him that he is of those who are of both good thought and deed, he's trying to develop people who are of da'as and ma'aseh, people who have a certain intellectual quality, people who live a life with direction, with thought, which of course means you first have to study and then turn it into ma'aseh, then turn it into action, into deed. That a person is thinking about the realities of life and what it is that he must do and what he must accomplish. To live, practically speaking, a purposeful life. That means that I'm going to find the correct and upstanding path, and he calls them Dvarim HaTivi'im. With all of nature around me, with all of the natural created world being used in a constructive way, the way God Almighty intended. Notice the universalistic leaning of the Rambam, that it is not just only about how you lead specifically Jewish life, how you lead life, and how all of the world is intended to be guided to a particular set of goals as the Almighty understands. And then here, he says, V'al kain ha'ish, again, this is in the same hakdama of the Rambam to his Perish HaMishnayos, V'al kain ha'ish yeh al inyan zeh hu hatachlis v'hu ha'kei. That kind of a person is the ultimate man, that's the desirable man, that's the kind of human being HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants. This is not just a matter of something that prophets have told us. This isn't prophecy. This is not just exclusively Jewish. He says, a whole human being is a human being with thought, and then that thought directs a purposeful life. So you see that the Rambam is talking consistently about das, mais. You have to have knowledge. And we have to plan then how to implement that knowledge and turn it into maisa. That is what he is already thinking about as he writes the Perish HaMishnah. Meaning that the Rambam, years before he wrote the Yarach HaZak, was clearly intent upon getting to the Yarach HaZak. And so right before he writes the Yad, he composes the Sefer HaMitzvot, as was very common in his era and before, Sefer Mitzvahs Gadol, the Mitzvahs of Rabbeinu Sajigon, to compose the order of mitzvot as one surmised the 613 might be, and to explain them. But the Rambam already has in mind to begin with an order of mitzvot, and then to continue with a much larger and more detailed description of how to fulfill those mitzvahs. And he says as much, again, in the Hakdama, to say for a mitzvahs, he's already talking about the Yarach HaZakah. Mipnei shekadam lanu hachiba hamafursim asher koranu also perish HaMishnah. V'ha'is kavanah b'chibur hahu l'katzer biur ha'halacha min HaMishnah. We wanted to, in brief, describe halacha as it comes, as it is derived from the Mishnah. We didn't want to tell of everything that's mutter, tell of everything that's asur. We can't do that. It wouldn't be just. You wouldn't be doing justice to the Mishnah to turn it into a halachic work. We wanted to describe what the Mishnah is saying and what the ultimate bottom line of each Mishnah might be. But to expand upon that, that's going to mean a whole other work. I'm going to compose yet another work. It will include all of the laws of Torah. All of the laws of Torah. Nothing missing. I'm going to do it as is my want. I'm not going to go into detail. We're not going to describe the various opinions. We're going to get to the bottom line. I'm going to describe the halacha psukim. And we're going to do it, he says, in a particular order, in a particular style. There, there we have his saying, I'm not going to follow the Talmudic order. This is where the Rambam has shown both his genius, his originality, and the great purpose, ultimately, that I said before, he had in mind way before, years earlier, to give the Jewish people guidance in the most practical way, and to do so in an order and in a fashion that would take all of the Talmud, but yet organize it in a completely novel organization with novel structure. So he says, I thought about, should I, shouldn't I, use the Masechtas, use the process of Shas and the orders of the tractates of the Talmud, and I decided not to. He says instead, Nirali, Shehatov Shetihia Chalukaso, Sheyusam Halachas Makom Masechtas HaMishnah, instead of that which would be the halacha brought out of a Mishnah, and then the next halacha brought out of the next Mishnah, I will follow what the Torah did in Torah Sheba'al Peh, what Chazal did, what Yehuda HaNasi did in Torah Sheba'al Peh. There will be a overall book called, let's say, Masechtas Beitz. First parak, second parak, third parak, and with each parak, there will be individual halachos, Makom Mishnah, where in the order of Shas, you have Masechtas, Prakim, and then Mishnais within each parak. I will similarly have a structure of that nature, but I'm not going to follow the order of Masechtas. I'm not going to follow the order of Shas. Ad Sheyom Rabo Hilchos Sukkah, in its own compendium, in its own chapter. Hilchos Lulav, in its own chapter. Whereas in Masechtas Sukkah, we know you have a discussion that varies from this to that, from one halacha to the other, from one area to the next. I will separate them. Hilchos Tefillin, Hilchos Tzitzis, Hilchos Mezuzah. B'sha'achalek haklal leprakim v'halachos k'mo she'ta'aseh ha'mishnah. Ha'ji'eh derech mashal. Hilchos Tefillin, there will be Perek Rishon, Perek Sheni, Perek Shlishi, and then, of course, subdivisions, individual halachos within Perek Rishon, another set of halachos within Perek Sheni, another set of halachos within Perek Shlishi. This was a completely novel idea. We take it for granted, and then, of course, after that, the Baal HaTurim, similarly created a structure with chapters and then subdivisions in those chapters, but the first to do that in any form or fashion was the Rambam, where until then it was, let's do the mitzvahs. We'll do mitzvah 1, mitzvah 2, number 3, 1 through 613. Or, as we discussed 2 weeks ago, the Rif said, let's look at the Gemara and let's do extraction of halacha and summarization of the Gemara to the point where we understand what the halacha is at the end of the Gemara. But for someone to take that all together and say, okay, now we're going to organize it, all of it. And he says point blank, I'm going to include the halachas that are for our times, that are while we do not have a Bet HaMikdash, and we're going to include all of the halachos in Kachim and Taharos that will be, God willing, put into effect when Meher Yivon HaMikdash, even though today it's not going to be of any practical consequence. So he says we're going to organize it in this way, and he says I'm going to be very brief. Now, on this issue of his brevity, it's not only brief, but it's fluid, and it's in the language of the Mishnah. So it comes across as being something so natural, and it's very clear as one learns the Rambam that it is the Talmud from which the Rambam flows, but it flows. And that's the genius of the Rambam. The fact that he did not cite his sources, as was mentioned by Dr. Abramson, that was very controversial. In two distinct letters, one in which he absolutely defends his position, he says that that was done because the simple point of this all is to live a certain life and to do it naturally and with ease and comfort. Not so much to question and doubt and query as much as to live and to implement Jewish life according to these guidelines. There was a second point, a letter in which he did concede after much of the criticism landed at his doorstep. He said, well, I could have included what the sources were, but that's really something that God wanted. It was the Almighty who said, let it be the Rambam as we know the Rambam, because as we're going to see, and as we look at the picture of the page of Rambam, we're going to see that what turned out to be this, let us call it, I don't want to say an error on his part, this decision on his part not to have his sources cited was a fantastic source of study, of toil, of Amelus and Torah that goes on and on and on to this very day. Where from did the Rambam cite? What is his source? Why did he choose this source rather than that? And this is the toil of the typical yeshiva student, because the Rambam is so respected for the cogency of his work that obviously when he has an opinion, we must find what the reason for that opinion was. Finding that reason, looking for that source, delving into the other opinions of the Rishonim and into the original sources of Midrashic literature, the Talmud. That has become so much the expansion of the Rambam's work. There are hundreds of works on the Rambam's Derech HaZaken. The third page is again a description of the Rambam's intentions when he puts together the Yad and writes these halachos. He says, "Ubazman hazeh takfu tzaros yiseros v'dach gasha es hakol." Unfortunately, there is so much pressure of the times, the difficult times in which we live, as was described, the oppression at the hands of Umot Ha'olam, of the Almohad, and it was so much because of the disappearing of common knowledge of Torah. And here he doesn't say it, but elsewhere he basically implies that the Gaonic works did not suffice. Therefore, of the Chachmas Chachmeinu, Uvinas Nevonenu Istatra, understanding is lost. We don't have people who are able to teach. I'm going to set the teachings we need down in writing. Mipnei zeh, Ma'arti Chotzni, Ani Moshe, B'Rebbe Maimon Hasfardi, V'Nish'anti Al Hatzur Baruch Hu, relying on HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Uvinosi B'Chal Elu Hasfarim, having studied all these books, all of the original sources, Re'isi L'Chaber Dvarim HaMizbardim B'Chal Elu HaChiburim, and taking together all of that which I have studied, I'm going to compose the laws of Isur, Mutar, Tameh, Tahar, Imshar, Dini HaTorah, Kulan B'Loshin, Brura, and clear Talmudic Hebrew, B'derech Kitzara. I should say Torah Shebal Peh, Kula, Sdura B'Fi HaKol. So that Torah Shebal Peh, in an orderly fashion, will become something that we partake of and all of us can live by. And here, the next paragraph, he says something that's very important. He says, Everybody, young and old, will know what the law is and how to live Jewish life. No one will need any other book. No one will need any other sefer. He says we have a book that you'll be able to turn to. It will be the complete and somewhat concise Kol Torah Kula. Hence he calls it the Torah, because that's what Torah was. It's the Torah was a petition of, and in a sense also the earlier Torah, hence Chumash Devarim is known as the Torah. He calls it the Yazaka because that's how Moshe Rabbeinu is described at the very end of the Torah. So what I'm trying to say is that Moshe Maimon understood who he was. He really understood what a monumental achievement this would be. And he was unashamedly telling us, I will write this composition of halacha that you will be able to live by. Now, imagine somebody saying that I'm going to take all of the Torah, Shibach Sav, Shibal Peh, and lay it out before you in an organized fashion that you will be able to live by. Anybody else would have said something like that, and we would say, that's how presumptuous. The Rambam knew who he was. See, a great person without hope can say, this is what I'm capable of doing, and this is what these times need. And that was the kind of person the Rambam was. So Moshe Rabbeinu is the one who had the Yad HaChazaka, that great strong hand with which he led the Jewish people and provided us with the Torah. Moshe ben Maimon says of himself, I have that Yad HaChazaka as well. And I'm providing the Torah the way Moshe Rabbeinu provided the Torah. That's the hint in his language. And here we have, just briefly, a description of the 14 sections of the Sefer Mishnah Torah, subtitled Yad HaChazaka. In the first, Echol Bo HaMitzvos Shehein Ikar Das Moshe Rabbeinu, the essentially religious foundations of Am Yisrael's existence, belief in God, fear of God, love of God, the prohibitions that there not be any other deity, that there not be Avodah Zarah. Karas Hashem Sefer Zeh, Sefer Hamada, the book of knowledge. The second book, mitzvahs that are of a constant nature, loving HaKadosh Baruch Hu, saying Kriyat Shema, prayer, tefillin, reciting brachos, mitzvahs milah. The third, he writes here about Zmanim Yeduim, particular times of the year, Shabbos, Moadim, including with Hanukkah and Purim. Fourth book, about marriage, Kedushin, Gerushin, Yibum, Chalitza. The fifth book, about matters of Easter, prohibited relationships, prohibited foods. The sixth book, Mitzvah Shishchayv Adam Behen Misha Asar Atzma B'Dvarim, Shigon Shvuos in the Darim. Those halachos of Shvuos Bitui, when someone takes upon himself an oath, and somebody says a neder. So these are very distinct areas, and all of the halachos that might be brought about any of these areas, anywhere else, drawn from various mesachtos, he compiles them and puts them all together, and in one spot, and in a group of sequential chapters. Let's see what those chapters look like, what the page of the Rambam looks like. This is the very first page of a very traditional copy of Rambam, and there are, really of late, just the past 30, 40 years, new editions of Rambam. Joseph Kapich, a great scholar and an important scholar, has taken some of the Rambam's manuscripts, some of the Yemenite manuscripts. The Rambam took his own manuscripts and made corrections in life. He incorporated them all. This is the more and most traditional text, but it's not really as correct as some of the later editions. Then there was the Frankel edition, fantastic number of editions of Rambam. This is the very traditional Sharblat, if you will, opening page of the Rambam Sefer Hamada, Sefer Rishon of the 14 books. It has, he says, the following mitzvahs. Aleph, Leida Sheyesh Shem Elokah, the concept of there being a God. That there is no other God. Liyachado, and so on. La'ahavo, to love him. as he described earlier, that's what the first book is all about. And here you have the very beginnings of some of the most important theological foundations of Judaism. It is argued by some that Mada was not really intended to be halacha. That is not true. The Rambam intends it to be halacha, every aspect of Mada. Because the Rambam says that if a human being is of a certain nature, as we saw before, that human being has a certain das, and then he has to turn das into maisa, into action. So others argue that no, Rambam clearly meant that every part of Yad HaChazaka, including Mada, is a halachic work. Halacha does not exist independent of thought, philosophy, purpose in life. It's all unitary. It's all one. So he begins with the ideas of theological basis of Judaism. Now, just looking at a page of Rambam here, you have the Kesef Mishnah, which of course was not the first comment. The first commentary on Rambam was the rival, the Ravid, who was a contemporary, Avram ben David of Piskier. He was, of course, one who wrote with respect but great vehemence about those points where he differed from the Rambam. His Hasagos are published along with the Rambam. Here we have another page. We'll talk about Hilchos Tshuva in a moment, but let's understand that the Kesef Mishnah predominates throughout the Yad. Kesef Mishnah was written by Rabbi Yosef Karo. Rabbi Yosef Karo no doubt took inspiration from the Rambam and said, now that the Tzur, Yaakov ben Osher, has reorganized halacha into the Shulchan Aruch, I'm going to take what I've learned in Rambam, incorporate it to Shulchan Aruch, based on the structure, but with a great emphasis placed on what the Rambam's decisions were. Kesef Mishnah wrote extensively on the Rambam, in defense of the Rambam, in explaining the Rambam, and that turned on later to become the basis of his halachos, where he says, if the Rambam passes a certain way, the leaning of the Beis Yosef will be in that direction. Now, as far as having a whole segment of halacha called Hilchos Tshuva, that was a monumental accomplishment. It caused the idea of repentance to be taken seriously. Perek after perek, chapter after chapter, about how to return unto God. He admits at the very onset that it's one mitzvah. He describes it as mitzvah asay achas, v'hu sheyashim achote mecheto l'fnei Hashem v'yisvahya. Person should, to return to God and admit and confess his sin or her sin. But then to write chapter after chapter of the how of returning to God. It was of such impact because people began to understand that there is a time and a place and a process of improvement and of self-betterment. But it requires reading the Rambam and studying the Rambam, as many do it, particularly Elul, Seres Tshuva. But that was a very innovative move and very important and very consequential to write the Hilchos Tshuva. Now, here we have, again, a page of Rambam. This is in the beginning of Hilchos Tefillah. We have some of the leading scholars who commented in Migdal Oz, who actually wrote in defense of the Rambam. Many of the Hasagos arrived. This page does not have any of the arrived on it. Migdal Oz was Shem Tov ben Avraham of the 13th century. He wrote in defense of the Rambam. As we mentioned before, the Kesef Mishnah, and before the Kesef Mishnah, the Lechem Mishnah. Lechem Mishnah was after was born about 15, 16 years before the Beis Yosef passed away. He was born in 1560 and wrote in Salamka with tremendous insight and what we call lumdus into explaining the Rambam. So these are the basic commentators on the Rambam. On the page, of course, there is also the Maggid Mishnah, Vidal of Toulouse, of the 14th century. Let's look at the structure of the Rambam here. And we'll use Hilchas Tefillah to appreciate what the Rambam did. Tefillah is a mitzvah. He here says that in Hilchas Tefillah we will have this mitzvah to pray to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and the bracha that the Kohanim have to give is yet another mitzvah. Now, we could just say, well, there's a mitzvah to daven, but that's a bit oversimplified. The Rambam took all of the issues surrounding tefillah and divided them into appropriate chapters. Within each chapter, he proceeds from A to B to C to D. Let's take a look at what the Rambam did and how he did that. He says, mitzvah saseh lehispalel b'chol yom. It's a mitzvah to daven every day. Shenemar, quotes from the pasuk. Avadatem es Hashem Elokeichem. Mipi hashmua lamdu, meaning there's a tradition to understand that those words mean tefillah shenemar lo'avdu b'chol avavchem. What is avodah shebalev? What is the heartfelt means of serving? How does one serve God with one's heart? That is through tefillah, through prayer. So he introduces it with thought and with a feeling for what it is that tefillah is. It's not just the cold do's and don'ts, but it's the how-tos that are the crux of what he's going to get to. Halacha beis. So who has to daven? Lefichach, Nashim, Avodim, Chayavim b'tefillah. The fact that the Rambam said that Nashim, women are to daven just like men, very consequential. To this day, it has been so decided halachically by the vast majority of Achronim as well. Here in Halacha Daled, he explains how and why it came about that we have a Siddur, that we don't just pray any which way as I want, as you need to. Everyone should pray his or her own way. No, he explains how it came about that people could not express themselves in Lashon HaKodesh. It did not any longer flow or roll off our tongues and out of our mouths the way it used to when the Beis HaMikdash perhaps stood. Certainly during Bayis Rishon, people would be able to converse with each other and express themselves to the Almighty in Hebrew, more so than after the Golus. And therefore we have a standardized Siddur. So he explains this early on. Let's look at the beginning of the second chapter. So after he has described how Chachamenu gave us the Shemona Esrei, the original 18, he then begins Perek Sheni with a description of the 19th bracha and explains how it came about that there's a bracha V'lam al Shivim, and he describes how Rabbi Gamliel's times were challenging because of the minim, those we would call politely sectarians, who were mostly Jews originally, but then Christians, who were oppressing us. And then he goes on to describe how every day, b'chol tefillah, sheb'chol yom, mispalu adam sha esrei brachos elu al haseder. And he then goes on to say that there are times when you would have the abbreviated bracha known as Havi Neinu. That's in Halacha Gimel. So there's a rhyme and reason to how these halachos are ordered. Finally, in the third parak, getting a little more specific, he begins to describe Tfilas Shachris. Tfilas HaShachar, Mitzvah Sheyas V'Lispalo. What are the times when you begin davening? What is the earliest you can daven? Im Hanei Tzachama, preferably when the sun rises. Uzmana until at sof sha'ar riviyis shehi shlishis hayom, till the end of the fourth hour, which is the third of the day, dividing the day, of course, into what we call sha'ozmanios. Note, he left out the opinion, and we should not take it as one that we will ever use. The opinion of the Chachamim, who say that you can daven Shachris until noon, until Chatzos. That's a dangerous thing to tell somebody because, oh, what do you mean? I don't have to daven early in the morning. I have until noon. No, you don't, because as the Rambam and before him others and after him everyone says, no, you have to daven by Sof Zman Tefillah. But he doesn't get to that in the first parak. He gets to it appropriately in Parak Shlishi. So here he starts to talk about first Shachris and Mincha, and then he'll talk about Tzilas Arvis. The magnificence of the Rambam's organization and the fluidity with which he presents, without anything being difficult or without it being, so to speak, I don't want to use the word, but I have to. There's no other word that says it. Without a kvetch. Meaning that it flows, and it flows naturally. That is, that this is how we live, and it's not difficult. And it's something that is correct and naturally so. all of this is so unique and so original, and of course so impactful, because after the Rambam's work, everybody understood, now we have codified the Torah, Shebachsav, Shebal Peh. And then picking up where the Rambam left off, you have the later codifiers, mostly the Shulchan Aruch, it's Yosef, about whom we'll learn in a few weeks' time, who took that idea of codification to the next level. This is the monumental work of the Rambam. It's the central work of the Rambam. As we have seen, it was with this work in mind that the Rambam began to write the Perush HaMishnah, the Sefer HaMitzvos. And it's with this centrality in mind with which he wrote the Moreh Nevuchim as well. Because he basically said, Das, knowledge and understanding, and mindfulness, and a direction in life, an understanding of the entire world and our place in that world, has at its center what we live, how we live, with some explanation as to why we live as we do. And so this magnum opus, the Yad HaChazaka, remains today the single most important work, perhaps, of any of the Rishonim of the era. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we come to order? We've got a great evening for you tonight. I think we're going to conclude the fall series of lectures, a trilogy or a hat trick, as we would say in my native land, by focusing tonight on the Mechaber, Rabbi Yosef Karo. And I have been experimenting with trying to reintroduce a little bit of humor into my lectures, so I'll begin with a small joke, which is appropriate, I think, for this audience in particular. The joke goes like this. It's a very famous one. Rabbi Teitelbaum, I'm sure you know this one, because this is really in your bailiwick, but the joke goes like this. There's this 19th century Rebbe who goes from town to town and gives people advice on their various problems, and they ask him shilas and things like that. And when he's wandering with his wagon driver between Minsk and Pinsk, the wagon driver looks kind of dejected. And so the Rebbe says to him, Chaim, what's bothering you? He says, Rebbe, I feel badly because, I'm sitting up here in the front of the wagon and it's cold and it's rainy and I take care of the horses and I'm doing all this hard stuff. And when we get to the town, nobody offers me a cold drink. Nobody says Shalom Aleichem. They all run to you and they give you so much covet. And I know you learned so much Torah and it's fitting, but I feel like leftovers, So the Rebbe says, I see where you're coming from, Chaim. So how about this? before we get into the next town, let's change clothes, and I'll sit up front and drive the wagon, and you be the Rebbe, and we'll come into town, and you'll get some of that Hachnas Zorkim. And he says, that would be great, Rebbe, I really appreciate it. So they do that, they switch clothes, and Chaim is now sitting in the back of the wagon, and he's stretched out on the chaise lounge, and he's relaxing, his shtreimel just popped over the front of his head like that, and they come into town, and of course, all the townspeople come crowding around the wagon, and they said, but they don't have the usual expressions of welcome. They say, oh, Rabbi, we're so glad you're here. We are very, very troubled. We have this huge halachic problem, and we don't know what to do. We're completely paralyzed. This is a problem that has stymied the greatest minds we have, and we don't know what to do. Please, Rebbe, you have to help us. So he says, sure, no problem. So the townspeople lay out the problem for him, and it truly is a teaser. And so the Chaim thinks to himself and says, you know what? This is actually a very simple shaila. Even my wagon driver could answer this one. So the read this joke and the segue to the lecture, because I a little bit like the Rebbe in this lecture. We're going to be speaking about the great Mechaber, an amazing individual who, of course, charted the future of our orthopraxy as Jews to this day. And the real expert in this presentation is really going to be Rabbi Trump, who's going to be leading us through the textual elements of the contribution of the Mechaber. My goal in the first 25 minutes or so of this presentation is just to provide a little bit of a historical background to the life and times of the Mechaber, and to set the stage, so to speak, so that all of the really difficult questions can go to the wagon driver, which will be in the second half. Anyone recognize the picture in the background here? Tzfat, very good. This is a highly educated audience. Please, nobody ask any hard questions. Tzfat is, of course, the place where the Mechaber made his claim to fame, although he really only entered Tzfat when he was an older man, and he had, in fact, composed most of his greatest works long prior to his arrival. When he arrived in Tzfat, he was considered the elder statesman. He was the first among equals among a very remarkable group of rabbis who had gathered in this northern Israel town. But his life and work really stretched back much further to the Iberian Peninsula. So that's where we're going to begin today. Oops, just a second. I've got to go back one more slide. Here we go. So this is the iconic representation of the Mechaber, which is most likely not at all what he looked like, but at some point someone in the early 20th century probably drew that, and we kind of got fixated on it as an image of him. We call him the Mechaber, literally the author, as a sign of respect. Sephardim tend to call him Maran, our master, or by the name of one of his many famous books, the Beit Yosef, the Shulchan Aruch, occasionally Kesef Mish, quite as much. We'll refer to him with either of these monikers, but his real name is Rabbi Yosef ben Ephraim Karo. His years are 1488, and that date should be fairly significant. It's 10 years, of course, before the expulsion of the Jews from Spain, and he died at a hoary old age in the year 5775. So we just remember his yortzeit. Obviously, I don't know who types these things, rabbis, but he died in 1575. Sorry about that, kind of rushing. His main contribution, for those of you who may not have been as familiar with what he did, is he is the author of some very important halachic commentaries on the pre-existing codes that were a major part of the Jewish intellectual enterprise for the prior half millennium. And he authored the one which would really become definitive for Jewish practice, the Shulchan Aruch, the set table. And so that I'm going to leave most of the details of the discussion of his writings to the second half of this presentation. What is fascinating, however, and I will just give a little bit of an insight into this, is that although one might think that the author of legal texts would be perhaps set in the sort of Weltanschauung of Maimonides, an uber-rationalist with a distaste for the supernatural and a reliance on rational approaches to decision-making, this is actually not the case at all with the Mechaber. Despite the fact that his work it displays a tremendous rigor of thinking and deep commitment to the 13 hermeneutical principles that we read every morning in Shacharis. He actually claims that his work was recited to him by a heavenly being called a Magid, that he had, as it were, a kind of a lahavdil, a Jewish muse, a supernatural emissary that was inspiring him to follow the halakha and to write it down exactly as we have it. Fascinating kind of combination of the deeply mystical, Kabbalistic approach to non-rational Judaism. I don't say anti-rational, but non-rational, and nevertheless finding its expression in a legal code that we follow to this very day. So let us place him in his Iberian origins to begin with. And as I mentioned, the times in which he grew to maturity were an exceptional moment in Jewish history, perhaps one of the most difficult periods that we had endured since the destruction of the temple in the 1st century. I've been doing actually a lot of reading on this topic lately because in Brooklyn, my lecture series has been looking at Sephardic Jews. And I was struck today as I was sort of thinking about what I would speak tonight, that there's a reflection in Raoul Hilberg's work. Raoul Hilberg is the founding father of modern Holocaust historiography. He wrote a massive book called The Destruction of European Jews back in the 1960s, 3 volumes that chronicled the mechanics of the Nazi bureaucracy. He was especially known and sometimes criticized for really delving deep into the Nazi archives and working heavily with German language sources to understand exactly what was the bureaucracy of murder. And in the introduction to his work, he says that it was basically just like the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion. And I always felt, when I read that chapter, I always felt like, come on, isn't that stretching it? We're talking about 500 years difference, very different kind of environment, totally different motivations, and I always was, I was relieved I got past that chapter into the other areas, which were actually interesting on their own, but for different reasons. But the more I read about the Spanish Inquisition and the expulsion, I actually see the wisdom of Raoul Hilberg's association of those two events. The Inquisition, the persecution of the Jews in the 15th century was so intense, so inexorable, and so unavoidable that you feel the same kind of pendulum of doom swinging that you would see in the 1930s in Germany. Also, very similar element, which we can sense even ourselves to this day, is the post-Holocaust for at least a century was deeply affected. The post-expulsion century was deeply affected by that moment, just as we, as survivors in one form or another of the Holocaust, and I don't mean to diminish those pieces, the actual survivorship, but I mean those of us who are Sheres HaPleita, still Jewish after the Holocaust, we also regard the Holocaust as a tremendously unique seam in time where there's everything before the Holocaust and everything after the Holocaust. So this is the kind of intellectual environment in which he grew to maturity, that this tremendum had occurred and that the world was never going to be the same, and in fact, it was not. So let's just look at some of the historical elements. The mechanics of the last few decades of the 15th century were shaped largely by this man, Thomas de Torquemada of Segovia, who is the chief inquisitor to the monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain. Like the Nazis, Ferdinand and Isabella were slaves to their ideologies. And historians, including Bibi Netanyahu's father, who pioneered this field, still argue over whether this was more imposition on the Jews or whether it was a political imposition on the Jews. But there's no question that all historians agree that they were trapped in this way of thinking and they could not from it. What was this way of thinking? At the end of the 14th century, 1391, there were waves of forced conversions of Spanish Jews to Christianity. This was technically in violation of canon law. The church had repeatedly banned forced conversions of Jews, but once a Jew was converted to Christianity, there was no way back. The church did not have a legal mechanism to recognize someone who had become Christian moving back or reverting back to their religions, even if they were baptized against their will. This occurred once again at the Disputation of Tortosa in 1414, and so you had a population of people in the Iberian Peninsula who were literally anusim. They were converted to Christianity against their will. The way that the Spanish kings and queens, and at this point it was slowly coming into formation as a more unitary political entity, they chose different ways to try to deal with this, basically by resettling those forced converts into separate areas. They designated them, by the way, as new Christians, meaning they were not quite the same status as old Christians. They were Christian, but they had a secondary class, even though they had been baptized. So they were segregated, and eventually they were even expelled from certain regions. What's especially important here is also the fact that many of these so-called new Christians really wanted to be old Jews. They wanted to revert back to Judaism. They were not allowed to under any legal mechanisms, but they continually associated with the Jewish community. And so this created a conundrum for the Spanish leaders that they had to try and protect these so-called Christians from their erstwhile co-religionists, separating them, segregating them, forbidding any contact with them. They imposed a whole pile of really incredibly cruel punishments on Jews who maintained associations with new Christians, and ultimately this found its expression in the Inquisition itself. The Inquisition was initially dedicated to those new Christians who were Judaizing, meaning they were forced to convert, but they really wanted to be Jewish. And so the Spanish monarchs launched a massive campaign, which piggybacked on a much older church campaign to try and prevent this heresy, but they pursued it with incredible vigor and energy. Torquemada himself was incredibly cruel. In many cities, they were hanging or burning Jews at the auto de fe, like 10 every week. In some cities, you actually have hundreds of Jews burned at the stake for associating with conversos or being conversos themselves and associating back with Jews. There was a whole series of tortures to try and coerce people to explain who they had received their kosher meat from, or were they in fact lighting Shabbos candles, and a ridiculous array of purge-like mechanisms were put in place. This is a famous painting by Goya that depicts conversos being ritually humiliated wearing something called the sambanito. It's like an absurd-looking sort of tunic that they would be forced to wear. In some cases, even when they confessed, if they were allowed to live, especially wealthy ones who were allowed to live on pain of penalty, they sometimes were forced to wear this for the rest of their life. This was their designating clothing. They also have this absurd hat, which is related to the Judenhut, the hat that the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215 mandated for Jews to wear. Of course, it later evolves into the dunce cap, which I don't remember from my own childhood, but my father, Oliver Shalom, used to tell me that he often sported a dunce cap in the corner of his classrooms, and it was an embarrassing, humiliating thing. At any rate, the Inquisition morphed from an attack on these conversos, these anusim who were forced to convert to Christianity, into an attack on the entire Jewish population because they were assisting these Jews in their efforts to rejoin the community. And this culminated in the horrific expulsion of 1492, which occurred with quite a shock to the community. There's significant evidence to show that they really didn't come around to this until quite late in 1492 itself. They gave the Jews only a few months' notice, and they essentially emptied the entire peninsula of Jews, Gesundheit, with the exception of Portugal, which would happen later. Now, this caused a massive diaspora of Sephardic Jews. A significant number of them went into Portugal over here, but their haven there was short-lived. They were only allowed to live there with some safety for 5 years, when under pressure to form a dynastic union, the King of Portugal agreed to expel the Jews who were living there as well, although it was kind of I mean, he didn't want to lose the material benefit of the massive number of Jews who had become refugees there, many of them quite wealthy. Just think for a second, the economic upheaval of removing a wealthy urban element from the peninsula, it was devastating to the Spanish economy. The way that they tried to recoup it was by seizing all Jewish assets and even seizing debts that Christians owned to Jews. The crown claimed them, and so Christians, even after the Jews were expelled, had to pay their debts back, but this time to the crown. And that slowed down the Spanish economy for a few years. It wasn't for about a decade until they began to recover again without the Jews. At any rate, in Portugal, the king said, all right, listen, all Jews have to leave. But I tell you what, you can stay if you convert to Christianity, and as a bonus, I will exempt you from any punishment from the Inquisition for 20 years. In other words, if you want to remain in the country, all you have to do is this silly little baptism thing that we don't take terribly seriously, and we will not examine your private behavior for 20 years. The thinking being that after 2 decades, they would eventually, come around to becoming Christian, but they were not going to look too carefully if Jews decided to remain Jewish and go through a false conversion. But ultimately, in 1497, the Jews, any Jews in Portugal, either converted and were essentially lost to the Jewish people, or became crypto-Jews, which is a phenomenon we won't treat today, but is a fascinating one, or they fled. And so you have this massive diaspora, which included the 10-year-old Mechaber, who probably don't have a really good sense of his origins, but he probably did flee from Portugal, not from Spain, so his family originally made the move over here, and then out west. His father died shortly thereafter, and the Mechaber spent much of time wandering throughout the Ottoman Empire, which was ironically far more friendly to Jews than any Christian. The leader of the Ottoman Empire said, in fact, that he laughed at the kings of Spain and Portugal because he was giving Istanbul such a boon in the form of these literate, economically advantaged and skilled populations. And so Jews flooded, in particular, the Peloponnesus region, Thessaloniki in particular, Istanbul here at the Bosporus into the Black Sea, and ultimately into Israel. 3 places which the Mechaber himself visited and stayed for some time. So as I mentioned, he was orphaned at an early age. We know some of the influences that affected him as he was wandering through Turkey in particular. He was present at the burning at the stake of Shlomo Molcho. He was a rather fascinating individual that I would love to have more time to speak about, but he was essentially an individual who portrayed himself as a Mashiach, as a Jewish Messiah, probably somewhat deranged, but or possibly he was inspired. There's a fine line between those things, and he was ultimately burned at the stake by the church. This is, by the way, his rather fancy signature, which proclaimed kind of like a royalty and a proclamation. But he was very moved by the martyrdom of Shlomo Malko. He also met several Kabbalists while he was in Greece in particular, and he formed an especially close attachment with Shlomo Alkabetz, the author of Lecha Dodi, the father-in-law of the Ramak, the brother-in-law of the Ramak, the Rebbe Moshe Cordovero, and ultimately the grand teacher, as it were, the teacher of the great Arizal. So he was very much associated with these, all of whom, by the way, were exiled Sephardi Jews, who were like living as expats in these other countries decades after the expulsion, still lamenting their fate, trying to figure out what it means, and gathering together because they had linguistic affinity in Spanish or in Portuguese, and thinking about messianic thoughts inspired by people like Shlomo Molcho. We know only a little bit about his family life, largely through his own references. He mentions 3 different fathers-in-law from which we derive that he must have been married 3 times. We do not know the dispositions of those marriages. Possibly he was a widower 2 times over. We do know that he buried 3 of his children during his lifetime, and 3 of his sons survived him. Other than that, we do not know a lot about his personal family life. his major activity was primarily in his period of wandering, like many of these greats, Ibn Ezra as well. Much of his writing was while he was wandering from place to place. But by the time he settled in Tzfat, which is this rather amazing phenomenon, Tzfat is a city that is, this is actually an entrance to his shul. You see his Beis Maran, the house of our master, of Rabbi Yosef Karo, the Magid. His merit may protect us. The Tzfat was this unusual moment in time where you had an explosion of Jewish creativity that was virtually unparalleled in all of Jewish history. And what is the reason for it? Did I tell anybody the Abramson rule of history? If you don't know the reason, the answer probably is money. Exactly. Thank you. Obviously, this is a graduate student at some highly prestigious school. Tzfat, it's a place that is not mentioned anywhere in Tanakh. It has no Jewish history to speak of in the vast majority of the sources that we have. But the Ottoman Empire, which had recently expanded there, granted tax credits, tax breaks to incipient industries, particularly in textiles. Textiles is a favored field for Jewish merchants, and so a lot of these Spanish and Portuguese Jews were attracted to this place. It happens to be a very beautiful place. It's about 7,000 meters above sea level, and it's got this kind of like special air to it. And the early Kabbalists who gathered there, which included Shlomo Alkabetz and the Ramak, his student, they created essentially a form of spiritual tourism, because what they would do, and I'm not making this up, this is a really amazing thing, they would go on these self-imposed exiles called Gerushin. The Ramak actually recorded a book called Sefer Gerushin. A friend of mine is going to be translating it, God willing. And they would just go wandering in the fields and valleys and jails around Tzfat, and they would like suddenly be moved to kind of like mystical inspiration, and they would describe those inspirations, saying they were moved to like recite a particular parak of Tehillim, or they would meditate there for several hours. They would receive these insights, and later they associated these places possibly with some historical antecedents, sometimes not, with grave sites of major figures from the Talmud. And so the rumors that these great Kabbalists were doing these things attracted more Kabbalists to come there, including the Arizal, who came from Egypt to be able to study at the feet of the Ramak and Rav Yosef Karo and others. And it created a nucleus of Jewish spiritual activity that lasted just about 7 decades, and then it was all over. There was a series of earthquakes and plagues, and it just never regained the same kind of spiritual energy that it had in the 15th century. But this is ultimately where Rabbi Yosef Karo retired, and it was way more active than Raton. It was incredibly active with great minds. If you can imagine, in this tiny little village, you have crowded in there all of these Nobel Prize winners. That there's the Ramak, the Al-Sheikh, the Rabbi Yosef Karo, the Arizal. It's overwhelming, and there's a whole story that I think will take us a little bit too far afield to really explore. But there was a discussion led by a man named Rabbi Yaakov Beirav to actually take advantage of the gathering of such great minds and reinstitute smicha that had really lapsed sometime in the ancient period, and to try and declare that the rabbis who were present in Tzfat would in fact be able to begin a new smicha movement. Again, it'll take us far beyond our field to explore that particular experiment, which ultimately did not come to fruition. These are some of the graves of the great Kabbalists there, clothed in the blue, which is associated with a warding off of the evil eye. And here is the grave of the Mechaber himself with a tzedakah box. So this is just intended to give you a Vorspeise. It's going to be an exploration of what exactly did he write, why were his contributions so signal to Jewish culture and life. And for that, I'm going to turn it over to the wagon driver, Rabbi Trump. Thank you for your attention.
So first of all, just Bishop Talabam, who has reled this series with Dr. Abramson to its beautiful conclusion right now. This is something which is a chus that our school has the opportunity to host, be able to learn both the context and the content of what makes such a big difference in Jewish history. I'd like to really, it's just so fascinating to be able to hear a focal point. Let's try to dive right into content itself. Now, we have a very fascinating series, because what we've done up till now is we've learned a little bit about the rest of the Rambam, very, very much the development of halakha till the crowning glory of Rav Yosef Karo, the Machaber, the author himself. What I want to do is really to explore a model, and then to look at that model in an example, to see what it was that he did and how beautifully he did it. What we're going to do is the following: we're going to do a development of halakha, a brief development, which touches on what we've been doing in the last few weeks, but just to see where Rav Yosef Karo fits into this bigger picture, and we will hopefully explore a specific example to see how his writings actually reflected this itself. Let's start at Sinai. Sinai, of course, the year 2448 from creation, was the year in which Hashem endowed humanity, us small biological scraps of material, with meaning by giving us the Torah and saying, when you do things, this matters. But the interesting thing is that Hashem gave it to us in two forms. Hashem gave us both the Torah Shebichsav and the Torah Shebal Peh. At this crowning moment at Sinai, we were endowed with two aspects of Torah. The first one, of course, the Torah Shebichsav is the written Torah itself, initially in the form of the Luchos, and later on in the Torah Shebichsav, the written scrolls that we have. And there's a debate as to whether the whole Torah was written and given at the end of the Sinai experience, the desert experience, or whether it was written in sections and put together at the end of the 40 years, so that we could have it in one piece or in sections. But nonetheless, the Torah Shebichsav and anything which was added to the canon, the 24 books of Tanakh, Torah, Nevi'im, and Ksuvim, is included in the divinely inspired writings of the prophets and of Moses. This becomes the Torah Shebichsav, the written Torah. What most people forget is the other side of the equation. That is the Torah Shebal Peh, the oral Torah. Now, this is a bit of a hazy area for most of us, because it's very hard. There's a lot in here. In fact, the way the Rambam divides it, he divides it in his introduction to the Mishnah and in Hilchos Mamrim into either 3 or 5 sections. On a more basic level, on 3 sections, he basically says that there are 3 parts of the Torah Shebal Peh that which is given. There is the accompanying tradition as to explain what was written in the Torah. So when the Torah says Priyei Sadar, when it talks about this fruit, the oral tradition tells us that fruit is the citron, not the mango, not the banana, not the apple. It just means the citron. So we know that. It wasn't a matter of debate. It wasn't a matter of deriving. It was what it was, and we transmitted that from year to year. And that's why there's no community in the world that shakes the mango. That's section number 1 of Torah Shebal Peh. Section number 2 of Torah Shebal Peh is, in fact, is what is called the tools of expansion, which means God gave us what we call the Yugil Miros, the 13 principles that Rabbi Shmuel talks about, where we're able to, it's sort of the toolbox to expand the concepts beyond yet. It's not just making the camp with what we had, it's taking the raw resources, using certain logical tools to expand the Torah Shebal Peh even further. That's a separate section which was done over the stages of later Jewish history. And finally, the last section is what's called Gezeros and Siyagim. So, the perimeter fences to protect the Torah Shebichsav. All of these things were incorporated in the oral Torah. Written Torah and the oral Torah both given at Sinai. And this is how it was for centuries. For centuries, we had the written Torah was all we had written, and with the exception of a few notes here, a few notes there were no volumes, there were no books. It was all already transmitted. Until many years later, when we reached the times of the Mishnah and the Gemara tells us in Gittin that unfortunately, around the time of the destruction of the Beis Hamikdash, in the years following the Hadrianic persecution, the Bar Kokhba revolt, there was a real fear. This was about the time that the Smicha was being obliterated. There was a real fear that this transmission from generation to generation, from father to son, from mother to daughter, this was going to, at this point in time, completely be lost if something wasn't done drastically. And the Gemara records, they had to commit it into writing. So they did so under the tutelage and the power of a man by the name of Yehuda Anasi, who had not only just the financial wherewithal, but also had the political wherewithal to be able to gather all the sages in Israel together to be able to write down Mishnah in the form of the 6 Sfarim, in the 6 sections, what is now known as Shas. Shisha Sadarim, the 6 sections, which are Zroim, about agriculture, Moed, which are about the festivals, Nashim, relationships, Nizikim, when it comes to damages, Kodshim, referring to Korbanos, and that which goes around that entire Sunnah and Torah laws. All of the Torah Shabbat Peh was essentially canonized into these 6 different sections. But it was constructed in a very fascinating way. And as we know, for anybody who's learned Mishnah and Gemara, it is not exceedingly easy. And part of the reason is because it is what's called inductive learning, as opposed to deductive learning. Inductive learning is like in Lahavdil, when you talk about mathematical induction. So if you have a series which says 2 and 2, 4, 6, we know by induction that the next number is 8, because we can induce the formula is n plus 2. It means whatever it is, plus 2 is the next one in the formula. We haven't been told the rule, but we can induce the rule from the series that we've been given. The Mishnayos, in a certain sense, were constructed in a way that we weren't just getting information. We needed more. We needed to induce the rules. We needed a ready. We needed the transmission still to be able to unlock that rule. And in a different way of looking at the way I try to describe it, for those who are not from the Southern Hemisphere, anybody's trying to study how to play cricket, as an example. I don't know if Dr. Edmondson counts in this regard. But if anybody wants to learn how to play cricket, so one way of learning the way to play cricket is you open the Encyclopedia Britannica and you read what it is. Another way of doing it is you watch a cricket match and you hear the commentator talking about that was hit for a 6, we'll pass the 3rd slip. On the way back, the batter just missed getting into the crease before the bails were knocked off. And you're all foreign language. But slowly you piece together, when you see the conversation about the experience, you work out the rules for the experience are. So it was constructed in a way which is very much the conversation about it, which we have to work backwards to get back to what the rules are. That's because it's part of the educational way in which we get the rules. It's not just a textbook. This is very important because this is where the Mechaber, this is where the Rav Yosef Karo is going to be so instrumental in this work. A few years later, 300 years later, the process was still under such threat that the following conversations about the Mishnah in these 6 silos was still at loss of being lost, and under the guidance and the redaction of Rav Ashi and Ravina to the later 5th generation Amoraim, sages of the Gemara, they took those writings, those conversations about each Mishnah, and they formulated the Gemara, the Talmud, into essentially 36 volumes, which are most of the Masechtas of Shas in those 6. In the 6 silos. And this became, of course, the canon in a certain sense. Once it was closed, there was no more Gemara, there were commentators on the Gemara, but this is it. Now, the reason why this is important is, where does halacha go from here? We have the Torah Shebechsav, which is what's called in Chazal Kviyah V'Kaima. It's in one corner, it is not to be changed. Then you have the Torah Shabbat, which was oral, transmitted, and then transmitted in a more expanded, written way. Very hard to access, but that's part of the educational way that we maintain. And what happens afterwards? So we see over the generations what we call the codifiers on the page. The people who are the halachic experts who start taking this work and turning it into halachic rulings, but on the page of the Gemara itself, in the same format as the Gemara, as was discussed just in this series. Rav Yitzchak, we'll start actually the other way around apparently. Let's do it this way. Rav Yitzchak al-Fasi, which was discussed, we're not going to go back. So Taliban and Dr. Abramson talked about this a couple periods ago. Rav Yitzchak al-Fasi, the halakhic commentary at the back of the Gemara, is actually omitting anything which wasn't presently halakhically relevant at this point in time. We also see later on the works of Rabbeinu Osher, a very fascinating personality, a person who bridged the Ashkenaz world and the Sfarad world. He was actually exiled from Germany upon persecution of his Rebbe, the Maharam of Rothenburg, who was imprisoned and ransomed, died in prison, in fact. When he saw the writing on the wall, they knew they were coming for him. He took a trip down, went through southern France, and ended up, in fact, if I'm not mistaken, in Toledo, which was still at a good time, was still in the golden age of the Spanish Jewry at this point in time, and spent time with the Rashba, one of the greats of the Spanish Jewry, very fascinating person. And what he did is a similar thing. He wrote a commentary essentially on the Rif, Rav Yitzchak al-Fazi, commentaries on the halakhic commentators of Gemara, but he didn't change the format of the Gemara. He changed it was the same rubric, it was the same halakha, it was the same Gemara, he did not change, in a certain sense, the headings or the way it was formatted. He simply codified what was there in the way it was. So if you want to learn about Pesach, you'd have to go to the Gemara in Pesachim. You wanted to find out about the Seder, you have to go to the 10th chapter of Pesachim, Arvei Pesachim. worked through all the sugyas over there, and then distilled it into the halachic rulings at the end. And that became where we find halacha up till now. Of course, the revolution of halacha entered when we started to meet people who codified by topic rather than by page. And of course, the heading this revolution was none other than Rambam, who was discussed the last time. The Rambam's incredibly unique contribution was the Rambam took essentially all, and this is all just a repetition, he took 14 topics of all Jewish halakhic thought, and he basically started the process again. He said, I'm going to tell you halacha from square one all the way onwards into 14 categories. Everything in halacha. And when you go to his kever, you can see the beautiful fountains which go through 14 marble pillars, each with the name of one of the books of halakhic categorization, which the Rambam has there on the right, or some of the four of those 14 into the books of the Rambam, what we call Mishnah Torah, which is the repetition of Torah. What was revolutionary about this, as was discussed, but now we're getting to the why it's meaty for us, is that essentially he was the first person to do this. Nobody else was moving away to create a new system, a new table of contents for halacha up till now. And he did it very logically, and there were subsections and subsections. Everything was clearly annotated and in place. This is what a typical page in the Rambam looks like, as we know. And what's going to be important for us is not so much the Rambam right now, but the right-hand corner. This is all the outside column, essentially. This is where the spine is, on the left-hand side here, is the works of the Kesef Mishnah, which is going to be Rav Yosef Karo. Because one of the most important works, as you see, of the Rav Yosef Karo is going to be his commentary on the Rambam. Moving in this direction at the same time, another person who contributed to this new work called the reformatting of halacha was a person by the name of Rav Yaakov ben Asher. We know him in a more familiar setting as the Baal HaTurim. You know, when we always hear those gematrias, and and everything. So you say, oh, that's the Baal HaTurim. The Baal HaTurim did write gematria on the Torah. He talked about lots of numeric coding in the Torah. But that was by far paled in comparison to what he really did. Those are very relevant and wonderful to read. But what his significant contribution to all of Jewish history is a set of books called the Arba Turim, the four columns, essentially. What he did was, he said, as opposed to the Rambam, he said, let's take all of halacha and put all of contemporary halacha to the exclusion of Beis HaMikdash, to the exclusion of laws which pertain to Eretz Yisrael and the mitzvahs hatuluyas ba'aretz necessarily, to exclude certain things which relate to Tumah and Tahara. Things which are not relevant to us, he excluded, like his father, who was in fact Rabbeinu Moshe, the person who wrote the commentary on the Gemara, the halachic commentary. And instead what he did is he set up these four sections, what he called Orach Chaim, the way of life, which was about ritual life, Even Ha'ezer, which was about relationships, Yoredeh, which are more ritual, relates to Nida, Avelus, Shchita, Ta'arav, Basa V'chalav, and then finally, of course, Choshen Mishpat, business law. Those are the four sections of all halakha. What's fascinating to us, of course, is if this is a page of Tur, where the Tur, Rabbeinu Yaakov is writing his commentary in the middle, of course, the important commentary we're going to look at over here is on the right-hand column, which is the Beis Yosef, also Rav Yosef Karo. It is fascinating that Rav Yosef Karo was the commentator on two of the newest formattings of halacha. This lays the stage for where Rav Yosef Karo enters. Rav Yosef Karo started off by looking at the people who wrote halacha in the new format, in a certain sense, in their own reconstructed format, and linked it back to the page. Because there was a great rift that was happening, and in fact, you see this in the writings. There was part of the burnings of the Rambam, there were many reasons for burning Rambam, but it was the newness of this. Is how you have the right to leave out the sources and reformat halacha in a way which we've never seen beforehand. So one of the works the Beis Yosef did, what the Rav Yosef Karo did, was to say, let's take what we have, the Gemara, and let's find how it leads into and connects to these new formats, these new silos of halacha, where it be the 14 books of the Rambam or the 4 books of the Torah. So this is, in a certain sense, the background to what Rav Karo was trying to do. I want to take a simple example just to make this a more real to us as we see it played through. So an example, just a very simple example. Washing hands, netilas yadayim. Okay, as an example. If it's all right, I apologize. I think I sent up all the sources and I could just grab one. That's all right, thank you. Thank you so much. What we're going to do is we're going to do exactly that movement. So it's the 4 steps that we had up to now. We're going to move through the Torah Shabbal Peh as codified in the Gemara, through the Rambam and the commentary of Rav Yosef Karo on the Rambam, through the Tur and Rav Yosef Karo's commentary on the Tur, and moving into finally the grand crowning glory of his career is his writing of the Shulchan Aruch ultimately, to see what he was really trying to do. So here we go. Very, very, very simple section. The Gemara says the following. This is the Gemara to be found in Talmud Bavli. In Brachos, it is in the source sheets as well. This is a very short line. The Gemara says the following. To Omar Rav Chia Bar Rashi Omar Rav. Rav Chia Bar Rashi says the name of Rav. There are 3 times one has to do something immediately, meaning there's 2 activities which need to be proximate to one another. When a person is about to shecht an animal, they need to do smicha, put their hands on top of it. That needs to precede the process of shchita immediately. Something which we do every morning, is that we need to finish the last bracha of the Kriyas Shema, which ends with Barachat Hashem Go'al Yisrael, and immediately afterwards jump into the Shemona Esrei, even avoiding saying the word Amen. And finally, Teichev Netilas Yodayim Bracha. And immediately after washing our hands, we need to do a bracha. These are the 3 techifos. These are the 3 things Jews need to do right away, besides for booking a hall and a date and a new email address, right? So this is what the Gemara tells us. Now, it happens to be interestingly enough that it's a little bit ambiguous over here, because what does that last statement mean? It says that we need to be very quick to go from washing hands into a bracha. Well, what does that mean? What exactly are we referring to over here? A little bit of a grey territory, because we have a few options as to what that can mean. So for this, we move straight into the first level of codification off the page. Rambam. The Rambam says over here, if we move it into the way the Rambam codifies halacha. So again, the Rambam is now extracting halacha to be found in Maseches Brachos into his own category, which is Hilchos Tefillah. He says, I'm going to talk about Tefillah. There's only one book about prayer. In prayer, I'm going to tell you how you're going to wash your hands, how you're going to say a brachos, and how you're going to daven. Here's how he explains it. Sorich Adam, lenageves yadav, v'achakach yochal. A person needs to dry their hands after washing and then eat. However, a person should make sure to dry their hands off so they shouldn't be eating impurely. When you wash your hands after the meal, what do we call the washing after the meal? We call it mayim acharonim, the later waters. There's the mayim rishonim, the first waters, and there's the mayim achronim, the later waters. When you do those last waters, he says, the take it and the netilas yadayim birkas hamazon. When you do those netilah, that last netilah, that last washing of the mayim achronim, the later waters, as the meal is finishing up, immediately after you do that, you need to make sure to whip out your bencha and start saying the birkas hamazon, the blessing of grace at the end of the meals. That's what the Rambam is saying. He is essentially interpreting that Gemara. He is saying when the Gemara talks about washing and bracha, what washing is it? It's the washing following the meal, and which bracha is it? The bracha following the meal. That's what the Rambam has done and has codified for us. He doesn't tell us where. Sorry. If we look through this Rambam, the Rambam doesn't tell us where he got this from. The Rambam doesn't tell us his sources. The Rambam is just telling us. Now, if we were well versed in all of Talmud, we would know that. But if you're reading the Rambam for the first time, this is the first time one would meet this. So in lieu of that, the commentary on the outer column of the Rambam is in fact the Kesef Mishnah, the first work of Rav Yosef Karo. He wrote it, the name of it, of course, the Kesef is the silver of the Mishnah. Why Mishnah? Because the name of the book of the Rambam is the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. So this is the silver of the repetition. So it's sort of like the adornments of the Mishnah. What is he trying to achieve with this? So let's take an example. What's the first thing that the Rav Yosef Karo is doing in this event? He says the take it netilas yadayim. He says the perek ketzav uvarchim meimed rochia bar ashi amarav. So the first thing that Rav Yosef Karo does is he gives the source which the Rambam omitted. The Rambam never footnoted his works, so I don't explain where he was getting it from. The Rambam, in his absolute brilliance, was distilling all of the oral Torah into these categories. The first thing Rav Yosef Karo does for us is says, see here, click, right? The first thing he does is, this is the Gemara, where it comes from. That's step number 1. He goes on. If we're going to skip a few lines after the source, he says, Umashma midire Rabbeinu, the Rashi, based on our master's teaching, the Rambam's teaching in Rashi, he points out that it seems like you're allowed to speak between the last waters and Benche, and so he goes on to explain that the only hefsek, the only break, which is be a real break, is eating, not speaking. Speaking is fine until you actually lift up and pour the cup for Birkas Hamazon, but it is eating which is going to be the problem. So what the Beis Yosef, or the Kesef Mishnah, Rav Yosef Karo, is doing in this particular situation is he's given us the source and a little bit of an expansion, a little bit of a nuance in the way the Rambam is reading it to exclude talking as being a break in this particular instance. Okay, this is what he has contributed to the explaining of the Rambam. And he writes this for all the books of the Rambam. Let's go a little further. Now we move on to the next generation. A century later, the Tur, Rabbeinu Yaakov, is now codifying halacha. He is to be found in Hilchos B'tzias Apas. That's the halachas pertaining to the meal. Everything in Judaism is prescribed and regulated. So here we're talking about the meal. And here is what he says. He goes on to give us a very clear description. V'yanagev yodav heitev yivarach birkas hamotzim miyad. He says a person should wash their hands and immediately say hamotzi. He says, however, mi Rabbeinu Yoel kosel she'ein lachush al hapsak hefsek ben netila la'hamotzi kevel sha'ashulchon lefonav v'dato le'echol lo yechoshev hefsek hadas. So something called Rabbeinu Yoel says, you don't have to worry too much if you wash your hands netilas yadayim at the beginning of the meal and then say something to somebody else and sit down and eat. Why? Because the table's there, the food's there, your mind's on the food, you're about to get to the meal. That's not considered a break. Don't worry so much about the break between the first netila, the first washing and the meal. The only time you need to worry about it is the second washing and the last bracha. You see, there's a little bit of ambiguity as to what the Gemara really meant. Did it mean the washing and the birkas hamotzi at the beginning of the meal, or the birka or the netilas yadayim at the end of the meal and the birkas hamazon? Rabbeinu Yoel felt there was no problem making a break at the beginning of the meal, and he quotes as well. He says the following. He says, "V'chein pirush Rav Alfas," and so says Rav Alfazi. That's the Rif, Rambam Zal, and the Rambam as you saw it. However, va'adoni avi harosh, my father, my teacher, my master, the Rosh Rabbeinu Asher, Zichron Livracha, quoting his father, Haya Rogil after Rishonim Shalom. He said, "Must be very careful to only speak in ums." No, that's not what he meant. My father was very careful to communicate at all once washing hands and then eating the meal at the beginning, which is a practice that we have today, right? We don't make we don't speak, we don't do anything else between washing and having hamotzi. In fact, he had a trick. When he would sit down to a surim acherim, that he would be the last person to wash. As I like to say to my guests, there's an ancient Chinese saying that he who washes first speaks least. Right, when it comes to washing. So what the Rosh would do was he would make sure to be the last person in the line, so that his break between washing and saying the bracha on Amoshi would be in fact very minimal. We're seeing an interesting thing over here. What's emerging in this halachic work of the Tur is that there's a debate. Is there no breaks at the end of the meal and the washing at the end of the last bracha, or is there no breaks at the beginning of the meal between the Netilas Yadayim and Amoshi? A debate. The fascinating thing about the Tur is, as much as the Tur is in a certain sense coalesced all of halachic liturgy up to this point into one place, he very rarely ruled on it. He never tells us what to do. Isn't it interesting? He quotes the Rambam at the beginning. He quotes the contemporary, the Rosh, the later contemporary of the Rambam, the Rosh later on, and he leaves it. And the Tur does this very often. Sometimes he will rule and say what he believes and lean in on in the discussion. But very often over here, what happens is he leaves it hanging, which leaves space over here for those commenting on the Tur to say, well, what do we do? Bottom line, what do we do in this situation? We understand there's two opinions, there's an ambiguity in the Gemara. What do we do? Bottom line, Rabbi. So this is what happens. The Beis Yosef, who is now Rabbi Yosef Karo, not commenting on the Rambam, but commenting on the Tur, does this very similar thing. We're not going to read it all inside for the sake of time, But Rav Yosef Karo does exactly the same thing. He says, well, you want to know where he gets this from? It comes from that Gemara in Brachos. You want to know, those opinions that he talked about, the Rif and the Rambam and the Rosh, those are the people he was commenting on? Well, here's where they're found. This is what they say, and he quotes it in full extent. So the first thing he does is, like his commentary on the Rambam, he sources everything. Where does it come from? In a certain sense, he's the bridge between the page of Gemara and the new construction of halacha under the Torah. And then he does something which is very important. He goes on to describe other people who say this. He quotes, in fact, a Yerushalmi, which seems to indicate that if a person doesn't speak between the Tzilas Yadayim and saying Amotzi at the beginning of the meal, they're going to have a good meal, which seems to suggest, like one of the signs, and he says the following, V'chein nachon la'asos lihizayer gam b'mayim rishonim. Beis Yosef, in his humble commentary on the Torah, says, I'm going to put my card on the table. And he says, I believe that it's true that you shouldn't make an interruption between the Mayim Achronim, the last waters, and the Birkas Hamazon, but you should also not be speaking at the beginning, like the Rosh says. So he is actually now weighing in on that particular machlokes and adds a few extra details at the end, which we're not going to cover about the Seder and our Natilos at the night of Pesach. Which now leads us to the last and final stage, which is the Shulchan Aruch. To appreciate the Shulchan Aruch, we need to appreciate the journey along which the Rav Yosef Karo has moved. He has explained the sources of all the Ramban. He has contextualized the entire Torah, all 4 volumes of it, which now turns it into the many, many volumes we have at the back of the shul right now, because of his commentary, which has expanded way beyond the short paragraphs that the Torah had. And finally, after all is said and done, the most remarkable sefer which has changed all of Jewish history is the Shulchan Aruch. What does he do in the Shulchan Aruch? Here's what he does. This is now Rav Yosef Karo talking in the same format, in the same schema as the Torah. He uses the same 4 books, the Orach Chaim, Ibn Ezer, Yoredeya, Ibn Ezer, B'Chosh and Mishpat, but now he shortens it to a statement which is the following. In this particular section, Yesh Omrim, there are those who say, She'enot tzorich li'yizayim il'afsik ben there are those who say that we don't have to be so concerned about making a break between our first Adayim and meal and saying Hamotzi. And there are those who say that one should be careful. In a short sentence here summarized centuries of scholarship. And if we had read the Torah and the Rambam and the Beis Yosef and the Kesef Mishnah, we know exactly who he's talking about now, and we know exactly who he's referring to. And then he gives us the Torah of desire, and in 2 words, he tells us, you should be careful. What is commonplace in all of our meals today is as a function of the fact that he said the Torah of desire. This is the way to do things. Ladies and gentlemen, we've decided halacha is this way. The it takes to walk more than 22 necessarily. What the Shulchan Aruch here is he has a history into a very simple, into a unified direction. This is a full example of that process of formation of halacha. To the Shulchan Aruch, we're going to have blossoming of scholarship, of centuries of scholarship, exploring the Shulchan Aruch himself. But nonetheless, this became the full. It's almost like this is the bottom of that funnel of halacha, which has been distilled throughout the centuries into one coherent psak, taking into consideration with deference both sides of the debate, but actually telling us what to do. That's where the Shulchan Aruch comes into. Simple example of what he did over the centuries. What a remarkable contribution to Jewish history. We're not going to focus on all of it. I want to just focus on one thing that Dr. Abramson mentioned, and that is the Magid. The Shulchan Aruch wrote other Sfarim as well, the numerous other Sfarim. One of them is what is called the Magid Meisharim. Right? The Magid literally means the teller. And he describes in this book, as Dr. Abramson had mentioned, that he had nightly encounters with some sort of specter, some sort of angel that he related to, which is again the unusualness of a person of such broad halachic scholarship, who doesn't mention that at all in his halachic work, has a completely different description when he talks about his nightly encounters. It's a very fascinating sefer. He writes it very personally. He talks about the personal wanderings that he has and the questions he broaches with this angel that he asks him on a nightly basis, and the conversations they had. Very, very fascinating. It's actually written, it's formatted on 2 cycles of the Torah. So he talks about the Torah and various Sfarim in Tanakh by Rav Yosef Karo. In fact, if you go for a walking tour in Tzfat today, they can show you the house where he used to stay when he was visited by the Maggid, and every step, every stone in Tzfat has a special history to it. And this is very much, in this milieu. What is fascinating is he describes the beginning of the Sefer of how he merited to have this angel join him. And the angel sort of came and visited him and then stopped visiting him. And then when the angel came back to him, he said, well, how can I ensure that there's a continuity of this relationship? And the angel said, you're very involved in halacha. You're very involved in the codification process, the end result of halacha. Don't forget Mishnah. Don't forget to keep learning Mishnah, which means keep going back to the page. So coming back to the conversation, don't lose track of the end result and thereby lose the context in the Torah Shabbat Peh from which that came. That's how you're going to ensure a relationship with me. So the angel, just a very fascinating reconnection over here. And in this, just as an example, this is a section, a very short section that he has about his Kabbalistic metaphysical wanderings that he broaches one particular subject. He talks about death as an example. Just to give you a sense of just the broadness of what was going on. He has one particular conversation just as an example. B'Layal Shishi on Chofei Teves, so he's talking about, he says, Chalamti, I had a dream, Shaya Doresh Es Alech Lisnei Hashem Ba'artos HaChaim. I was thinking about a particular pasuk, I will walk in front of Hashem in the land of the living. Yeah, and we say, as we say in Hallel, Yakar Beinei Hashem Amavsa L'Chasidov. It is precious, or it is hard for Hashem, it is weighty to Hashem, the death of those who are his chasidim, his pious. He says it is hard for Hashem when those who are righteous die. He says, death is so difficult, it is sort of stripping 2 interconnected pieces of one entity. It's almost like trying to take skin off meat, because the 2 are really one entity. Therefore, he says, what does Hashem do? He sort of reveals even more of the schar that is going to be shown to them, that there's this automatic magnetic connection that the soul returns to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that his dabek la'ela, and it automatically magnetically returns to its creator, that his parid megufa belit sa'ar. And there's no pain in that experience because the neshama is returning to its source in this way. And that's how Moshe Rabbeinu and Aaron in fact died. That the soul doesn't leave until it sees the divine presence among it.
Stew, sausages, vegetables, even fruit. There were different grades too. The fancy, clear liquor men reserved for upper-class tables, and the thick, murky dregs, alec, used in street stalls and slums. It was expensive. The good stuff could cost more than wine.
Yo, buddy.
Elite garum
Yo, Rabbi.
places like Pompeii or Hispania, where
Get your fat ass up.
were devoted to producing fats.
Why am I getting fucking followed by you?
These weren't backyard operations either. They were massive industrial centers. The clay outfit stacked high and fishy vapor poisoning the air for days. Taking care of the workers. On the street, garum was the great equalizer. Slopped onto lanterns, stirred up chickpeas, smeared on bread.
Yo, Pip.
Yo. Why am I being followed with that matter by you? Hey,
Because I wanted you to join.
My brother, you're like what? My brother, what?
I wanted you to join my Discord.
I'm here.
Excellent. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. Apologies, I was taking a nap. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data online than any person ever.
Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Oh, okay. Well, then that's what. There we go, baby.
Are you always in bed? Every time I've ever seen you, you're always in bed. You leave your bed.
Yeah. I left it earlier today. Well, I did that, but I also went outside on the deck. Yo, pimp.
You're now back on Kick.
Oh, I was banned from Kick.
Slaves control everyone forgot to go to dozens each year. With every celebration came a time of food, flooding the streets faster than the tide will spring. During Saturnalia, the December blowout made Christmas a point of knitting circle. Slaves were allowed to eat at the same stalls as their masters. Social walls turned upside down. Vendors roasted entire pigs in spits in the open air, handed out fine pastries and sold spiced food. The streets smelled like a butcher's shop, the bakery had collided. No one complained. Earth came on, the rowdy February fertility festival was young men ran half-naked through the streets. The food stalls catered accordingly. Hearty fare like blood sausage, fatty cuts of meat, fried chickpeas, thick bread to soak up wine being smoked and consumed in moderation. Even religious festivals had a gluttonous side. After sacrifices were made in temples, parts of the animal, especially the animal bits, were sold to food vendors, handed out to crowds. Street stalls would take that fresh meat, stew it, fry it, or shove it into bread. It was sacred barbecue. Street vendors thrived during these events. It was big business. They earned gold, stacking their tortilla with stews, pastries, grilled fish, honey cakes. Children begged for sweets. Men argued over olive fritters. Everyone claimed way too much for the sweet wine that tasted like a headache in progress. Of course, with food came problems. Greedy vendors were watered down wine. Meat sometimes went off, but was served anyway. Pickpockets treated crowded stalls like buffets of different kinds. Still, no one seemed to care, at least until the hangover hit. Festivals weren't just about eating the gods, they were a release valve for a city teetering on the edge of madness. Food was central to it. Steaming, frying, drying food, served in clay bowls of love with greasy fingers under strings of lanterns. It wasn't just a feast, it was Rome. Street food might have kept bellies full in the city humming, but it wasn't all savoury stews and sizzling sausages. Beneath the steam and the shouting lay a darker layer. Food could kill you, cheat you, land you in serious trouble. Let's start with food fraud. Rome had no health inspectors. If your lentil stew smelled off, that was your problem. Vendors frequently watered down wine, mixed chalk into flour, and used spoiled meat spice just enough to fool the nose. One common trick was to soak raw fish in garum to keep it fresh. You didn't question the cook. You prayed to Mercury, patron of thieves, and hoped for the best. Prices? Good luck. Vendors rigged their scales, used crooked ladles, and swapped out ingredients mid-stew. One day you got chickpeas, the next, beans, disappointment. Graffiti from Pompeii, even more shady food merchants by name, early Yelp reviews, with venom and smell. Sometimes the stakes were higher than just indigestion. Street food vendors were notorious for bribing officials to secure the best corners and block their competitors. Fights broke out over store locations. A 10-man riot in the suburb started because of a food store dispute. Spoons were thrown. The stew was spilled. Somebody lost a tooth over an olive fritter. Then there were the poisons. Yes, real, intentional poisons. Rome had no shortage of enemies, and food was an easy weapon. The Roman senator met his end by drinking wine laced with venom, or eating figs dusted with pounded walnuts. If you were rich, you travelled with a food taste. If you were poor, you just rolled the dice every time you took a bite. And we haven't even mentioned the rats, roaches, general food. Most stalls operating next to open sewers. Leftovers were thrown in the street. Dogs, cats, and half-starved slaves fought with the scraps like gladiators without swords. Hygiene wasn't just a problem, it was a myth. If you didn't devour a strong cut by age 10, you didn't make it to 50. But still, Romans returned every day. Food might be risky, but it was also irresistible. Because in the end, it's like a stock drop compared to a meat tragic character. I think when the street food vanished in the empire, swept away like so much ash and outflow. But the truth is, those smoky stools, ugly buns, greasy snack left fingerprints all over them. You've probably tasted each other without even knowing it. Start with the basics. Bread, the flatbreads, rolling stools, subject for pizza, garlic, maybe a bit of fermented algae paste. Suddenly, you're a street vendor away from recreating a first century lunch. And chickpeas, still a staple of Mediterranean diets. The mashed turtles, baked into farinata, crisped into fries, barbecues, echoes across time. In fact, plants, isn't far off from plenty, or even savoury herbs. Let's go. Japan is a nation with a reputation for its descendants of thriving. Southeast Asian fish sauce, Worcestershire sauce, even some soy sauces carry the same approach. The idea of fermented flavoured herbs. Romans mastered it before it was cool. Even the concept of street food itself, fast food, handheld meals sold from tiny shops, was self-taking. Food cart, taco stand, kebab kiosk might look flashy, but the spirit is the same. Hot food, low prices, good flavour, no questions asked. Archaeological sites like Pompeii have given us astonishing glimpses into Roman food culture. Entire food stores have been unearthed, counters intact, pots still charred, even traces of snails, duck, and beans preserved in ancient cooking vessels. One even had a fresco menu painted above the serving window. The marketing was better than most TikTok ads. Now, chefs and historians alike are thriving on Roman recipes. Cookbooks translate ambitious, funky emperor into dishes you can try today. Honey roast is optional. Still serves some dishes that will be familiar to European. Fried artichokes, infused cheese, flatbreads dripping with oil. The empire may have fallen, the emperor's turned to dust. The flavour, that's food. Because when you're biting something salty, crispy, and comforting too, you're doing more than humans did 2,000 years ago. You're eating history, one greasy handful at a time. On the menu, silence was rare. Between clicking pans, rustling scents, and the occasional jousting injury, there was one constant: music. But not just any music. If you wanted to send the mood for a royal feast, entertain a restless nerve, or soften the mood after a practical beheading, you called in the minstrels. These weren't background musicians strumming at the cloth. Minstrels were the sound engineers of the medieval world. They carried news, recited poetry, performed daring ballads, and even composed sharp satire, sometimes with the audience to their own lives. Their instruments, lutes, harps, flutes, viol fiddles, and the occasional bagpipe if you really wanted to make the world its own. The tuned minstrel turned into a the medieval court which never heard before this. Minstrels were vital to both. They immortalized heroic deeds, real or wildly exaggerated. If a knight slew a dragon, or nearly slipped off his horse while trying, they'd craft a song about it. The audience didn't care about truth, they cared about the wine. Minstrels were not just musical, they were former magicians. With sharp tongues and clever wordplay, they recited epic tales of true lovers, legendary warriors, and tragic betrayals. They could bring laughter from a sermon, tears from a well-held fight, and they knew how to read a room. If the baron were reasonably caught in a scandal, they may avoid the broody satire they were eating. Their position in the social hierarchy was flexible. Some were beloved fixtures of court life, protected and pampered. Others were treated as glorified jesters, expected to sing for their supper and then sleep in the stables. Minstrels knew one thing: if you wanted to survive the modern court, music had to be pretty. It had to be useful, political flattery encoded in silly lines, disguised in verse.
feast, where they seem excitement, battle preparations, transfer the energy of everyone had too much worry and relatives already on the water. For something more exotic, perhaps the Vienna or to Finland, to pleasant, nothing to sorrowful winds or eerie tales. Nothing set the mood like a slow walk from the inside as the fire crackled, and someone had to do cold betrayal. Flutes and recorders, excellent for lively dances or whimsical background tunes. Even bagpipes have their place, mostly in the courts of the Celtic and northern regions, loved by locals, loathed by everyone else. Then there were the vocals. Minstrel's voice was their most important instrument, trained to conservatories and crowded markets in echoing halls. These voices had to cut through the noise, line-induced echo, or the occasional thrown chicken bone. They could mimic accents, chant in Latin, in a courtly French, bark outside of their own dialect, while keeping technically while playing the string instruments. Each performance was a delicate balance of drum music and message. No beautiful melodies. None could offend a noble. But when played right, the minstrel became the heartbeat of the evening.
they have two days in a row. And when you build underground basic holes, and you build cold stoves or velocity black mass blasting equipment, special blasting equipment, the analyzation of the blast out, turn out, flag rate, endless process of levels down the basket of these holes. And sitting on alien gray stench of surface, garbage can, if you can imagine. This is late August 1979. You got regular schools, you got regular schools on, it's like a space environment. You shoot your gun. It's not the easiest thing to do. And start shooting. I killed two yesterday. I made two die. However, in the process, his best, waved his hand in front of his chest, and the next thing I knew, this was me hit me in this like a fish, and my finger took it off me, and so literally, because kind of like it hit my leg, makes the nails off of me. Street fighter went up, shoot right off me. This is smoking hands and laying still conscious with in and out. And there was a green gray was right behind me. This is alive, like he died. He risked his life, he shot me back in the basket, took me up. 66 cigarettes, sages, blackberries, crack, trees, once and relax against the cover. Our United States government lied, did not tell us anything about the alien threat. Other than that, I can also mention something about my father. My father was a naval captain in the English Navy. He got captured and taken over. I didn't find this out until 2 weeks before he died. It was devastating. I told everybody it was a shock. I didn't think I'd leave my father's delirium or something like that. So things have come since. So, anyway, he was captured and turned over for Army, the U.S. Army, and the U.S. Army turned over the Navy. And he was a master machinist. So the jury of a master these days, they can take a look at him and make a gun. I'm not sure. So the instrument, and he was a master machinist, and I became an MD doctor in aerospace medicine for the United States Navy. Was instrumental in helping build the USS.
Construction workers, while building the foundation for several houses, accidentally discovered a mysterious underground sanctuary dating to 2500 BC called the Hypogeum. The subterranean structure was revealed to be 3 levels deep, hewn from solid stone. It's been estimated that they removed more than 2,000 tons of stone from these subterranean chambers to create a space that beautifully replicates the temples above ground. Perhaps one of the greatest mysteries concerning the Hypogeum involve the acoustical properties in what is called the Oracle Room. The acoustic properties within this are absolutely extraordinary, because what happens is that if a person is within the Oracle Room, the way that their voice is carried is heard within the whole of the complex. years, the city has seen the construction of more modern structures. In 1963, a simple renovation in the town of Terricoyo led to an extraordinary discovery when a cave was opened, revealing a passageway to an underground city thousands of years old and more than 280 feet deep. I've been there on multiple occasions, and it's incredible because there's 13 stories that go deep into the ground with ventilation shafts and 15,000 little shafts that bring air to even the deepest of levels. Critically, the number of rooms that were found could hold over 20,000 men, women, and children. There was even evidence of religious centers, storerooms, wine presses, and stables for livestock. Odarkoyo would have been a massive undertaking for anyone, even in modern times, with modern equipment. But in those days, it would have been stupendous. Equal to the pyramids. Terricoyo, because of the softness of the stone, you had to be very careful that you provided enough killer strength to support the floors above, otherwise you'd have catastrophic cave-ins. Surprisingly, there's no evidence of any catastrophic cave-ins, so they were really extremely clever and knew their material. Talking deep antiquity, it is mind-boggling to understand how they could have done this. Perhaps they had help from some other civilization. Just to massive underground city. This force drove them to live underground. Why would people want to live deep underground in these weird caverns like that? It seems kind of scary.
morning, colleagues. Now, I know you're busy. It's the first day of classes for the year 2019 and happens to coincide with the penitential month of Elul for 5779. And you're really busy, I'm sure, with 1,000 different things. But walking onto campus this morning, a beautiful September morning here in Brooklyn, New York, in this holy city. And of course, all throughout Victoria University, students will be beginning classes for a new academic year, hoping to greet their future cheerfully and with great promise. So I couldn't resist. I have to share with you just a short message, hopefully to inspire you and to share with you the excitement I feel as we begin this great new enterprise of a new academic year. It occurs to me as I reflect that I have actually never left school for any September since I've been 6 years old, with the exception of 1 year when I was kind of like trying to find myself in my college years. But otherwise, I have been in school in September every single year for my entire life since the age of 6. Now, why is that? You might say it is a failure to launch, and that's certainly quite possible. But the fact is, I love school. It's so amazing how privileged we are to be able to spend time with young people who are interested in ideas, who are interested in exploring their futures, and interested in so many things that we are passionate about. You know, we just have to give thanks to God for this possibility that we have to work with students in this manner. So in this regard, I just want to share 2 quick ideas, hopefully to give you your own jumpstart into this academic year. The first is something that I read in an interesting book on the scary topic of climate change. Here it is. It's in a book called Falter by Bill McGibbon. Quite an interesting read. I haven't finished it yet, but fascinated with one thing he says in the early chapter. He says, essentially, if we are in some kind of a game, if this is some kind of like a project that we're all engaged in trying to win something, trying to win, a livelihood, trying to win a spouse, trying to win a family, a future, who knows, all those things. What is the game? What is the object? And he posits that the object of this game that we are in is to maximize dignity for all its players. And I thought that was such a fascinating way of looking at life. We're trying to maximize dignity. And so that reflects on our role as instructors. We are trying to maximize the dignity of all of our students by giving them the tools they need to achieve their potential, to achieve a livelihood that will allow them to cover their needs and to provide for their families, God willing. What an amazing concept. So I think we should think of ourselves as basic dignity providers. That's what we want to do. We want to try and provide for their dignity. Secondly, what is our most valuable resource? What is the greatest tool that we have to affect this dignity in our students and in ourselves as well? It's not money, although that's a really valuable thing. It's not the beautiful physical location in which we teach. It's not the books. It's not the computers. It's not even our own health. It is our time. Time is the only resource which cannot be renewed. Once we lose it, it's gone. And I know because I'm a historian, right? I study something which actually doesn't exist anymore. Don't tell my bosses I want to keep my job. But we have only time to give them. So therefore, let me suggest to you that if we want to do both of these things, if we want to maximize dignity for our students, and we want to use our resources most effectively, then perhaps the most important thing we can do is to start on time. Now, I'll tell you that this has great pedagogic value. When you start your class right on the dot, you may lose a few students who are walking in late. But if you start late to accommodate for those students, you will always start late, and all the students lose. On the other hand, if you start right on time, as it has been my practice for many, many decades now, it means that all the students realize, hey, this class started on time, and if I'm not there, I'm going to lose out. So you actually maximize the amount of time you have to teach, and you maximize dignity thereby. Listen, I hope this wasn't too preachy, but it's such a beautiful day here in Brooklyn. I wanted to say something nice to all of you. Thank you so much for being involved in this larger project of extending dignity to all of our students, our staff, our faculty here at Touro College. I hope you have an absolutely transformative, fantastic, excellent academic year. Maimonides was one of the most amazing thinkers that the Jewish people has ever produced in over 3,000 years of history. He was a brilliant halachist, someone who knew Jewish law extremely well. He was a popular leader who provided counsel and support to Jews in far-flung regions all across the Middle East. He was an extremely talented physician, and of course, he was a brilliant philosopher. I'd like to take a couple of minutes and just talk a little bit about the course of his life and his literary works, and then we'll focus in on the book we will be studying in this short series, The Laws of Tshuva, or The Laws of Repentance, which is one section of his magnum opus, the Mishnah Torah. So Maimonides was born in 1135 in Spain, and his family was forced to flee from an Almohad persecution when the atmosphere there began to sour for Jews. He spent many years wandering across the coast of North Africa. Briefly lived in Israel before they finally lived in Fez. During the course of his wanderings, he picked up much training. He was educated in Tunisia, for example, and he spent quite a bit of time studying medicine. This served him in good stead because after the death of his father, and particularly after the premature death of his brother, who was supporting the family in a shipwreck, the young Maimonides had to turn to a career in order to step up and provide for his family. He ended up becoming a physician, and of course, his career was stellar in nature. He ended up becoming the physician to the Grand Vizier of Egypt himself. According to some sources, he even served in Saladin's court and was sought after by Richard the Lionheart as a physician. He wrote very widely on medical topics, primarily in Arabic. Everything from mental depression to hemorrhoids were treated by Maimonides. Very big treatise on asthma, for example, and he was widely sought after as a master physician. Our context, however, is his Jewish work, and in that area we should consider two particular kinds of books, both of which really come together in the Laws of Tshuva. First of all, Maimonides is famous, perhaps in the non-Jewish, the broader non-Jewish world, as the author of great philosophical works. The premier among them is The Guide for the Perplexed, which is essentially a overview of Judaism and a defense of Judaism for those Jews who were especially attracted by Arabic philosophy, which was in its heyday in the 12th century and which borrowed freely from many earlier Greek models. And Maimonides aptly described a philosophical position for Judaism, which made it a highly competitive ideology with some of the other intellectual trends that were drawing away the young Jewish minds of his time. Another segment of his work, a very large segment, is his popular works, written in Hebrew quite often, which are very accessible, not written in highfalutin philosophical language for the most part. And the latest of those is his Mishnah Torah. The Mishnah Torah is essentially a repetition of the Torah. And what he meant by that title was that he took all of the laws which were represented in the Bible, in the Mishnah, in the Midrash, and especially in the Talmud, laws which were spread out across a massive corpus of rabbinic literature, and he organized them into a logical Western fashion in this massive 14-volume work. It was heavily criticized for reasons that we will mention shortly, but it was unprecedented in his day and has still not been equaled. Specifically, what the Mishnah Torah does is it covers all of Jewish law from the beginning of time. That is, it discusses aspects of Jewish law which are not observed. For example, now that the temple is not standing, certain laws of sacrifices and so on are not observed. Nevertheless, he wrote a complete compendium of those laws. He also wrote about the distant future, or perhaps the near future, when the Messiah is here. Jews, of course, believe the Messiah has not yet arrived. And he writes about the future, what it will be like in the Messianic period. So this huge work of Jewish law describes a tremendous scope of Jewish activity, everything from how one ties one's shoes in the morning to literally how one must sleep. Phenomenal book. The laws of tshuva are one section of one volume of the Yad HaChazakah, the strong hand, which is another name for the Mishnah Torah. His book met with tremendous criticism in certain quarters, particularly in southern France, where it was felt that Maimonides was excessively influenced by non-Jewish philosophical models, Aristotle in particular. And in the Mishnah Torah, there was a feeling that his a very simple Hebrew text, deceptively simple, because scholars of Maimonides know that his phraseology is anything but random. He's very, very particular about the exact phrases he uses. But this very accessible text did not have a great amount of scholarly support to it, meaning he did not provide references to where he derived his conclusions. And many scholars felt that without providing these footnotes, so to speak, he was behaving in a haughty manner and not allowing the text to be analyzed by great scholars. Maimonides' approach, however, seems to have been that he was writing a popular manual of Jewish practice that was intentionally simplified without those footnotes. At any rate, sadly, in the 13th century, there were book burnings of Maimonides' work sponsored by Jews that were a tremendous shame for the Jewish people as a whole, as Maimonides' works were consigned to the flames in some quarters. Nevertheless, the great ego, as he is known, outlived this controversy, and of course his works went on to universal acclaim. Now let's focus specifically on the book that we'll be discussing over the next few videos, the laws of tshuva. So basically, tshuva is a Hebrew term meaning it's derived from the root lashuv, to return, to go back, to respond. It refers always to a reflexive kind of motion. As Rabbi Soloveitchik puts it in one of his essays, it refers always to a return back to center, back to home. Tshuva in English is probably best translated in this context as repentance, and in his characteristic style, Maimonides essentially takes what seems to be a very inward kind of act. Repentance seems to be something that is inside us and nonverbal and easy to express, but he fleshes it out in 10 very explicit chapters. How exactly do tshuva? How exactly does one repent? How exactly does one get back to center in one's life? Fascinating psychological analysis, theological profundity, and the deeply moving work that I hope you will enjoy. So, because the laws of tshuva touch on so many other topics of philosophical nature, this has especially important work, discussion of Jewish philosophy, hence borrowing from many of the things that he will write about in books like The Guide for the Perplexed. For example, one of the strong motivating factors for tshuva is the world to come. One hopes that one will rectify one's wrongs in this world so that in the next world one may live with lots of Chinese food, for example. And so the laws of tshuva also has discussion of what is the world to come. What is paradise in Jewish philosophy? It's not all so simple, and we will, God willing, discuss it as we move through the series. So the book, the laws of course, there's the other side. What is punishment in the next world and in this world? How does God mete out punishment? Perhaps the most difficult question in every monotheistic religion, Judaism included, is why do the righteous suffer? And that, of course, is addressed head-on in this book, The Laws of Tshuva, a fascinating response from one of the greatest minds the Jewish people has ever produced. Now, quickly, just one fast word on the first chapter. Maimonides begins with the laws of confession. Ironically, he will push off a discussion of what teshuva is until the second chapter, But in the first chapter, he concentrates almost exclusively on the idea of vidui, or confession. And, it's a fascinating question. Why start with confession? Why not, as he does in so many of his other works, talk about the general topic and then move into the specifics? Confession, one would think, is one of the specifics. And by the way, this confession, the Jewish confession, is a personal confession that is done privately. One will actually pronounce certain words that are often in a written text, usually written in the plural form, meaning we did this, we did that, and one is included in these long lists of transgressions. It is not done to another human being, with the exception of wrongs between human beings. There are wrongs bein adam l'chavero, between two people, and bein adam l'makom, between a person and God. Between people, there is a question we will see later about how one confesses how one has wronged another person, but between a person and God, only God hears those confessions in the Jewish practice. At any rate, what's so big a deal about confession that we should start with that even before we talk about tshuva? So many of the commentaries focus on the idea that vidui, confession, is kind of like opening up the floodgates. It is the very first step in order to make tshuva possible. Unless a person is prepared to admit to him or herself that he or she has done wrong, then one really can't make any progress in tshuva. One has to have a searing self-analysis. One has to look carefully at oneself, to review one's actions from an objective perspective as possible, and if one finds those actions are wanting, then one must confess. And this, like opening up the taps, allows the cleansing waters to flow, allows tshuva as the process to begin, and will take us into the next chapters of the book. I hope you found this useful, and please try the second chapter. Hello, I'm glad you're back for the second chapter of Maimonides' Laws of Tshuva. I'm going to depart from the organization that Maimonides places on these laws in this chapter, because it's very hard, I think, to understand the sophistication of his thought in these short videos. I encourage you to get a copy of the book, which is available both in print and as an electronic download. And before the holiday of Yom Kippur, I'm offering it as a free download. So please visit my website. I'll put the little URL on the bottom here so you can pick up a copy and follow along for yourself. But for the time being, let's concentrate on Chapter 2. Maimonides does not give chapter titles to the laws of Tshuva, but just to try and encapsulate the main ideas into a single word, I found is kind of useful for my own thinking. There are several halachot in this chapter that deal specifically with how to ask forgiveness. But in many ways, I think the most profound element of forgiveness discussed here is how to forgive oneself. And that's really where we have to begin, because Maimonides gives us in this second chapter a useful working definition of tshuva, and more significantly, a definition of who is a Baal tshuva, who is someone who has already mastered tshuva. So let's get right to it. First of all, what is tshuva? I don't like to translate that into repentance, because the word repentance is really very narrow in the English translation. In Hebrew, tshuva means returning to center, returning home, a response. It means coming back to who you really are and who you really think you want to be. It's an aspirational kind of statement to be a Baal tshuva, someone who is a master of tshuva. So Maimonides gets at this in a roundabout way, but towards the middle of the chapter, you can see that there are really three classic elements to tshuva. The first is charata, or regret. The second is vidui, or confession. And the third is azivat hachet, the abandonment of sin. These three elements are basic to any of the approaches to tshuva that we will see among the Rishonim, those generations of scholars around Maimonides' time in Jewish thought. It is interesting to note that many of them expand significantly on several areas. For example, Rabbeinu Yonah, rough contemporary of Maimonides, lists 20 different levels of regret. Just regret alone has 20 different expressions, which is pretty depressing. So Maimonides kind of glides over that and concentrates on the other aspects of it. But once again, the basic three elements are regret. You regret what you did. You confess what you did, and this confession, again, is a private confession. It's one that a person makes only between him or herself and God. Some exceptions, if they wronged another person, you'll have to see inside the book to see what those exceptions are. And then finally, aziva tachet, the abandonment of the sin. Maimonides begins the chapter, however, with some definitions, and he doesn't define teshuva right away. In fact, we're not really going to get to that until chapter 7. But what he does define is someone who has mastered teshuva, who is a baal teshuva. And he uses two distinct terms. The first is the one I'm using loosely, baal teshuva, the master teshuva, and the other is the baal teshuva gemura, the complete master of tshuva. What's the distinction between the two of them? A complete master of tshuva, and this is really the litmus test for tshuva, is if a person finds him or herself in exactly the same situation that they once did the wrong thing, and they nevertheless overcome the temptation, that is a baal teshuva gemura. That's a complete baal teshuva. So let's say, for example, I'm walking by a non-kosher Chinese restaurant, and I'm overwhelmed with a desire to have some mushu something or other, and I succumb. But then after reading, law and things like that, then I go back and I pass that same round in my pocket, and I have the same amount of time available, and yet I decide to keep walking, and I get some kosher sushi instead. Then I am a baal teshuva gemura, a complete baal teshuva. If only it were so easy. The problem is, and it's an existential problem really, is that you can never be exactly in the same kind of situation twice. Like the pre-Socratic said, you can never step in the same river twice. There are too many variables. Let's say I had a different kind of feeling that morning, or let's say, for example, I hadn't had mushu in a long, long time, and so I had an especially stronger desire for it. Or as the Sefer Hasidim, another rough contemporary of Maimonides, puts it, David was able to withstand the temptations of Abigail, but he was not able to withstand the situation with Bathsheba. You never know how things are going to be different. And so therefore, one is always kind of in a state of sort of dynamic suspense. Will I succeed to overcome the same temptation if the variables are however slightly altered? So that's the second category. The baal teshuva gemura, the complete baal teshuva, is the one who is in exactly the same situation and overcomes temptation. We never really know if we're going to be there, so the best we can hope for is to be a simple baal teshuva, and that's someone who has completely decided in one's heart that one will not succumb to temptation again in the same way. And Maimonides writes that only God, the knower of all secrets, really knows if a person has reached that level, but that's ultimately what we have to strive for, is to become a baal teshuva, at least to decide completely on our heart, to resolve in our heart, never to repeat that harmful behavior pattern again. Now, Maimonides offers some concrete definitions as to what do these Baalei Tshuva do? What does a Baal Tshuva do with his time? What are the strategies that he employs or she employs in order to get to that exalted state? And this will be fleshed out throughout the entire book. But there are 5 that he mentions up front here, the 5 distinct kind of behavior patterns that a Baal Tshuva engages in. Now let's just quickly go over them. The first one is the Baal Tshuva engages in prayer. The Yetzer Hara, the desire to do evil, about whom we will have much more to say in a later chapter, the Yetzer Hara is always finding new ways to tempt us. And the only way we can really succeed is with help from a supernatural source. And as a result, prayer is really an essential aspect of tshuva. Secondly, whereas prayer is all about, reaching upward for help, what kind of child are we if we're always asking for help for our parents, but when our siblings need help, we have nothing to say to them? So therefore, charity is the second thing that a Baal Tshuva engages in. A Baal Tshuva is always generous with his or her resources, whether they are time or money or even listening ability. That's what a Baal Tshuva does, is he or she is sensitive to those around him or her. The third element is an acute sense of avoidance of temptation. The Baal Tshuva knows how weak he or she is, and therefore he or she will seek to avoid those kind of scenarios in which he or she has been tempted in the past. So there's kind of a caution about where one walks. Fourthly, the Baal Tshuva changes his or her name. And there's a lot of interesting discussion here. I've put some of it in the book. But changing one's name, some people understand this quite literally. Changing the way people refer to you is a way of saying, I am not the same person who did those things. That's more complicated for these short videos. I suggest you look in the book for discussion there. And finally, changing one's place. Going to a place where people don't necessarily know you as well, because that engenders humility, where you can't rely on the same kind of support network that you always had, and you have to look to yourself to try and bring yourself back from that initial downfall. So those are 5 basic behaviors of the Baal Tshuva that are discussed here. And notice that all of these are linked to the concept of forgiveness, once again. There's a lot of discussion here about how one goes about asking for forgiveness from another person, from God, of course, in prayer, and from oneself. That's the most significant element of forgiveness here. We have to understand that we are weak. We are going to make mistakes. There is no one on this planet who has ever not made a mistake. So says the sources all the way back to Moses and beyond, in fact. But nevertheless, we have to deal with our weaknesses and strive to overcome them. The last thing I want to say in this very quick video is a beautiful metaphor that Maimonides borrows from the Talmud that goes back to step 1, which we discussed in the first chapter, and that is confession. He borrows this beautiful metaphor. A person who confesses without actually intending to change, without actually intending to go through the next step, which is azivat ha'chet, the abandon of sin, that is like someone who goes to purify him or herself in a ritual bath while holding a defiling creature like a dead lizard in his hand. So if you want to go into the mikveh and have the cleansing waters of the mikveh bring you to a new state, which is part of Jewish thought of what a mikveh does, ritual bath, then you really have to let go of the lizard first. You have to let go of your commitment to commit that transgression. If you are still holding on to the desire for that mushu pork, you're just never going to get clean coming out of the mikveh. So that's about it for chapter 2 and a quick run through. I hope you found it useful, and please join me for chapter 3. The third chapter of Maimonides' Laws of Tshuva is perhaps the most significant, most well-known of all the chapters, because Maimonides sets up with a Talmudic image of the structure of a human being and the structure of the universe. Specifically, it says, basically, if you look at an individual human being, whatever righteous deeds that person has performed accrue to the merit, and whatever negative or harmful deeds that person has performed accrue to his demerits. And on Rosh Hashanah, the day of judgment in the Jewish calendar, every single human being is marched before God, and God looks at the balance of their good deeds and their positive aspects and their negative aspects, and he does what appears to be a simple mathematical calculation. Those who have a majority of good deeds are called tzaddikim, the righteous. Those who have a majority of bad deeds are called rishoyim, or the wicked. And those who are apparently 50-50 are called beinonim, or intermediates. Now, he also clarifies that, some individual good deeds may carry a tremendous amount of weight, even though they're only done one time place. They're still extremely important. Knock out many of the negative deeds that applied over a long period of time. Particularly, there are those three structures: the completely righteous, the completely wicked, and the intermediates, the beinonim. Then he goes on to say that on the positive side, in the Book of Life, this is clear to anyone who studied anything, the high holidays, and down for the coming year. And those who are on the negative side are unfortunately not written in the Book of Life, and their decree is sealed for what is going to happen them negatively in the coming year. And those who are in the middle, they're kind of like hanging in abeyance until Yom Kippur. Hence, we have the 10 days of tshuva, the 10 days of repentance between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. In an academic setting, I like to say that, Rosh Hashanah is the exam day, but if for whatever reason, you have a valid excuse, you didn't show up for the exam, you were in a car accident, whatever, so then you have makeup exam day 10 days later where you can take the exam again. Now, and Maimonides says, however, that the way we're supposed to look at ourselves is as if we are all beinonim. We're all in the intermediate category, meaning don't look back on your year self-satisfied, saying, oh, I did all these good deeds, because perhaps some of those bad deeds that you inevitably did are of huge importance and tremendous consequence, and they would wipe out most of the good things you did. So therefore, he says your mental attitude should be that you yourself, all of us, are beinonim, are intermediates, hanging in the balance in that 10-day period between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. He goes on to say that this is the same for an entire community, an entire nation, an entire world, and in fact, the entire universe. And since the entire universe in those 10 days between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur is hanging in the balance, every individual act a person does could conceivably tip the balance for the good or conceivably for something awful. And that's what charges the so-called Yomim Noraim, the days. They're often translated as the high holy days, but really the word Norah means like terrible, in the sense of terrifying. So the days of terror, the days of fear, those 10 days, they're really crucial, because that's when we're going to seal the fate of the universe for the coming year. It's a really big deal. He ties this into the shofar. The shofar is extremely important because it is a cry of alarm. It's a call to war in ancient culture. And it's a very simple instrument that's capable of a huge range of sounds, from wailing to angry shrill blast to a cry of anger to a protest. It's all kinds of things, but basically the Maimonides says that the shofar says, wake up, pay attention. This is really the important part of the year where you have to make it or break it for the coming year. It's a very powerful section of the laws of tshuva that I think helps focus my thought into the high holidays. Now, there's a lot more to say in this chapter, but I just want to point out one other detail that I think is personally worth the entire price of admission to these classes. He says one great thing that's very, very important for me. He says, if you ever do a positive deed and then it doesn't work out for you, let's say you do some favor for another person and then that person betrays you. It's happened to me. I'm sure it's happened to you, where you do something nice and then you turn around and someone spits in your face. So if you regret having done the good deed in the first place, Maimonides, you lose all the merit of that good deed. So a friend of mine, a colleague from back, I described this in the book, by the way, she was on a Friday afternoon to deliver a Shabbos meal to a family that need. And she put all the food in the car, and she got out and she was over to this other family, came to a stop sign, but she made a rolling stop right in front of a peace officer, of course. And she was pulled over and she got a big ticket for running through a stop sign and so on. And afterwards she was saying, man, if if only I hadn't been delivering that food to that family, then I would never have been in that situation. I would never have rolled through the stop sign. But the Maimonides would say, as I shared with her then, and she was grateful, that no, you can't have that attitude. You should only feel good about the fact that you are delivering food to a needy family. You should only feel good about the fact that you helped another family in need. You can feel badly about your driving. You can feel badly about, the policeman. You can feel badly about all kinds of things, but do not feel badly about a good deed. Because if you feel badly about it, you lose all the credit for those good deeds that conceivably could tip the balance of you and the world to the negative, God forbid. So therefore, it's important that when you do a good deed, even if it doesn't turn out, when you do a mitzvah, even if it turns out and slaps you in the face, still feel good about the fact that you did the right thing. That is an incredibly easy way to gain a lot of merits as we go into the high holiday season. Thank you for watching. Chapter 4 of Maimonides' Laws of Tshuva is actually one of my favorites, because here in chapter 4, the Rambam really gets down into some solid details of exactly how we should behave when we want to do tshuva. Not about the value of tshuva and the metaphysical implications of tshuva, but actually, how does one do this? And there's a tremendous amount to discuss. I'm just going to focus on a couple of things that I find particularly meaningful. It seems that a lot of what the Rambam concentrates on in this chapter is about, things that get out of control. Like, for example, when you say something negative about an entire community or a large group of people, and then you realize, oh my gosh, I shouldn't have said that. I really regret that. Now, how do you fix that? How do you go back to each individual person and say something, a word of apology to them? Like, for example, you say something bad about, the community of Los Angeles or of New York. How are you possibly going to go to all the people who live in Los Angeles and New York and apologize to them? You could make one great, massive apology, then hope that all of them hear it, but that's not very likely. Similarly, what if you are a judge and you judge incorrectly, and someone is, incorrectly found guilty on a large scale, in a real court of law, or maybe even a simple scale in terms of human interrelationships? Who knows what implications that false accusation may have in the future, how it may play out in the future, and you have simply no way of knowing how the implications will, be realized. And you can't chase down all those things and apologize properly. So a lot of this 4th chapter is about, controlling the limits of one's sin, such that you don't get into this situation where, oh my gosh, it's impossible to do tshuva on such a large scale. He also discusses the idea that, sometimes we get into this habit where we say, I will do an avera, I will sin, and then I'll do tshuva later. I'll do an avera, and then I'll do tshuva later. Like, it's okay. I don't feel bad about it now. I really want to do this thing, so I'll repent later. It'll be okay. And the Rambam says that is, in fact, an impediment to doing tshuva, because you're going to have to do tshuva for having that attitude. Similarly, what if one has this attitude of, well, I'm going to do the wrong thing now, but don't worry, it's coming up to Yom Kippur, and on Yom Kippur I'll do tshuva for it then. Yom Kippur will take care of it. This kind of attitude is definitely not helpful to tshuva, and that's on the front end of the Avera. That's on the side where, I could avoid doing this thing wrong to begin with. The Rambam also concentrates in chapter 4 on various types of behaviors that close oneself off to the possibility of tshuva. For example, maligning one's teachers, or laughing at people of authority, or refusing to accept rebuke. All these kinds of attitudes are very caustic and have a negative, very deleterious effect on one's ability to do tshuva in the future. And finally, my favorite section is when the Rambam draws our attention to a series of behaviors that we might not take very seriously as being sinful. But in fact, it is that lack of sensitivity that is in itself an impediment to tshuva. Let me read to you, for example, a few of them. I really like these. Okay, for example, in the fourth halakha of this chapter, he goes through a list of 5 things that, these are common behaviors that people just don't take seriously. They don't think that they're really negative behaviors. And, we could spend a lot of time talking about each of them. But let's just look at the last 2. One who honors oneself through the downfall of another, saying that it is no sin because the other person is not present and will not hear and be embarrassed. Instead, one merely praises one's own good deeds and intelligence in contrast to the deeds and intelligence of the other person, with the intent that people should notice who deserves honor and who deserves disdain. Right now, this is like something we all do. We all kind of look at it. Other people say, "Oh, I'm way better than that person." But that is something that blocks us from tshuva. It prevents us from being spiritually sensitive enough to be open to the possibility of change that teshuva represents. Finally, one who suspects the innocent, saying that this is no sin. What did I do to him? Did I do anything other than suspect him? Perhaps he did something wrong. Perhaps he didn't. One does not realize that it is a great sin to consider a decent person to be a sinner. Meaning, when we look down on other people, even if we don't say anything, even if we don't voice our thoughts whatsoever, that in itself is an act of pushing ourselves up at the expense of another, and that is just a roadblock to tshuva. By elevating ourselves at the expense of another, even if it's something we do completely internally, that itself is a kind of personal feel-good measure that is ultimately a roadblock to tshuva. We have to see ourselves even in the behavior of those who do wrong, and understand that under certain circumstances, that can be the same kind of fault that we have. That sort of attitude, that sort of openness to the reality of the possibility of failure is the kind of healthy attitude that, according to Maimonides, allows for appropriate tshuva. It's a really complicated chapter, I think quite fascinating, quite insightful, but it requires deep meditation. Anyways, thank you for listening, and I hope you'll check out the next chapter.
So instant pickles, I have some more questions now. Amazing. It's fun to just sit back and watch someone do comedy for a little bit. I like your style. You're so different than everybody else. Did you work on cruise ships for a bit out of Florida? No, that was a big lie.
Hello. I suppose you are here because you want to watch another Jewish history video, and I'm really grateful.
Did you notice that?
A few. I try to stay away from them. They're fucking weird.
Because so many of you do enjoy these videos, and I think it's fantastic to have a relationship with you in the comment section and things like that. But I want to talk to you about something different today. If you've only been following me for a while, you may be surprised because I only really talk about this once a year. But basically, it is my annual revision and republication of a book that's very dear to me, my translation and commentary on Maimonides' Laws of Repentance. The story behind this book, I think, is kind of cool. About a dozen years ago, I started reading Maimonides' Laws of Repentance around this time of year in order to prepare myself for Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, my holidays. This is the season of world and personal introspection and self-development, and I like using Maimonides' amazing text as a sort of springboard for my own sort of self-evaluation. What am I going to do with myself for the next year? That sort of grew into a translation project, which I put online. It turned out to be kind of popular. I was surprised. And then every year I come back to it, I reread Maimonides, I reread my translation and my notes, I significantly revise them. I say to myself something, well, I cannot believe I actually thought that a year ago. Now I know something so much better, and I'm worried about next year. But at any rate, I do this every year, It's something that I very much. Here, I created 40 small videos that through the 40 days of repentance that begins with Rosh Chodesh Elul, which is the month before Rosh Hashanah, all the way through Yom Kippur. And I'm going to give you a link here where if you want to watch those videos, you can find them on YouTube on a separate channel because they're not history videos. I didn't want to miss them out with these ones. And I also have a Facebook page where I posted all of them there as well. The text is there, especially in the Facebook department. So, everything is free and open and available to everybody. If you want to get a copy of the book itself, I'll put some links in the little notes at the bottom where it can be found, of course, in regular online bookstores in particular. Anyways, that's it. I'm really excited about this project. I love doing it every year. Some of you have found it very meaningful, and I'm just really grateful to be able to share this wisdom of Maimonides with you. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll get back to the regular programming of history videos right now.
But boy, do they get pissed when I take off my hat and say, hey, will you hold my hair? There was some good news in this whole situation. But me, I'm not homophobic or racist. Right? Wow, offender. My goodness.
That was the worst tragedy in Texas in the last 5 decades.
Offender. My God. What's up, buddy? What the hell was that, dude? It's tough to follow certain images of Jesus.
I shared one of them there. So let's start with what it was wedding. I mean, this is a significant development.
Okay. I'm here right now. All right. This is a win. Okay. Ready? All right. Offender. There you go. There's like opportunity. Doesn't matter what you do with it. You did get pulled out of the bucket. Tell us about you. What the fuck was that? Let's start there. You've been working on that. You've been writing open mics. It's laps. I don't want to sell it now. I mean, if it sucks, it sucks. I'll get better. Offender, what's going on in your actual life? Let's talk about it. Tell us about you. I love it. That's how it goes. You're paying your dues. 312 nights. What's the worst it's ever gone to? Describe to us what
The Hebrew month of Elul, which usually occurs in the late summer.
Okay, this is going nowhere. No, I mean, I just asked you what's the worst in open gone for you. This is open mic.
Summer and early fall is a special time for Jews all over the world. It's a time when there is kind of a national taking stock of one's own personality, community, family, trying to determine how we can better improve ourselves and the world around us. This is the period, of course, which leads up to the high holidays, and the word that encapsulates everything that's going on in the month of Elul is in Hebrew, teshuvah, which means essentially repentance, but the root of the word really comes to a sense of returning, to come back, to return to center, to return to home, to try and determine what are our core priorities in life, and then look at our life around us and see how far we have strayed from So the month of Elul is really a great kind of spring cleansing of the soul. Of course, we do it in the fall, but we also have a spring cleansing before Passover, too, so don't worry about that. And there's something really special associated with Elul that I'd like to talk to you about. Specifically, that's the work of Moses Maimonides. This is one of the great towering figures of medieval Jewish thought, and he casts a long shadow well into our own days today. And he wrote a very important book called The Laws of Repentance, Hilchot Tshuva. It is a section in his magnum opus, the Mishnah Torah. I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a second. And this is a rather amazing and highly unusual book. It is literally a step-by-step guide to repentance. How does one repent? That's a really unusual kind of thing. And my humble opinion, I'm pretty sure he wrote the first comprehensive legal guide, a pragmatic guide to repentance ever in the history of any religious tradition. I could be wrong. Please look at the comment section. People are very fond of pointing out when I make a mistake, so you may find something there. At any rate, why this book is so important to me is because I, for many, many years, have been studying it every hour. Like many Jews around the world, we turn to Maimonides as a source of inspiration at this time of year. And about a decade ago, I decided that I would put more effort into it, and I wrote a translation of it. There are very serviceable, strong translations already out there, but it was my own personal devotion, working it through line by line. And what ended up happening is I shared this translation with some of my friends, and they kind of liked it. And around this time, there were some new self-publishing options available on the internet. And I said, why not? I'll put it online. So I created an online version of it that turned out to be rather popular. As you can see here, this is the original version that I published in 2012, and it's a great investment. You can get used copies now for $919. So there we go. But anyway, every year since then, I have gone back to this book, and because self-publishing allows you to do these things, I have updated the translation and the commentary. And over the years, it's kind of taken an unusual role because as I go through my own tshuva process, the book does tshuva as well. And every year I try to cull those things that I really shouldn't have written last year, and I try to add new things, new insights that I've discovered over the current year. And the book is really a lot like how I do my own personal tshuva. Now, I don't share my deep and dark secrets, but I do kind of speak in generalities in a way that I'm pleased to say that a lot of people have found useful, and we've actually established kind of a learning community on Facebook and elsewhere, where in the month of Elul, we all get together and study this particular book. This book is dedicated to my late father, and he was a person who really appreciated personal growth, so I'm very glad to be associated with this. Okay, well, let's spend a couple of minutes talking about who was Maimonides, what did he write, and then try to place this particular book within the larger context of his scholarship. There is a very popular saying that from Moses to Moses, there was no one like Moses. And that's obviously comparing Moses of the biblical period to Moses of the medieval period, our Moses Maimonides. His Hebrew name is Moshe ben Maimon, Moses the son of Maimon, and then when you add that little suffix at the end, it becomes Maimonides, meaning son of Maimon. That's how he's generally known in secular literature. He was born either 1135 or 1138. He lived until 1204. His place of birth was southern Spain, which was just coming out of the amazing period known as the Convivencia, when there was a tremendous amount of unusual cooperation between Muslims, Jews, and Christians, and kind of a triangular relationship here in Tunisia. But it began to fade around the time of Maimonides' childhood, when the Almohads invaded, and a new spirit of intolerance began to Maimonides' family decided to flee for generations. They came from a long, long line of Dayanim, or religious judges, very unusual family in many ways. And they made their way across the coast of North Africa. Young Moses was a bit of a prodigy who wrote some rather remarkable works, even as a teenager, that are still studied today, a commentary on the Mishnah, for example. And as they are going from community to community across the coast of North Africa, which at the time was really a leading center of intellectual activity in the Arab world, he studied medicine, which was a fitting career for a young Jewish man back then, not so much nowadays. And he picked up quite a bit of medical knowledge. But his real love was definitely scholarship and Torah study, and he was really focused on that. However, the premature death of his father and then of his brother David, who had been supporting the family, his brother David tragically died in a seafaring accident, meant that Maimonides suddenly had to become his sole breadwinner. And so he decided to kind of put aside his rabbinic study and focus essentially on being a doctor. He actually became they eventually settled in Egypt, in Cairo, and there he became the chief physician to the royalty in Cairo. And he lived in a town called Fustat and would make his way every day to the royal chambers where he would treat the entire family and come back at night where he would deal with the rabbinic concerns. Somehow, in the midst of all of this, he managed to write a tremendous amount of material, not only an extensive correspondence with Jewish communities and far-flung communities. He was regarded even then as a major community leader, and he provided guidance all over the world to Jewish communities in the far-flung diaspora. But he also wrote some really important books, and I'm going to focus on the two basic kinds of works that Maimonides authored. The one, which is especially relevant to the project that we're doing right now, is his popular works, most significant of which is the Mishnah Torah, from which the book that I work on is taken. This is written in a fairly accessible Hebrew. Basically, kids who get a day school education, by the time they're in middle school, they can decipher Maimonides without too much difficulty. And it was an amazing restatement of the entirety of Jewish law, an incredibly comprehensive document, massive document. It takes up about 20 volumes in the edition that I study, and it goes through every single detail of what it means to live a life as a Jew. What an amazing document. It covers even things like how to sleep. It covers things like how to think. It's really a tremendous document, and maybe we'll talk about it more later. The other type of work is much more arcane, much more designed for a specific audience. The most famous work of this nature is the so-called Guide for the Perplexed, which is written not in easily accessible Hebrew, but rather in Judeo-Arabic, and it was written really for an audience of people, one person in particular, who, is confused by how to justify traditional Jewish thought in the context of popular philosophical thought of the day. And it goes through some of the most abstruse philosophical writings, philosophical documents, and it is a fascinating work, which is, of course, what gave him such prominence in the outside world, even to this day. It is a philosophical classic, certainly among the greatest works of the Western canon. One more detail, which is typically overlooked, because this is an area of his writing which is perhaps not aged as well as his Jewish writings. He wrote quite a bit of medical treatises, typically in Arabic, on a whole host of topics, on asthma, on depression, on all kinds of things. He was composing medical treatises that were the cutting edge for the 12th century. Fascinating type of stuff. Now, even in his lifetime, however, he met with tremendous controversy. There were, particularly in Europe, there were circles that criticized his Guide for the Perplexed because it relied very heavily on much of the greatest thinkers of the world, in particular Aristotle. He referred to him as the philosopher. And many European Jews felt that Maimonides' thought had somehow been tainted by the introduction of non-Jewish ways of thinking. Another controversy was the fact that in his popular work, Mishneh Torah, he omitted all of the traditional scholarly apparatus like footnotes. And it seems like, in his defense, the Mishnah footnotes was designed to make it a much easier book to read. But given the Talmudic background of Mishneh Torah, then he said, hey, wait a minute, why did you pick the opinion of this rabbi over that rabbi? How do we know your thinking? How do we know your logic? And so on. All of these omitted from the Mishneh Torah. However, later commentators, including the great Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law, filled in that lecture by writing commentaries themselves. And when one studies the Mishneh Torah, one sees a tremendous sophistication of thought, which is somehow boiled down very spare and limited Hebrew, and that in itself is a work of understated genius that long students of Maimonides have written. So that's kind of like the start of his great writing, most of which is working full-time as a doctor. So this is all by way of introduction to the book that I'd like to spend more time talking about in this video and others, specifically Maimonides on Cuba, which is this book that over the years it was originally kind of like pamphlet. It got bigger and bigger as I had stuff to say, but I took out all of the boring stuff. This is a section in the first volume in which he wrestles how does one repent? How does one look at one's own life? How does one identify those mistakes that one has made in life? How does one rectify? How does one apologize to those one has hurt? How does one change one's own character? How does one, how does one express the harm one has inflicted on others, especially those we love? These are the kinds of things that are dealt with in this book. And it changes my life every year that I go through. The next video in this series will start actually into the nuts and bolts of how to repent. I will point out that this year is something special because since I review it usually around springtime, this was, of course, in the context of the great coronavirus pandemic. So this year's commentary was deeply influenced by the unusual experience we're all having on a global level of dealing with the coronavirus pandemic and what it means for children. I've had kind of fun by adding in lots of sections with this little kind of coronavirus icon, which indicates that these are thoughts that came to me while we were going through the challenges of coronavirus. Let me just say two things that are really special about the book. There are many, many special things. First is that I believe in my limited knowledge of Eastern and Western traditions, this is the first comprehensive treatment of repentance in any spiritual tradition. Specifically, this is part of a legal sense, meaning how does one do this? How does one not do this? It's not kind of like an inspirational text, like, oh, think this thought and you repent. It's really, okay, go to this person, apologize. If they don't accept your apology, then you have to do this next step, then you have to do this third step, and so on. It's actually like as they say, where the rubber hits the road, this is actually how to improve yourself. It is like maybe the first serious self-help book in the Western tradition, to be sure. I don't know. People will write in the comments about that. The other thing is that it's much more than just how to repent, how to do tshuva. Because if you want to really get into this properly, you have to talk about a lot of ancillary issues. You have to talk about, like, for example, free will versus predeterminism. How does one repent if one's life is already fated? Maybe we're not fated. What is free will? What is choice? Things like that. When should we consider ourselves blameworthy for our actions and when not? Furthermore, what's the point of difference? Besides the obvious kind of health benefits, you're feeling good about yourself. Why not just get away with whatever you can? Obviously, to discuss that, we got to talk about reward and punishment, death, and the very theocracy, the justice of God. Very deep philosophical concepts come out in this particular book. And I really hope that you'll join this learning community. And there's translations of this text available in free versions online. And of course, it's my translation for whatever it's worth. I look forward to producing a few more videos that talk about the content of this book as we prepare ourselves for the amazing month of Elul and the holidays. Thank you very much for
Red lobsters all around the country. You performing an HIV clinic in all the rainbow houses across the world. You know what's crazy? In the city. So when me and my family moved to Macon, Georgia, bro, there was this thing for gay niggas called the Rainbow House, and they would house gay niggas for HIV, bro. And do you know one time somebody
I'd like to talk
to that place to try to do something? You know the word I want to demonetize y'all. R rhymes with rake. Oh, okay. So a crackhead went in there trying to rape an HIV person.
About Maimonides on Shuvah, specifically looking at the work of the great Moses Maimonides and his contributions to world thought. We're going to specifically hone in on aspects of his thought that are especially relevant to the season we are in. Moses Maimonides. The goal of today's presentation is to talk a little bit about Maimonides and get some sense of his life and work, because it is Erev Rosh Chodesh Elul, that is the eve of the new month of Elul, which in the Jewish tradition is an extremely important month because this is the month leading up to the high holidays, to Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. And so during the month of Elul, Jews around the world for centuries engage in searing self-analysis and self-reflection and try to determine, how could we make ourselves better individually, in terms of our families, in terms of our communities. What could we do to become better people, better citizens of this globe? And especially in this particular time when we are coping with the tremendous challenges of the pandemic and the economic repercussions of the illness that is sweeping across the globe, this is a time when it is especially useful for us to reflect on what Maimonides has to teach us. Who was Maimonides anyway? So the name Maimonides is actually Greek in origin. Ides means son of, and this suffix is used to represent a lot of different medieval figures. Nachman Ides means the son of Nachman. Gersonides means the son of Gershom, and so on. And so Maimonides really refers to his father's name, Maimon. Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon, or Moshe the son of Maimon, is where we get Maimonides. And he lived there's some dispute over his actual birthday. It's either 1135 or 1138, but he passed away in 1204. He's known generally as the Great Eagle because of his tremendous contributions to Jewish intellectual history and really to world intellectual history. He's regarded as a philosopher of phenomenal influence on Western thought, and we're going to look at that in greater detail in a minute. So he was born in Spain at a very special time in Spanish Jewish history. This is the end of what's commonly known as La Convivencia, the period of coexistence. Now, it has been argued that it's a little bit exaggerated, that it really wasn't complete coexistence, but there's no question that for about 300 to 400 years, there was an unusual calm in relations between Christians, Muslims, and Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. There are a lot of different reasons for this that are political and economic and cultural in nature, but there's no question that this happened to be a period of incredible creativity, an explosion of spiritual and literary activity among the Jews of Spain. They were given unusual political powers, or they earned unusual political powers. You had, for example, the amazing Shmuel ibn Agrela, a Talmudic scholar who also was a poet of considerable renown, and get this, he was the general of a Muslim army for 16 years. I mean, how is that possible that you can have someone who actually writes Talmudic commentaries and poetry and is a general for 16 years as a Jew, very proud Jew, leading Muslim soldiers? This is the kind of thing you don't see too often in Jewish history. And he's just one example. We have so many people who achieved tremendous things during the Convivencia. Yehuda Levi, a little bit towards the end of this period, the great Chastai ibn Shatrut, I already mentioned Shmuel HaNagid. Incredible people who did fantastic things. The Rambam was born right at the very end of this period when there was a downturn, specifically because of the invasion of the Almohads. This is a much more intolerant group of Muslims who wanted to crack down on the kind of freedoms that had been granted to Muslims, to Jews during this period, Christians as well. And so, unfortunately, Maimonides, while he was still a child, he had to flee with his family and leave the Iberian Peninsula and make their way across North Africa. He essentially begins to study in Tunis in particular, and the trade that he picks up is medicine. It was even in his teens when he completed his first major work, which is still studied to this day, his commentary on the Mishnah, an incredible work of scholarship that is remarkably mature for really someone who was just a teenager when it was completed. So he moved on from there to Egypt. And in Egypt, he returned to full-time Torah study while still a very young man, and he relied with his family together on the earning power of his older brother David. His father had passed away at this point. Unfortunately, while he was still a young man, David died in a tragic seafaring incident where his ship was lost at sea. Maimonides mourned the loss of his brother for the rest of his life. And he's very truly dependent on him only financially, but also he was very close with David. At any rate, this meant that the family and his family were now in penury because they had lost their fortune at sea as well. And so Maimonides put out his shingle and he became a medical doctor. He ended up reaching really the heights of medical fame at that time, and he was actually hired by the vizier of Egypt, the highest ranking here in the Egyptian government, to be his personal physician and that of his family. He actually lived in a town called Fustat, which is Cairo. We know this in his own personal correspondence when he describes his typical, and he would get up incredibly and would have to ride his donkey to Cairo, like I take the Long Island Railroad, Lahavdil, and he would go in and he would spend his whole day treating the family and nobility and royalty in Cairo, and then he would come back at night and he would be met with a whole lineup of people who had all different kinds of religious questions to ask, and he had to make judgments, he had to dayan and so on, and he had a really incredible workload in front of him. So that's basically what he did. He was like a superstar doctor. And I should mention also that he did not let his scholarship as a physician slip either. He actually published quite a few treatises on a whole range of topics, primarily in the Arabic language.
dealing with things like asthma, with depression, with various medicines and herbs. That was one of the major tools of the trade of 12th century physicians, was knowing what concoctions should be prescribed for various conditions. And so he wrote quite a bit about pharmacology, 12th century level pharmacology, and those writings have been preserved because they had lasting value, and there have been many studies done of them. One of the things about Maimonides that is so amazing is that he really reached in his personal career the heights of achievement as a scholar of religious texts, and also in the secular world. He was like the #1 doctor, the Surgeon General of the Arab world at the time. There are even some interesting suppositions that he may have been sought after as a physician for the Christian world as well, who thought that, if you can treat Saladin's court, you can certainly treat Richard the Lionheart. So how is it possible you have a person who is really world class in both of these areas of activity? A lot like Shmuel ibn Agrela, I mentioned earlier, who was like the head general of a Muslim army at the same time as he's writing Talmudic texts. So the question I'm going to ask you is, why don't we have any Maimonides-like figures in our world today? Why don't we have like the Rosh Yeshiva, a major rabbinical seminaries in America and in Israel, and they're like phenomenal, gedolim, amazing, but they're not running the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They are not necessarily, writing non-fiction works on nuclear fission at the same time. Why is it that we don't have people like this? It's 1,000 years later, and it's hard to find anyone in Jewish history who comes close to the achievements of Maimonides. Maimonides is just an amazing outlier. From Moses to Moses, there was no one like Moses. That's a statement that's applied to him. From Moses to biblical Moses, to Moses Maimonides, there's no one like him. Let's continue the presentation with his work. So, setting aside his Arabic works, primarily in the realm of medicine, major types of works proceeded in very different vectors and affected different audiences. The first area of his popular, he was a deep believer in making information accessible to the widest possible range of readers. And to the end, he completed not only the commentary on Mishnah, which I mentioned earlier, but a dramatic restatement of the entirety of Jewish law called the Mishnah Torah. This is actually a title page of one volume of that, a medieval print. The Mishnah Torah, as he describes in his preface, is an audacious project. He basically said, listen, the entirety of Jewish law, in particular, halakha, is scattered in so many different places. There is, of course, the core texts, which are like the Chumash, the 5 books of Moses. And then there is the oral Torah, which is normally expressed in the Mishnah and later amplified and expanded and clarified in the Talmud. The Talmud is monstrous. It's huge. It's much bigger than the Chumash. And furthermore, the organizational system that animates the discussion in the Talmud is really quite alienating for someone who has not already invested significant number of years and effort in its mastery. Because the Talmud is only loosely organized around topics. It's not at all like a typical Western book of thought, because it doesn't proceed, for example, from general topics to specific. It doesn't have clear paragraph breaks. It's really based more on a kind of a stream of consciousness argumentation that spans literally centuries and literally thousands of speakers. Where a conversation, let's say you have Tractate Shabbat, which talks about the laws of Shabbat. That sounds pretty reasonable. But you start talking about the laws of Shabbat, And in the context, because there's many rabbis speaking one to each other in this context, in the context of speaking about the laws of Shabbat, you happen to mention carrying a barrel from one room to another on Shabbat, and someone says, oh, barrels, you know, they make a certain kind of barrel in Greece that's very heavy, you couldn't possibly lift it, and someone says, oh, I've seen those barrels in Greece. You know what else they have in Greece? They have these amazing haircuts in Greece. And they say, haircuts? What kind of haircuts are amazing? And then you end up on this tangent upon a tangent talking about haircuts when you're supposed to be talking about Shabbos. What's going on here? So in order to and eventually the Talmud will say something like Gufa, and you get back on the point and you go back to the discussion of carrying things on Shabbat. So it's very hard to find any specific law in the Talmud unless you literally know the entire Talmud. It's kind of like looking up, if you, some of you on the call might be closer to my age, where you remember like phone books, you know, these were kind of like big printed books. Books, by the way, are like kind of like printouts that you get from a printer, but they're bound on one side, so they're easy to carry. If you can remember this thing called a phone book, right, where everyone's cell phone number before they is actually printed there, and it's all in alphabetical order. You want to know how to call someone, you open up the book, you look up their name, and you call them. Well, can you imagine right if it was only loosely alphabetized? You had most A's in the first section, but some of them could be in the D or the F or the M section. You wouldn't know. You would have to literally read the entire phone book to know where you might find a given phone book. The Talmud is organized like this, and it makes it wonderful and amazing to study, and you know, highly vibrant. But it's crazy if you just want to look to the law, but whether or not kosher or whether or not it's derelict on Shabbat and things like that. So what he said was, in the Mishnah Torah, which literally means the repetition of the Torah, I'm going to go over all the laws through every single bit of Jewish to restate it in an organized style, but it really is Greek style of systemization. So that all the laws of Shabbat will be in one section that deals with the laws of Shabbat. And I'll break down that section. So these are all the laws about carrying on Shabbat. These are the laws about haircuts on Shabbat. These are the laws about everything. And you'll be able to actually look up things very quickly. That's why I call it the Mishnah Torah. Now, in order to simplify it, because it was written intended for a larger audience, he wrote it in very basic Hebrew. It's kind of like middle school level Hebrew. If you have a child who's studying in middle school, they should be able to make their way through much of the Mishnah Torah. But he omitted all footnotes. He kept it very straightforward. And even when there was a dispute in the Talmud between two or more rabbis over what is the practice, and it's not clearly resolved in the Talmud, Maimonides took a position that if the law follows Rabbi X and not Rabbi Y, and simply recorded it that way in his Mishnah Torah. This got him into trouble, as I will mention in just a second. So he wrote works like this that were hugely influential. This is really what's called a code of Jewish law, really influenced later codes like the Torah and the famous Shulchan Aruch, the set table that was written several centuries later. But one really important thing I got to mention about this that distinguishes him not only from being one of the very first people to attempt anything like this, certainly not of this scope and size, he also ruled on every possible aspect of the human condition. Meaning later codes of Jewish law were much more modest in scope. They only dealt, for example, with the laws that apply to the post-era, because there's a lot of laws about, you know, how to offer sacrifices and a lot of agricultural laws and things like that that would not apply necessarily when Jews are living in the diaspora. So they're much smaller and much more focused in nature. Maimonides ruled about everything. He ruled about the time when the Jews still had their temple and lived in the land of Israel. He ruled about the times of the Messiah,
what would happen when the Messiah came. The other later codes generally didn't go into this in great detail, if at all. He ruled on all kinds of matters of personal opinion. Like there's actually a whole book called Hilchot Deos, which literally translates as the laws of having an opinion. Right? And it talks not only about opinions like political opinions, it really focuses on, what is the right diet, what is the right attitude to other people, how do you focus your emotions, things like that. You don't normally see emotions legislated in a law code, but that happens in the Mishnah Torah because the Mishnah Torah and the Maimonides approach was, let's do the whole thing all at once. And that way, if you want to know the whole Torah, just start on page 1 of Mishnah Torah and go through the entire thing, which is, by the way, a revered Chabad practice in the 21st century. It started in the 20th century, where, they'll finish the entire Mishnah Torah either in a yearly or a triennial cycle, and it's an amazing achievement. So that's one area of his work, one category of his work. The other category, this, by the way, is you can see the entirety of it. It's a massive thing. This is like a 14-volume set, and these are big format volumes, right? These are huge things. The other area in which he made tremendous contributions, and this is perhaps felt more in the outside world with influence on the scholastic philosophers, Thomas Aquinas and others, is he wrote a few works, the most important of which is clearly this one, that are designed for a very different audience, designed specifically for those intellectuals who are looking for philosophical guidance in what is the meaning of Judaism, what is the meaning of life, what is the meaning of our existence as a whole. So this book is the Moreh Nevuchim, the guide for the perplexed, or the guide for the wandering, guide for the lost, the teacher of the lost, in which he addressed a specific individual, actually, in Judeo-Arabic, not in the more plebeian basic Hebrew that had a longer lasting impact on the Jewish community in many ways. The Moreh Nevuchim went through all kinds of very difficult philosophical conundrums that really take the inspiration from many of the rationalist ideas of Greeks, in particular Aristotle. Maimonides was very much enamored of Aristotle's thought. He only differed from him in certain key areas of philosophy. Otherwise, he felt that he was an incredibly enlightened individual, and in fact had a lot to offer the world. The Moreh Nevuchim was also quite popular among the reading public, but both of these works got him into trouble. So much so that in southern France in particular, there was a tremendous amount of controversy directed against Maimonides in his lifetime, lasting for several centuries. The lope of it actually resulted in the public burning of Maimonides' works by the Dominican friars at Jewish suggestion. Really? I can't believe that, but that's what it was. Paris in 1232, Maimonides' works were consigned to the flames because other Jews had denounced it as heretical to the church. And the church was actually invested in this, and so therefore they seized the opportunity to actually destroy works that they felt were heretical. 10 years later, they would do the same, by the way, to 24 wagon loads of very precious Talmudic manuscripts, a date that is still observed by some French Jews as a fast day to this day. And apparently, the books were burned on exactly the same spot where 10 years earlier Maimonides' books had been burned. It was a very dark and tragic period in Jewish intellectual history to think of Jews denouncing the work of the great eagle such that they would be destroyed. Now, what were the objections? There were two major objections that we'll focus on for the brief time we have. With the Mishnah Torah, Maimonides was accused of hubris, of excessive arrogance and pride, which if you actually read Maimonides, you know how far he distanced himself from arrogance and strove for humility and achieved tremendous humility in his own person. And they argue that the reason why we see this is because, first of all, he's taken on this massive task of restating the entire Talmud, the entire corpus of Jewish law, and he doesn't provide footnotes. He doesn't clearly indicate when he disagrees with a different Talmudic figure.
We'll see it a little later, an example of this shortly, where he simply encounters rabbis arguing the Talmud, and he evidently chooses that one rabbi is correct, the other rabbi is not, because he only presents the correct opinion. Now, in Maimonides' defense, he wanted to write a simple book for more common readers, such that, he didn't want to burden the text with tons of arcane, essentially what would become footnotes. He simply said, this is the law, follow this law, do not other opinions, or he didn't actually say don't have other opinions. He only included the laws he felt should be followed. And that's not at all the nature of Talmudic debate. It has lots of back and forth. And in a sense, it was kind of like an attack on the entire rabbinical industry, because he said, you know what? I'm sure you guys are enjoying your Talmudic arguments in the yeshiva, and they're wonderful, and I love them too. But you know what? People need a guide, and so therefore I'm just going to write all of the laws down here, which laws we follow, and I'll leave it like that. And other rabbis, particularly in southern France, said, hey, you can't do that. You're shutting out the entire debate that is endemic to the Jewish intellectual tradition. Now, ironically, the critics, in many ways, won, and Maimonides won. Maimonides won because we are still studying his work 1,000 years later, and the critics won because what ended up happening is there became another rabbinic industry of writing commentaries on Maimonides, some of which were composed by people like Rabbi Yosef Karo, who later went on to write the Code of Jewish Law. So there were even more commentaries available now on Maimonides himself. So ironically, both sides kind of came out ahead in the end, because we still have a long-standing body of questions about Maimonides' work. The criticism against his philosophical works, like the Guide to the Plex, were in some cases even sharper, however, because Maimonides does not make a secret of his devotion to the thought of Aristotle. He felt that Aristotle had a lot of really bright ideas. And by relying on Aristotle, it's kind of like saying, hey, the Greeks have wisdom too. And Greek, by the way, for much of the medieval period was considered synonymous with non-Jewish, right? Like Greek wisdom was the pinnacle of non-Jewish wisdom. And so here's Maimonides, who is accepting value from whatever source it derives from, and saying, yes, here, this is the way Aristotle sees the world. There's a lot that can be appreciated from a Jewish perspective in Aristotle. And so a lot of the more traditionalist views in southern France were saying, what? Oh my gosh, this is a rabbi who is quoting a pagan? This can't be. We've got to, chuck it over the board, or as we find later, actually burn Maimonides. Maimonides' reliance on Aristotle, or his willingness to borrow from Aristotle, would of course be later replicated by many non-Jewish thinkers who read Maimonides and said, wow, really smart. We should spend a lot more time studying Aristotle, and so on. So those are two reasons why we got into quite a bit of controversy. It lasted for several hundred years.
How are you?
The Morah Nevuchim is still considered a tremendous classic.
Yo,
1,000 years after its composition.
Can you hear me?
Let's actually look at some of Maimonides' work.
Hello?
And I want to tell you a little bit about why this is so personal for me. Those call, I saw the list of who signed up, and I appreciate you being here. You know that I have been involved for about a decade in a long-standing project at this time of year precisely to be engaged in Maimonides on Teshuvah. Over the years, we've set actually a learning community that has a couple of thousand members in a few different platforms who've been learning with me every year. I'm so pleased to have so many people study with me. What exactly do we, those of you for whom this is new? One of the sections of Maimonides' Mishnah Torah is really a very special work. It's his Hilchot Shuvah, his laws of repentance. And so 2 years ago, I, maybe a little longer, personal act of an attempt to repent of my own failings, I translated that into English. There are very serviceable and useful translations already available. They're available for free online at Chabad.org, a very good translation available there. But I thought, you know what, I'm going to work through it myself for my own purposes. And I shared the translation with a few friends. A few friends liked it. So a couple of years later, I said, you know what?
I'm just going to put it online. And this grew and grew and grew until where we are right now. Here, this is the 2020 edition of this book, which is pictured on the left. Maimonides on Tshuva, The Ways of Repentance, where I essentially translated it and I offer a pretty chunky commentary afterwards. This year, oh, and by the way, this is not by the way, really central to this is dedicated to my father, who's pictured here in the center of your screen, who passed away 6 years ago, and the book is dedicated to his memory. And I know, because the kind of person he was, he really enjoyed introspection, reflection, and self-improvement, and that's why I associate him so powerfully with the words of Maimonides. Anyway, this year is quite special because I go through the commentary again every year, and I revise it and revamp it. And this year, because of the coronavirus, it was an incredibly productive period of thought for me, and I'm hoping to share some of those ideas with you. If you look at the bottom of the book cover featured on the left, you see it says here, the 8th edition, the commentary revised during the onset of the coronavirus pandemic. We should all be rescued from this terrible disease as soon as possible. Okay, so what I'd like to do now is let's actually learn some materials together, okay? And let's go straight into the text here. I encourage you, of course, to join our learning communities. All of this is not the commentary, but the translation is already all online, and I have, I think, about 75 videos of varying length over the years that address this, and I encourage you to go to the Maimonides Facebook group or the YouTube channel and participate. So here's the very beginning of Maimonides on Tshuva, and I just included the English part. These are the words of Maimonides himself. My commentary is in a smaller font on the right, and I just showed you 2 pages here. So Maimonides says that every commandment in the Torah, whether it's a commandment to perform some act or a commandment to refrain from some act, if a person transgresses and fails to perform or actually performs a forbidden act, then they have to confess before God and they have to do tshuva. Now, I've used this word tshuva many times. I get a feeling that almost all of you are very well familiar with this term because so many of you are familiar with the Ram, but what tshuva basically means, I translate it as repentance, but that's not a good translation. The word teshuva really means to return, to come back, as a word to recenter, to get back to one's core priorities in life. That's what teshuva is, to return to one's beloved, return to one's family, return to God, return to one's true self. That's really what the concept of teshuva is. There are many mystical concepts as well, which we discuss in the book and elsewhere, but for now, that's a simple definition. That's definitely an improvement on repentance, which sounds more like a nasty thing. So if you look at the second paragraph, he says, how should a person confess? Well, a person should say, please God, I sinned. I have rebelled before, done such and such. That there are several different going on here, and in fact, later on, he will brown what does it mean to sin as opposed to wrong, as opposed to rebel. You know, like they say, I'm not sure it's true, that the Inuit have 20 different words for snow. Others have about 26 different words for sin, right? There are ratings of how bad the was. At any rate, the essence of confession is this. It is reflecting on your own life, reflecting on the past year in particular as we go into Rosh Chodesh Elul and identifying what you did wrong. If we go to the last paragraph here, he says that no, actually, let's go to the end of the first paragraph. This is the essence of confession, and anyone who expands on such a confession, going into greater detail, deserves praise. The exact same phrase, by the way, used in the Haggadah when you're talking about the Exodus from Egypt. The more you talk about the details, the more praise you receive. So in the case of confession here, the other end of the Jewish calendar, from Passover now to the high holidays, the more you can actually get specific. Only between you and God. This is not like a Catholic confession to another human being. It's a confession to God and to yourself, focusing on how did I do last year? That is step one of tshuva. Just knowing what you're dealing with. And this is the psychological act of self, I don't want to say self-immolation, but at least self-examination, and rigorous. Put yourself in the crucible of your own history and try to imagine, did I do this right? Did I do this wrong? Did I treat that person correctly? That's really what's going on here. Now, look at the last paragraph here. The Rambam, he says, furthermore, anyone who harms another person, physically or financially. So in other words, we're talking about a transgression that's not between you and God, between you and yourself. But if you harm someone else, if you harm their financial status, if you harm their property, if you harm their emotional state, if you offend them, then you can do all the tshuva in the world for yourself. You have to make amends. Right? He continues. Even though he may repay what he owes, you can, give money back to that person. In fact, later on, the Rambam will say, unless you take care of that, you're not walking into Rosh Hashanah with a clean slate. Hashem, as the Lord God says, well, I see you've done confession, very nice, but you still owe $10 to your neighbor. You didn't pay him back for that. But even when you've got that done, if you haven't confessed it, if you haven't articulated it to yourself, you haven't made any progress, and tshuva will be held back. So you really have to go through this process first and foremost. That's the beginning of the laws of tshuva. And I think one of the most amazing things about this book, and why you don't have anything like it in the later codes, is because Maimonides will now go through step by step. Does one do tshuva? Repent? How does one apologize? How does one make amends? You do it if the person is away, if you don't know who that